Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start a little bit slightly discombobulated. We're still working on getting our Zoom presentation working correctly. Somehow we did the same thing we did last year. We sent out the wrong invitation. So everyone's waiting in a Zoom room that doesn't exist. It only takes technology to make this kind of thing. I'm John James, one of the outgoing board members. I'm happy to announce and present my president, Todd Liebman, who will do the introduction for us.
Well, good morning, everybody. I am really excited about this conference. I think we've got a fantastic lineup. I mean, I don't think you could come to a conference with a better lineup of speakers than we have today. I mean, I think you're going to be really interested in what they have to say. And I just want to say how excited I am to have everybody here. And I've had a chance to talk to most of you, and I'm just real thrilled. We've made a lot of progress in the last year. I'll talk a little bit about that later. But I would like to, at this time, introduce Manisha Brewtra from the Mayor of Tucson's office, Major Regina Romero, who is Mayor of Tucson and a big supporter of rail. Manisha, if I could have you say a few words.
Hello, do I need to move the mic or is it picking up my?
You have a strong voice, but we'll do it anyway.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you all for inviting Mayor Romero and for our office, inviting us to be up here. She expresses her support for Olive Board Arizona and for all of the work you all are doing, and is sorry she couldn't be here. I just also want to thank the event organizers, those of you from Olive Board Arizona, but also the folks from the hotel who helped set everything up, whoever did the catering. Thank you for that. So some of you may know, especially those of you in Tucson, that the mayor gave her State of the City address on Thursday. And in it, she talked about her vision for an equitable, sustainable, and thriving desert city that Tucson is and is poised to be. And she talked about how she and our local leadership are really ready to meet the complex challenges that our city and our region and our state are facing with bold action. We are the 33rd largest city in the country, and we have thousands of years of history and heritage, arts and culture. And rail is a part of that legacy. Whether we're talking about intercity rail, which I think is the real focus of this organization, but also, of course, freight. I love that this hotel is right next to our streetcar. And here in Tucson, we're talking about the future of high capacity transit, which includes extending our streetcar potentially, which we need federal support for, because it is quite expensive to do it, but it's also like, how do you weigh those costs and benefits? Expensive in dollars, but brings billions in benefits to our economy, which I think we've been able to demonstrate through the streetcar that we have. A streetcar as well as bus rapid transit as part of that sort of rapid transit, high capacity transit conversation. So as you all know, there is really strong bipartisan support for the new, hopefully soon to be someday, multi-trip daily Tucson, Phoenix, West Valley Amtrak passenger rail route. And frequent and reliable passenger rail service is something that we see as something that would really expand economic opportunities and provide important regional connections between our cities and towns. I don't need to tell you that we don't have this service currently between our state's two largest metropolitan hubs, or over 75% of our state's population. But what this route could do is help alleviate traffic congestion along I-10, one of the busiest stretches of highway in the state and a critical corridor for commercial trucking. The estimated impact of bringing Amtrak is $1.9 billion in one-time capital investments and 77 or 78 million. I'm sure Robert has a more up-to-date numbers on this, but these are the numbers from Amtrak like last year, and about 77 million to the regional corridor annually. But so what you may all have heard about is this bipartisan mayor's letter that we, Mayor Romero and Mayor Gallego and Phoenix initiated last year. We have more than a dozen, at least 15 mayors who have signed on. And something we're working on currently is gathering more signatures, because we have a sense that there's strong support along the entire corridor, not just from our local jurisdictions, but from our regional agencies, such as our metropolitan planning organizations, the business community, our nonprofit partners, everybody who's impacted, and that there's really a synergy between sort of passenger rail and what we use our interstate for. If we can get more cars off the road by having that rail service, there's obviously the climate benefits, but there's huge economic benefits as well. So I, again, just want to reiterate that is something that I know Mayor Romero is very supportive of. We are in the space right now of really looking for those partnerships at the state and regional level. Pima Association of Governments initiated the next step in terms of submitting a statement of interest, which has been signed on to by all of the jurisdictional partners here in Southern or in Pima County, which is a huge first step. And now look forward to connecting with our governor-elect and with the other metropolitan planning organizations across the route to hopefully bring that route to fruition. But anyway, I feel like I'm probably repeating a lot of things that are going to be said throughout this day. So I don't want to belabor any of that. I just really want to thank you all for the advocacy work you're doing. I think something that I really appreciate is that there's a group like this focused on this effort, because as you can imagine, in the mayor's office, everything we're doing is a high priority. And I love that Todd and Ken are always in touch, right, to remind us like, hey, we need to stay on top of our conversation with Amtrak. So thank you for being here. Thank you, Rob, for coming to join us today. And I believe you're up next.
We are very, very pleased to have Rob Eaton here. Rob Eaton is a senior director of government affairs, national state relations for Amtrak, and he's going to talk to us this morning about Amtrak's role. Amtrak, obviously, a lot of people forget, but Amtrak has a statutory right of access to the freight railroads. They are they are the intercity passenger rail operator in the United States, essentially. And so they're absolutely critical to the success of this effort. So Rob, I'd like to have you come up and speak.
Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Rob Eaton, and I am the Senior Director of Government Affairs, but I roll silverware and wash dishes, whatever we need done at Amtrak. That's what we do. We're a big team. I've been with Amtrak for 13 years, and I had the West Coast territory, and I've been given the distinct pleasure of working on our team of government affairs professionals. We have 10 now. Amtrak's very serious about our relationships with communities. We've doubled our team in the last year, so we went from 4 to 8, and we have 2 support. So we're very pleased to be here and supporting our local communities. Thank you to the mayor's office, because she's an incredible supporter. Alex Calfin, who is your government affairs liaison, is very well versed with the issues here in Arizona. He sends his apologies, but he's actually in Colorado talking about front range rail. I think from our conversations today, we're going to notice that it is a new era for rail in the United States. So it's exciting. But it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to all aboard Arizona. I had to figure out what state I was in. I was in Detroit yesterday. So it's a pleasure to be here. And I'm really excited about our conversations that we had last night and this morning. So it's a pleasure to be here. So today, I'd like to talk to you about who we are and what we do. Most of you know that, but we have some changes coming around. The Amtrak Connects vision, which is just a starting point for a conversation about new rail in America, specifically the Tucson to Phoenix service. IIJA, or the bilateral infrastructure bill. What does it mean for Amtrak? What does it mean for the rail industry? And then there's two programs, the Corridor ID program and the long distance program, which of course for Arizona Touch, both of you have that. You have the long distance service and future corridor service. And then next steps. See if I got this right. Oh, look at that. So who we are, believe it or not, Amtrak, we're two companies. So we're a transportation company that we provide business for transportation for the Northeast corridor between Boston and Washington, D.C. We're state-supported routes, and we can have a conversation about that later, where anything that's 750 miles in length or less, the states support that service financially. And then, of course, there's the long-distance routes. The other company that most people don't know is that we're an infrastructure company. We're a construction company, especially now with IIJA and all the money coming in for infrastructure. So we are building those forces, our capital delivery program, and you're going to see a lot more, but we're positioning ourselves as two companies within Amtrak to build the infrastructure that's responsible for operating our trains. A lot of it is Chicago Union Station, Penn Station Access, the railroad that we actually own, but other places throughout the country, I should say, where we have infrastructure. And then our three primary institutional partners, which we all should be institutionalized, is the federal government, our state governments, and commuter railroads. But most importantly, our biggest customer is you, passengers, who actually are the reason why we're here. So we were created in 1970 by Congress, 71 we started. Before the pandemic, we had 32.5 million riders, over 500 destinations, 46 states, and 3 Canadian provinces. And then we had about $3.3 billion annual revenue with another $7.1 billion of economic impact in the communities that we serve. In F2, our major focus last year was restoration of service. The pandemic hit everybody hard. It hit us hard as well. We're down to 1% of ridership during the pandemic. So we've been focusing on service restoration, ridership growth, building a new workforce, because we all know that industry is having a problem getting people back into the workforce. We're suffering from that as well. We're trying our best. And then infrastructure improvements that support the service. Preliminary results, in fact, it was very timely. We sent out a press release, I think, on Wednesday. Jim, you might know that better, but what day we did. But our ridership has provided 22.9 million customer trips, and out of that, 7 million were new riders to the infrastructure and to the service. That's impressive. A third of our folks are new riders in the year coming out of the pandemic, which is wonderful. We've actually updated and restored services in collaboration with state and federal partners, 11 of those services. We've created jobs. We have 3,700 jobs we've hired over the last year, 18 months. We're still hiring more. We need about another 4,000 to add to our workforce with our challenges coming up. And then, of course, the major projects that we're doing is 10 major capital projects using bilateral infrastructure law funding to modernize the fleet and the railroad infrastructure, including track, bridges, tunnels. And then we're also in procurement for new corridor trains, and we'll be putting out a procurement for new long distance trains coming up in the next year. So far, capital spend so far is $2.3 billion in capital projects, advancing new fleets. I was kind of ahead of myself in Northeast Corridor, but also for tunnel replacement. We're working these major capital projects, leveraging our new capital delivery program. And then our total operating revenue of $0.8 billion, which was an increase of 47% over FY21, which was our pandemic. And we're only about 15% off our projected revenue levels. So we're looking pretty good. We actually came challenging that we have. Some of the frustrations that you may all be seeing is that the return to passenger rail was a lot quicker than we expected, just like in the airlines. People wanted that pent-up demand to travel came back with a vengeance, which is great, but we're still struggling to get back, but we're working on it very hard. And of course, safety is of primary importance for us. Amtrak, we submitted safety systems, not enough coffee, safety management system, SMS systems, which improve for our safety. And we're leading and advancing our safety culture at Amtrak every day that we run the railroad. It's kind of interesting, some conversations earlier this morning. This is our original route. In 1971, we had to cut back quite a bit from the railroad that was previously operated. So that's 1971. And today's Amtrak route looks kind of familiar, right? Hasn't changed much. What have we been doing in 51 years, right? And that's the problem. So the demand for alternative transportation that addresses environmental concerns, social equity, access, transportation, ability to travel to universities, to hospitals is important for us as a transportation provider for the country. So what we've been doing, greater minds than mine at the company over the last couple of years have been looking at population growth. Where are we going to have the future population, and where's the existing service? So there's a gap there. Of course, Alex was good. You want to make sure I knew where Tucson in Arizona was, so you put a nice red arrow for me. So thank you, Alex. So we're in there in terms of the population. And then examples of underserved areas based on population. So Phoenix, Tucson, population is growing, similar to where Alex is right now in Denver, the Front Range corridor. We have it Atlanta, Houston, Miami, Northeast corridor, California, and of course, in my neck of the woods, the Cascades corridor up in Oregon and Washington. So we have lots of opportunities to meet the future demands of population growth. And then looking at 2050, the projected mega regions that kind of overlap where we they do overlap where we do not have service. So our planning departments, the folks that know how to look at the future, look at the future demands, where we need service, went to work, looking where the population is growth, and identified where these mega regions are, where we need to increase our service, and kind of developed a new era for Amtrak. And I'm going to amend this. It's actually a new era for rail, for passenger rail, whether it's streetcar, whether it's commuter. We all know it's an integrated service, but our portion is actually a new era for Amtrak. So you've seen this before. It's our Amtrak Connects vision. Our very, very smart planners back in DC and on the East Coast were saying where we need to be in the future. They proposed a vision, and it was a starting point, a conversation point, which I know Alex has been having with you folks here in Arizona over the last year and a half when we introduced this, but a vision where we thought would match up with the mega regions and where we would serve the population in 2030, 2040, 2050. And so you see in the light blue is actually new routes. So we're talking about 39 new routes. We're talking about 25 enhanced routes, cascades, more routes, 160 new stops, over 20 million more riders with the addition of this network. And then serving all 50 top metro regions, including Tucson, which is the 33rd largest metropolitan area in the country. So it's Envision, it's a starting point. If all the money came to us, we would do this. But we have an opportunity, which is a great opportunity, to partner with the Federal Railroad Administration and work with the Federal Railroad Administration, our state partners, on building a vision, having a conversation. So this is just our thought process of where we think we're going to see future rail, and we need to work with our local state partners, our advocacy groups like yourselves, with state and local government and the federal delegations to actually make this come to fruition. So let's talk about here, Arizona, Phoenix to Tucson. We've thought about it as a preliminary discussion point. Most of you have seen this before, but the Phoenix to Tucson and west, starting point, 3 round trips a day. Talked about travel time of 2 hours and 25 minutes. I've been on I-10. Alex and I met with every single mayor along the route. I experienced your traffic, I know. It's important, we've projected over 200,000 annual riders, $77.7 million in economic impact to the region, and 2.3 billion in economic activity from the capital investment to build and create the infrastructure for the railroad. So, and this is basically, I think the revised numbers, 923 million, but these are very preliminary numbers. As we go through the corridor identification program with the FRA, the capital needs will be developed for the service. So we have local support. We've met with the mayors. The expression of interest has already been submitted. So Arizona is well on its way for the corridor ID program. Speaking of which, let's talk about the bill. And most of you have seen this, but yellow is direct appropriations to Amtrak. That's our money to play with. We have two categories of that. We've got $6 billion that are dedicated to the Northeast corridor between Boston and DC to make investments there. And then 16 billion, bringing a total of 22 billion to Amtrak, is for the national network. That 16 billion is to modernize Amtrak. Our update our ticketing system, ADA, our fleets. We actually are in a procurement now for the corridor trains that run intercity, where we're going to be going into a procurement for new long distance trains. So we'll be replacing the long distance trains. So the 22 billion that Amtrak has received is going to bring our systems and our equipment up to modern day standards. And that's what we're focused on with that pot of money. The rest of the money, about 44 billion, total of the 66 that were put to rail, went to the Federal Railroad Administration for programs like the one we're talking about, the corridor ID program and the long distance program. So on the bottom right-hand corner, the 12 billion there for the Fed's part, and also on the left-hand side for the Northeast corridor. Now, the middle column, multi-purpose funding, should not be forgotten. There's unprecedented funding for 3 billion for safety improvements, grade crossing. So the mayor's office, the communities here should be working where we need to make improvements along the corridors for rail safety, grade crossings, so as you're thinking about developing, you work with the Federal Railroad Administration and your local officers about where you need to make improvements to that corridor as well into that money. And of course, the Christie Grant Program has a plus up of 5 billion for rail projects. Any questions on the funding? Okay. So let's talk about the program very quickly for the corridor, which you're focusing on right now. Is the corridor ID program was created to create created by the FRA to create a pipeline of corridors and a pipeline of projects supporting those corridors with that money. First step is to do submit an expression of interest, or we call it an EOI. That's been done here in Arizona by Pima County. So that has been actually put into the process. The FRA has been talking to your local officials and Pima County, trying to understand a little bit better of what wants to happen here. It's good that no local matching funds are committed or needed. No commitment by the host railroad is required to start this discussion with the FRA. It's key. Eligible routes for this corridor program. And I think I was talking to Todd, when we come back in January, February, we'll have some roundtable discussions about corridors, about how state-supported routes are funded through 209 legislation that was passed years ago. So new routes that are under 750 miles in length because of the state's need to help support that. It could be new or existing, restoration of old service or portions of service that were formerly operated by Amtrak, and then also to increase the frequency of long distance trains, which is important to you folks for the Sunset. So next, FRA will publish a notice requesting an RFP, or request for formal proposals. That's going to be sometime in December. And then the applicants will have until May. Actually, I think it's about 90 days. I think they're saying about 90 days to submit it, and then the FRA will look at the projects. So we'll have some traction by late spring of 2023. The other study, which is happening now, also I shouldn't say the study, the process is the FRA, the Federal Railroad Administration, is also leading a long distance study for restoration of routes. We, Amtrak, are meeting with the FRA every 2 weeks. We actually meet with the FRA every 2 weeks on both corridor programs. So we're the long distance folks and the corridor ID. We meet with Peter and Lyle every 2 weeks and talking about the programs. So it provides funding for the study of any Amtrak long distance routes that have been discontinued, non-daily basis, and the report to Congress is due about 11 months from now. And that process will identify long distance routes that would be candidates for restoration. And it'll identify the underpinnings of what the capital infrastructure that will be needed to get it back up and running. Doesn't create the operating funds, but it gives us the information to make decisions that we have to go to Congress for additional funding for these long distance routes that we want to bring back. Again, long distance routes that are considered, you see here that all of you know them better than myself. I can't remember what I had for breakfast sometimes, but some of the routes that we've talked about here is Sunset Limited going to daily service is important, and more. So little question. What's this? You can't answer that.
Yes, he can.
No, he can't answer that. There's experts here, but yeah, you're right. US Rail Network. Which country in the world has the most rail miles? China, Japan? Total. Exactly. 137,000 rail miles. That's the country comparison. We do have, and we've had a conversation back at my table. There's questions like, why it doesn't go to Las Vegas? We have a lot of rail that's been ripped up and taken away, but we still have the most rail in the world for a network that we could have access to develop. So for your question about at the end. So I'll end here. You're more than welcome to reach out to me, but Alex Kalfin, my associate, has the West Coast and he's been here in Arizona. But he's your primary contact, but I'll be working with him as we support this initiative with the mayors, with the state legislature, and of course with yourselves. So thank you much for your time, and thank you.
If you take questions, I'm going to fix this.
Sure.
We managed to get our Zoom issues ironed out.
Okay.
Yay!
Todd, did you want questions for?
Yeah, that'd be great. We have a little time. So
Okay. Keep us on.
A wireless mic for you. Where'd the mic? Oh, there, it's right there.
Okay, so basically my question was, when does Amtrak expect to have the long distance charger like fully in service?
Good question.
Yeah,
I don't know the answer to that, but I can find out for you. So I'll get back to you on that. I know they're coming, but I don't know. Sorry about that. Disappointing one. Oh, for one.
no worries.
A new locomotive. So the P42 locomotives that we have are being retired, and we actually have a procurement for new locomotives. So you'll see them running around. We have some Siemens Charger locomotives that are on the short distance trains, but they're also on the long distance trains. So the new locomotive fleet that we're deploying.
Yeah, as you know, I live in Nashville, Tennessee, second or third largest city of Amtrak service. I saw one of the maps. I think I saw Nashville, first part of the region, with drove service from Nashville south. I couldn't see what city it was going to, but so then you think that's the most important way out of Nashville to go south, and not to north?
Well, I think it's a starting point, and I think, Bob, the next steps is to have discussions with the state and see where they want to go. So this is just it was a conversation starter, and we ourselves, Amtrak, it was a thought process. we have to actually work with the state legislature or the DOTs and what makes sense for each community. So it's anything. This is the map for Amtrak Connects Us. It's just a starting point.
Okay. I mean, what's the point of your last slide? I mean, the last slide,
Yeah.
what was the point of it? I mean,
The point is,
largest amount of railroad with the least amount of passenger.
Yeah.
Trains. I
Yeah.
mean, China has built most of that in the last 20 years.
Yep.
I mean, so I don't get the point of it.
the point of it is national will. We have the, to your point, China has built it in the last year. They have a national will for building rail transportation. We have an infrastructure in place that's already there, that we don't have to create new greenfield for it. We just have to improve it. So the point of it is that we have the ability to improve it and build upon that. And it was once, most of that was mostly passenger at one point. Yeah.
George, yes. Quick question, how are your discussions with Union Pacific going as far as the Phoenix Tucson service is concerned?
You know, we haven't started them, we started them or just conversations. They're aware of it, obviously. Our government affairs folks are talking to their government affairs folks, they're aware of it, but in earnest, you know, full vigorous conversations about the route have not started because it hasn't gone through the FRA process. The FRA process, the corridor ID program, they're very, very particular about expression interest.
So I just want to add something that is kind of important is as I introduce our next speaker. But you have right now you have 2/3 of the RPA council delegation in this room, which is our esteemed Roger Clark, our vice president, and myself. We're both delegates to RPA as council representatives, and so our national organization is extremely important. And I don't think I'm overstating it when I say that I don't think we would be here without RPA. I mean, RPA has done a absolutely incredible job liaising with Congress and getting positive things because, you know, the statutes had significant problems. I'm a lawyer by trade. The statutes really needed to be revised, and RPA has been at the forefront of working with that. So it's really my privilege to introduce Jim Mathews. He's the president and chief executive officer of RPA. And Jim.
Sort of kind of on. Okay. Todd, thank you so much for that. The slogging through the statutes is that is tough work, and you're absolutely right. But weirdly enough, before I start, I'll just point this out as an aside. In a weird way, I think the pandemic helped us with that. Because before the pandemic, when Sean and I would go visit congressional offices, you had maybe 10, 15 minutes. And the first 5 minutes was spent walking around trying to find an office in which to meet. And then you'd be constantly looking at the clock because you wanted to see the little lights came on because they had a floor vote they had to leave for. So it was very distracted. During the pandemic, what we wound up doing was, I guess I'll do this. How about that? Moving target. There you go. During the pandemic, you could do a Zoom meeting with congressional staff for an hour. So we got a lot of work done. We got work done that we did not normally get done. So it, in a very strange kind of way, it turned out to be very advantageous for us. And it was one of the reasons we were able to contribute so much to what became the bipartisan infrastructure law. Sean and I drafted 5, and we're very proud of that. Okay, where is, come on, I'm pushing the button.
Friendly
I
competition.
can do it manually, I guess.
Thanks.
You want to do that?
Try it now. There. Where you can use these.
Okay.
It used to work. It's working
Yeah,
now.
now it's working.
I
Okay.
pick it up and it works, and
I just, you know. All right, so I normally in these talks, I spend a lot of time going over the different pots of money, like Rob just did, but because Rob did that for me.
Sorry, but
No, that's good. That's good. That's okay. I'm gonna touch on that a little later, but only lightly. I think, you know, after the midterms, it's important for us to understand the landscape that we're operating in. And so first things first, Democrats retained control of the Senate in the midterms. And with the runoff happening in Georgia, We are looking at potentially a 5148 or 5149. That's important. And I'm going to get a little wonky, but it is incredibly important for us on our rail advocacy. A 50-50 Senate means that all the committees are 50-50. You have equal numbers on each side. And if there is a tie, you cannot advance anything out of that committee. So if you have a 51-49, the likelihood of a tie is much lower. And a lot of the reason why it took us so much effort to get things out of the Senate these past 2 years is because we had a tie. And so having the committees function in a way that you can actually advance things and not have everything stagnate is super important. So this is why this is important. I'm not talking about right versus left, Republicans versus Democrats. I'm talking about the mechanics of getting things done and getting things out of the chamber. And a 50-50 chamber is terrible for trying to get something done. So, they beat the midterm odds to do this. Runoff, we're all watching to see how that turns out. As I said, it makes it a lot easier to move bills and get things out. Nominations to the Amtrak Board of Directors, remember that's been sort of stalled. That'll be less likely to be stalled here if we get a 51-49. Both Senator Manchin and Senator Sinema are going to have a little less leverage in a 51-49 scenario. Although I'll talk about this a little later, there are some places here where with earmarks coming back, some of that leverage could be regained. So committee leadership, there's some shakeups here. We're going to continue to have Senator Cantwell from Washington as the chair of Senate Commerce, but Senator Wicker, who, as you know, has been a staunch champion of passenger rail. He's moving on to armed services. Ted Cruz is replacing him. So Senator Cruz's position in the past, he's been very much opposed to a lot of the things that were in the bipartisan infrastructure law. But if we have that, as I said, we have that split, that's not a 50-50 split, that could be a little less of a problem. Over here on the other side of the slide, I made a point of highlighting the votes on the Senate Commerce Committee for the bipartisan infrastructure law. You'll see that Cruz was a no, Lee was a no, and Scott from Florida was a no. The others were yes. You look at a senator like Senator Moran in Kansas, another very, very strong passenger rail advocate. And his office has just been instrumental in helping us beat back a lot of things that seem to emerge on the Senate side. So, don't get locked in on Republicans or this and Democrats or that. Look at the voting record of the individuals involved. That's the key. And if you look at this chart, the fact that Cruz was a no is important, but if he's going to be ranking minority and he still doesn't have the votes, it may not be that big a deal for passenger rail. Appropriations, we're going to see Patty Murray step into Senator Leahy's seat. Susan Collins is going to step in and replace Shelby. And that is very, very good news for passenger rail advocates. How many people here know about Senator Collins' role in the Downeaster, right? I mean, critical voice in supporting the Downeaster when that service was launched. So having Senator Collins on appropriations as ranking alongside Senator Murray, that's very, very important for passenger rail, and it's very good news for us. On THUD, which is the Transportation Subcommittee, Brian Schatz of Hawaii is going to be the chair. There's a little bit of a tussle about whether it's going to be Murkowski or Graham or Senator Moran replacing Collins in that. Senator Schatz, you'd say, well, Hawaii, what does that have to do with passenger rail? Well, as it happens, he's a very strong Amtrak supporter, and our former Rail Passengers Association board member, Jim Loomis, worked for Brian Schatz. So we have very, very close ties with Brian Schatz's office, met with him a couple of times, saw him as a rising star when he first came into office, which was not that long ago. And it's pretty clear that he is going to be a very strong voice for passenger rail. So again, little bit in the weeds, I recognize, but I want to underscore for all of you how important it is that we have the leadership emerging that we have. And again, it's not about Republicans versus Democrats. It's about individuals and whether they are supportive of passenger rail or not. So in the House, it went the other way. GOP took the House of Representatives, but as we know, it's a very, very slim majority. More or less an unworkable majority, if you ask my opinion, but that's just my opinion, and that's not RPA's official opinion. But keeping a caucus in line like this is going to be very, very difficult. Just my view. So you needed 218 win control. They got 220 seats. McCarthy survived the leadership challenge, but he's got a challenge trying to keep his caucus going. And oddly enough, the GOP surge in New York and New Jersey could actually be a windfall for Amtrak, in my view. If you look at the House Republicans that voted for the bipartisan infrastructure law, look at who these folks are. This is all this kind of Northeast, unsurprisingly, with the exception of Don Bacon. So you have Nicole Malliotakis, Chris Smith, Jeff Van Drew, Brian Fitzpatrick, Andrew Garbarino. Brian Fitzpatrick, particularly, he's worked very, very closely with us for, 3-4 years now on trying to shore up the Amtrak workforce. Brian has been an absolute champion for passenger rail and for the workforce. I'm going to tell you something. These guys voted for the bipartisan infrastructure law, and you should know that this was actually an act of courage on their part. Because shortly after they voted for our bill, some of them got death threats. So I find that appalling. As an American, I find that appalling. But when we talk about an act of political courage, that was legitimately an act of political courage. So we have strong Republican supporters who are in these positions to help us. So again, I'm foot stomping this idea. This is not Republicans versus Democrats. Now, leadership gets a little interesting. This is where it could get to be challenging. You're going to have Congressman Graves taking over as the chair from Congressman DeFazio, who's retired. He offered what he called a skinny bill in 2020 as an alternative. And that would not have included any of the priorities that you see in the bipartisan infrastructure law now. Very much not a fan of what is in that bill. And now he has the transportation and infrastructure gavel. That's important. That sets the agenda, that sets the hearings, that sets the priorities of the committee, that it's an important thing, and it's going to be a problem. Even bigger problem on the rail subcommittee. You have Congressman Crawford. He has teed up dozens, no exaggeration, of potential Inspector General investigations of Amtrak. The vast majority of which, in my view, are spurious. There's really nothing to them. They're kind of harassment. But he has that ability as the subcommittee chair, and he's going to use it. His position that he is advancing among the other anti-Amtrak Republicans in the House is that the bipartisan infrastructure law money should be spent on making the existing system better rather than expansion. You got to fix all this other stuff first before you expand. And, you can't actually walk and chew gum at the same time. But they've figured out that politically that is a talking point they can use. So that's what they're going to do. So that's going to be the Republican leadership line out of T&I for the next 2 years. So we have to be able to work on that as advocates. Appropriations, you're going to have Kay Granger and Rose DeLauro. That'll be fine. Appropriations, that's going to be kind of an interesting fight. We don't know how that's going to turn out. So watch this space, but none of them have a particularly strong or weak passenger rail record. And in a way, it kind of doesn't matter, because let's go back to that minority-majority setup again. Gridlock is 95% certain here. There's just not enough juice to get anything done, which means you're looking at effectively a status quo. It is the stated intention of the incoming Republican leadership on the House side, McCarthy and the others, to make a big deal of impeachments and investigations and kind of a lot of Sturm und Drang around that kind of stuff, which we think means bipartisan infrastructure law probably doesn't get touched. If it does, they might do a few investigations on, gee, should this money be allocated the way that it is or something like that. But we don't think that's likely. We think they've got other priorities. And again, from the point of view, just counting votes, doing a little whip count, you need more votes than what they will have to do anything substantial. And so we think you're looking at a status quo. So looking ahead to 2024, the next Senate election map, if you look at, again, this is just the tactics of it. Republicans are pretty pleased about the way that map is shaping up for 2024. And so again, our role as advocates is to think about whether a person is a Republican or a Democrat, are they supportive of passenger rail, right? And Senator Daines is a Republican in Montana, who is probably one of the strongest Amtrak supporters anywhere in the US Congress, House or Senate. If you come within 50 yards of the Empire Builder, he will shoot you between the eyes. And Senator Moran, strong supporter. I mean, just across the board, there are places where we enjoy very strong support, particularly on Senate Republicans. So do not go overboard with this idea that the party membership is critical to understanding the passenger rail support. It is not, but it is certainly worth your time as advocates to do your homework on people that are running for office and find out where they stand on passenger rail issues, regardless of party, because that's really what you need and what you care about. So, funding for operations is really going to be a big problem as we go forward. I mean, everyone looks at the bipartisan infrastructure law. Oh, $66 billion. Well, it's actually $66 billion in advance appropriations. It's capital money only. You still got to have the regular money to run the railroad. Okay. And so just because there's this bipartisan infrastructure law money out there does not mean that the bank account is flush and they can just do whatever they want. It is not the case. And this last go around on our appropriations was a little disappointing because Amtrak does need this operational money, and there is a misperception that the bipartisan infrastructure law just wipes away all those problems, and that's not the case. Now, $66 billion is guaranteed in the bipartisan infrastructure law. There's another 34-ish billion that is fully authorized, which we could get around $100 billion of investment if you were to fully fund what is authorized in the bipartisan infrastructure law just for the capital side. Forget about the operations. So that's another thing we have to focus on as advocates. So this is not a one and done. We have work to do this legislative session as well as we did last time. So those of you who are here,
Don't mind me, I'm just,
that's fine.
I'm the cleaning lady.
I got it. So those of you who were here last year, you heard me more or less in this room say, states are important. I said, and I had a picture of the Connect Us map, and I said, okay, guys, this is not the map, it is a map. And I said, the map is going to get drawn by the Federal Railroad Administration, and it's going to be drawn by people like you in this room. Does anybody remember me saying that? John does. So here we are, a year later. The corridor ID program is underway. Arizona counties have stepped up, and which honestly, I'm surprised by that, but very, very pleased. And the pipeline is beginning to form. And the objective at FRA is to have a full pipeline at all times of projects that can be done. So every single year, they're going to replenish that pipeline. So you miss this last deadline, you get in the next one, and you just keep going. But that's how the map is going to get drawn. 2/3 of the money goes from FRA to states and communities that want service. Only 1/3 of the money goes to Amtrak. The other 2/3 goes to the states. This is why what you do is so important. And you know, it's a little bit like the Hunger Games, right? Because it's the state legislatures, the DOTs are going to be competing in a zero-sum game for new funding from these grant programs. And the one caution that I have, and that we are going to work on as part of our legislative agenda for the upcoming session, it's pretty clear that if there's no local funding match, there's going to be no train. Now you can get started, and there's pretty generous grant money out there to help you get started, but it tapers off. And you're expected to reach a point 7, 8, 9 years down the line where you as a state or sponsoring entity are going to be providing that match. We continue to believe that Section 209 is badly flawed for that reason, because states can't afford it. There are lots of reasons, however, why Section 209 is here to stay. Number one, there is less than zero appetite on either the Democratic or Republican side of the aisle to do anything about Section 209. We have tried that conversation and they just do not want to touch it, which means that the current break of 750 miles and above is long distance and 750 below is state, and the states have to pay. That's the reality that we're in. So our next step is we're going to have to figure out a way to provide more operating support in some other mechanism, because we do think that the rich states are going to win and the poorer states, or at least those without the desire to advance the matching funds, they're going to lose out. And the way that there is language in the bipartisan infrastructure law that says that it is to emphasize service previously unserved areas, underserved areas, and persistent poverty. Well, that means it can't be California, Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey. I mean, you know, you could run through the list of who's going to get all this grant money, and that's specifically not congressional intent. But if you have to come up with this eventual match as a state, and you're having trouble paying firefighters and teachers, that's not going to fly. So that's a big concern for us, and it's one that I think advocates need to keep their eye on. So a lot is on the table right now. I did keep my one bucket slide because I love this slide. I think this is a great slide. I think because we've all struggled with making sense of all the different grant programs and monies and stuff that came into the bipartisan infrastructure law. And one reason it's confusing is that it took a special one-time capital investment and stuck it onto a normal 5-year authorization. So they're two bills in one. And it gets really confusing. But what you've got is this $66 billion of advanced appropriation. So this is done. This is approved and it's ready to go, and it can't be taken away unless there's some extraordinary act of Congress, which we're not going to see. But then on top of that, there's also this $36 billion in what's called fully authorized funds. So every year, appropriators could take their lead from that money and add some of that back in. Now, they haven't yet. This last session, they didn't do it. But if they had, and we could have seen, you know, an additional several $billion put into this capital funding. So everyone was sort of going along the presumption that we're only going to work with $66 billion, which is only, right? I mean, if I had $66 billion in the bank, I wouldn't be sitting here. But that's a lot of money, but another $36 billion would take us a long way, right? So another thing for advocates to think about when you sit down and you talk with your congressional delegations, hey, there's more money in the bipartisan infrastructure law potentially if you choose to appropriate it. I think that's important. These grant programs are all very important. States can apply to multiple grant programs. Federal State Partnership for Intercity Passenger Rail Grants, that's $36 billion. May 14th or so is going to be kind of a key date here, because that's when we're going to start to see the first corridor ID program pipeline candidates released. I see this typo and it makes my teeth itch. It's not 5 gillion, although that's what happens when you type too fast.
You're doing great, Jim.
That's we call it the CRISI grant, which is the Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvements Grant. That's, again, when you start looking at all these numbers and they start to blur together, you go, oh, 5, that's not as much as 36. Well, it's still a lot of money. It's a lot of money, guys. And the way the FRA is sort of envisioning the future is CRISI is going to be a little more infrastructure focused, and the sort of new service, the stuff that most of us advocates talk about all the time, you're going to start to see that flow more primarily through the Fed-state partnership. That's really where that is going to live going forward. Crossing elimination, $3 billion. That is an enormous plus up for what had been a program that was measured in the hundreds of millions. We kill entirely too many people in this country at grade crossings. It's an embarrassment, and it's deadly, and we have to fix it. And you know, that incident out in Missouri, they didn't even know there was money available to fix their grade crossing. So that's another role we have as advocates, where you can actually, you personally could help save lives if you can help a municipality understand what funding is out there to help them eliminate or reduce hazards from rail crossings in the community. So here you go. The corridor ID program is going to select and prioritize corridors. And so my big takeaway for folks in Arizona is at the bottom here. Katie Hobbs' term as governor is going to overlap the remainder of the bipartisan infrastructure fiscal 26. Her office should be the target of a positive and growth-focused education campaign by local advocates. We are here to help with that. We have done our economic benefit studies where we can dig pretty deeply into the economic case to be made for these investments. We are happy to do that. We did it in Montana. We did it in Indiana. We did it. We're about to do it for the Midwest Interstate Passenger Rail Commission. They've asked us to do that for them. We can do this for you, but we need to be asked, and we are happy to participate and help you make that case. So I want to touch on our polling that we conducted earlier this year. One of the messages you can deliver to your elected and appointed officials is that there is broad public support for trains. This is not something that we just sort of think about because we dig this stuff. Okay. And I've seen on the forums and such an accusation that, well, this is clearly biased polling and it was push polling or something like that. No, actually it was. The methodology statement is on our site. Go look at it. It was actually very, very carefully and scientifically conducted. And what we found was 78% of Americans support passenger rail investment. Overwhelmingly, Democrats do, but a pretty solid majority of Republicans do as well, which is why I like to tell people this is not a partisan issue. Rail is a non-partisan issue. 60% of those polled would support spending $100 billion. 42% would have gone even higher than that. 66% think there should be a national high-speed rail plan. 64% think that using tax dollars to pay for upkeep on tracks and train sets would make perfect sense. And similar numbers think that they're okay with the idea that the federal government supports the air traffic control system for the same reason. And so I thought that was an interesting take, that if you look at these numbers, there is broad and deep support, not only for passenger rail, but for a continued federal role in investing in and supporting passenger rail. In very crude terms, this is a vote winner. The polls tell us this. All right, so the corridor ID program. Here's where we are in the steps. It's complete. They met the statutory deadline for creating the program. The selection process is happening. We meet with Peter and Lyle and the others every 3 weeks or so. So we're not quite on the dance calendar the way the Amtrak guys are, but I know, right? But They are busy trying to get this stuff done. One of the issues you have at Federal Railroad Administration is similar to the issue you have in Amtrak and everywhere else. They don't have enough people. This is an agency that was not designed to do the things that we are now asking it to do. And Peter and Lyle and Katie, and it's a very small team, and they really believe in this work, and they're doing their absolute best, but there's only a handful of them. So to the extent that, well, should have been out in December. Well, it's December, what, 3rd? Give them a break. There's 3 of them. They're working on it. So they are reviewing these proposals. The next step will be the ones that are selected. They will then work on a service development plan collaboratively with the FRA. So those communities that say, hey, look, we don't have the horsepower to do this kind of thing. That's okay. FRA will help you with that. And that's that next phase. They have to put their names to a first round of pipeline projects May 14th, 2023. They have to send that to Congress. So that's going to be kind of a red letter day for us. It's not on the slide and it's not really part of this presentation, but another thing that's due in May is the congressional report of the Food and Beverage Working Group, which we sit on and which we relation to do. That's also due around May 13th. So we're all going to be very busy writing reports. Long distance service study. This is, Rob touched on this a little bit. This is looking at both trains that used to exist that don't, and also trains that are now 3X that need to be daily. Daily sunset is a key target. When I go around doing my brief on economic benefits and on the work that we do to model economic benefits for the other communities, the guinea pig or example that I use is our work on Sunset Limited. So I always like to sort of drop that seed in there so people say, what happens when you do a daily sunset? It's always kind of fun to use that as my gig. But we've been working with DOT since the spring to work on the outreach and the scope. The public website went live, as you know, last month. We're going to be part of that study team. We're getting ready to do a lot of work there. We've also been asked to identify local advocates, elected officials, and business groups along the Sunset Corridor who can be consulted during the study process. So we're actively going to be needing that from you. And the gentleman asked a question about, why can't we do this, or why can't we do that? This is why you do these studies. This is why you do this, so that those questions are put on the table and examined. And so this is a very important process. And frankly, it is a very rapid process. A year sounds like a long time, but to do a study like this in a year is pretty much going at Mach 12. And they're going to be very challenged to get this done. They're hiring consultants to help them. I met with the consultant team a month ago to try to make sure that they didn't have any preconceived notions that were incorrect. And that process is continuing. So what else are we doing at the Rail Passengers Association? Well, other than working on all these things we just talked about and working to make sure that the legislative session doesn't go sideways, we are trying to work on several legislative changes, some statutory changes, which would turn into what we're calling a Passenger's Bill of Rights, which would address everything from on-time performance to onboard services to safety. It's pretty all-encompassing, and it's not all what does Amtrak owe us. Part of this is our way of getting at the on-time performance issue, which continues to plague the industry. That the Class 1s continue to delay Amtrak trains more or less with impunity. Now that the Gulf Coast thing is more or less settled, we expect, I won't make Rob comment on this because he'll get in trouble, but we expect Amtrak is going to be filing their first package of cases to the Surface Transportation Board on delayed trains. We've been following along in parallel. We keep our own records on which trains have met that statutory threshold, or I'm sorry, the regulatory threshold for 2 quarters consistently, and it's a lot of them. So we're going to be filing with the Surface Transportation Board as well, just in support of that. Whenever Amtrak is able to get that on the docket, we will pretty instantly file a letter of support with similar data. So that's going to be a big thing for us. A lot more work at the Surface Transportation Board this year. We are in the long distance study, as I said. That's going to be 24 workshops nationwide covering 6 regions to do a study that has to be written and in the can and done by, I think it's the end of November, Rob?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, holy crap, guys. This we're going to be very, very busy. And they acknowledge that. FRA will say to you, look, we need your help, which is great. That's a great position to be in because they didn't used to be that. And they've told me, Mike, that the last time FRA studied this sort of stuff, they did it to kill service. And now they're going to, quote, make amends by finding a way to restore service. Direct quote. Corridor ID, I wrote 23 letters of support for Chrissy grants to support the December 1st filing deadline. Different grant applications all across the country. We'll do more of that. We are actually participating in 1 or 2 of them, where if they get their grant, we will have some funding for our economic benefits analyses to support their application. So we're hoping to get more of that, obviously. And as I said, we're going to wrap up our food and beverage working group work. That's coach passengers and all the dining cars. We're trying to find ways to get traditional dining system-wide. We want to get ingredients lists published. There's some order ahead ideas that are on the table. There's a lot of stuff that's not on the menu per se, but it's going to make it better. The way that the commissary structure is right now, the way that you supply the trains with the food, the accounting and the bookkeeping, there's a lot of stuff in there that does not make a lot of sense to the members of the food and beverage working group. And our report is going to address that as well. So, other than that, we're just kind of hanging out doing nothing. But I'm pretty sure I've gone over time. But if
actually, we do have time.
I'm happy to take questions if you have time.
We do have time for a question or 2.
Well, as Rob said, right now you don't have enough cars and staff to even run the network that we have. However, in the time frame that it would be required to do what you're talking about, sure, why not? I mean, it exists, the infrastructure exists. It is in the scheme of things relatively low-hanging fruit, and it almost sounds like a conversation that should take place during the long-distance study workshop. I wonder. You think, Rob? I think that's a good. Yeah, I think so. I'm kidding around a little bit, but seriously, that is exactly the kind of question that will be tabled for that study. And if it is not on the workshop agenda for this region, I'll eat my hat, because I mean, I'm helping to write it. So if it's not on there, it means someone took it off, which would not, I'm having a hard time imagining how that would happen. So I think it's great. And I think that's possible. And that's got to be one of the ways we look at it.
Thanks, Jim. Any other questions for Jim?
Have any questions? Wow. Well, great.
I've lulled them to sleep.
This might be a question for Rob as well, but is there any room in the long distance analysis for routes that Amtrak has never run, but which did exist prior to Amtrak's formation and would serve major corridors that are like in the row that city pairs are trying to prioritize?
You know, we've had that conversation. Rob, you may have more on it than I did. When Lyle and Peter and I last talked about this, we were all sort of struggling with what the statute allows them to consider. And they were thinking that maybe it needs to be in a different program, that they could consider it in some other way. And it was not a settled question when Peter and I last talked about it. And that would have been, on that question, would have been about 3 months ago.
I think you are correct that we have to figure out the question is that there's a question in the statute. The question is that whether we can actually address it in that, but it's something that
open to.
Right. I mean, what they were saying was we can find another vehicle to address that. Maybe it's in Fed state, maybe it's through border ID, maybe it's something else. But the way that particular provision was written makes it feel like you can't do that. And just for everybody's understanding, that provision started life as Sean Jeansgale and I sitting down with Senator Manchin's office about a daily cardinal. Because of his swing vote status, we felt that he would have some juice to at least get a daily cardinal. Intrigued by that. And then daily cardinal turned into dailies period because 3X is stupid. So that became daily cardinal, daily sunset. And then as these things happen in legislatures, it sort of morphed into, well, let's do a study. And honestly, we were sort of hoping for a statutory in the bipartisan infrastructure law. It said all 3X service will now be daily. And that's how Congress works. It's a bargaining chip, and sometimes you get it, and sometimes you don't. But it's a fast track study, and we think we can use that as a way to justify other kinds of routes too. Just kind of not part of the study, but around it.
My question is there any chance that they're going to take that 750 mile, that there's anything over its long distance, anything under, and move it down just a little bit?
So we tried that. We tried that. We tried to change that to 500 miles. That was our opening gambit. It was okay. We know there's not a lot of appetite to just blow it up. So would you buy 500 miles? We got no traction. We got no traction either from Democrats or Republicans. And it's interesting because it was I think it was early 2021. Stephen Gardner and I talked about this, and Stephen actually put out 500 as a number. Said, let's try that. So we said, oh, we'll try that. And we just could not get any legislative support for that number. And it's unfortunate because it really is an impediment to service. I was at the Midwest Interstate Passenger Rail Commission meeting last week before last. It blurs together. Rob and I are traveling to the point where he asked me this point, what day is today? I said, it's Saturday. I said, okay, good. But Laura Cleveland, you know what? We got to let him in on how the sausage is made. Laura Cleaver put up a slide where she took that 750 circle. She drew it around Chicago. And do you know how many places you can't get to unless it's insane. It's insane that we would make a state get from Chicago to Tennessee. What? That's insane. And it's an incredible impediment. Because again, you've got states that are struggling with, schools and water systems and firefighters and teachers, and you're telling them they're going to have to chip in for what really, philosophically, in my point of view, ought to be a federal responsibility. But the Congress does not have the appetite to take that up. They don't have the appetite to fight that fight. Durbin was very in favor of it, for example, and then his colleague, Senator Duckworth from his own state, was not. And, when the two senators disagree, guess what happens to that provision? So we tried, and we're going to make another run at it. And we're trying to come up with some additional maybe strategies for getting interest in making changes to that, because we really do think it's an impediment. I personally think it should be 0. I don't think it should be 500. I think it should be 0. But be that as it may, we have to find a way around this, because as we move through this pipeline process, it's going to be abundantly clear who feels that they can play and who feels that they can't. And the bill says you want to get everybody involved, but just through, that kind of impediment, you're going to start to see the accumulation of pipeline projects from California and Washington State and New York and Massachusetts and New Jersey and Virginia and North Carolina. You're just going to see it. And it's exactly what the bill was trying not to do. So we don't have a good answer. We tried 500 and that was not apparently not the answer. And it's tough too. And I won't make Rob comment on this one either because he'll get in trouble. But one of the reasons why the status quo is favored is because the current system allows Amtrak to count that as revenue. And nobody wants to mess with that. So if you're running that balance sheet, you don't want to turn that into, subsidy money, right? So that's an issue too. That's an issue too. One man's opinion. Other questions? I feel like I've completely run out the clock here.
Actually, just one quick comment, because in Tennessee where I live, we can't get support, government support for rail pension service. I had a senator tell me, oh, the people of Tennessee, they don't want to state money on rail service. They don't really care for it. They really don't want it. Senator told me that. And yet the people of Tennessee do want it. That's
Yes, they do.
And Tennessee is not a state that is, Tennessee has money as a state. They have a positive budget, but unfortunately the people of Tennessee, it's not become a major issue in terms of elections. And so we have Nashville City, Nashville, second, third largest city without Amtrak service, and the state's going to suffer, and the national system is going to suffer.
It is. This is why one of the reasons we did the polling was the idea is to give you, Bob, the tools to go into an office and say, hey, look, here's what our polling data shows. Our polling data shows that people do want this stuff. Oh, and here's some economic data that shows that this is actually a benefit to the community. Even if you never take the train in your entire life, the community itself will do better because the train exists and you will benefit from that. We produce those things so that you have the ammunition you need as an advocate to go into a local office and make that case. But it is tough. It is tough. Sir?
By the way, the image up there is the famous Denver Station terminal.
Denver Union Station, yeah.
Yeah, and it's gorgeous. Beautiful hotel, beautiful restaurants and facilities. I'm so jealous.
That segues into something, John, I'm glad you brought that up, because Phoenix Union Station has actually been sold, and I understand it's being preserved and redeveloped. And as we're sitting here talking about possibilities, think about the Sunset Limited schedule, which is overnight basically from Phoenix to Los Angeles. Somebody could easily get on the train at beautifully restored Phoenix Union Station and travel overnight to Los Angeles and be there first thing in the morning. I mean, this is a tremendous opportunity. Also, once we get the Sun Corridor going, the Sunset Limited, if it was ran through Phoenix. So it's my privilege also to introduce Brian Yanity. I just want to say, we have an incredible relationship with our other advocacy groups, not only RPA at the national level, but also very, very close working relationship with RailPAC. RailPAC is the advocacy group that comprises California and Nevada. And we work very closely with them. I contribute usually to the quarterly newsletter, Steel Wheels. I write a column in there usually. By the way, if you join All Aboard Arizona, if you're not already a member, all memberships now will include a subscription to Steel Wheels. Steel Wheels is really, as Earl, one of our board members, likes to say, Steel Wheels is really about the future. You subscribe to trains or Passenger Train Journal. It's got a lot of historical things in it, but Steel Wheels is really about the future of passenger rail, and it's a fantastic publication. Now, I do want to introduce Brian's topic. He's going to speak twice today, two interesting subjects. But the first subject he's going to speak on is the Welton. Now, sometimes, we've been throwing out, $100 million here and $1 billion there, but when you're thinking about, when you go to a store, you want to know what that's going to buy. Okay. So to put this in a frame of reference for you, $1 billion is basically the cost of a large freeway interchange. Okay. So here in Arizona. So I'm going to introduce Brian Yanity. Brian, take it away. You're going to go the ball.
Oh yeah. Thank you, Todd. Everyone hear me okay? So yes, I am Vice President South of the Rail Passenger Association of California. and Nevada. We're kind of becoming the Rail Passenger Association of California because the Nevada Rail Coalition is starting up, and it's all a friendly, divorce. But it's really because some amazing activists in Nevada are becoming into their own. They're really doing some good things at the state level there. But we're not a PAC, just to be clear, we're not a political action committee. And it's great to be back. This presentation has a lot of the same slides I did last year. So there's a bit of repetition, but I did add a bit more on freight and then talk a little bit more about the Welton branch, which is a corridor worth identifying, I think. And I apologize for being late this morning. I missed the first, I got in here halfway through Jim's great presentation because I was on the Sunset Limited and it was an hour late, and I do not blame Amtrak in any way. It's all Union Pacific's fault. Because we got into Maricopa maybe 20 minutes late, half an hour late. And then around Casa Grande, we had to sit and wait for not one, but 3 UP freight trains going west. But I'm here and I'm glad that I'm still very grateful to Amtrak because I can go from my home in Fullerton, California to this hotel in Tucson with all by steel wheels and on my feet only a few blocks at a time. So that's why I'm here. It would be hypocritical if I didn't take the Sunset Limited. So given them what I'm going to talk about. So yes, as you're all aware, the Sunset Limited did go to Phoenix via the Welton branch from 1926 until 1996, a good 70-year run. But at the time, I should be clear, Amtrak did not want to give up Phoenix. I mean, are you kidding me? That's a lot of ticket revenue there. Even back then, Phoenix was a very big city 25 years ago, just bigger now. And it was Union Pacific who had just absorbed Southern Pacific, was demanding close to $30 million at that time to refine or get it up to par. The track was really out of shape, and Southern Pacific was, holding it together with duct tape, metaphorically, not just there, but a lot of other places on their network. And Amtrak at that time, and nor did anyone else have them to pay that. So the Sunset Limited stopped going to Phoenix. And there were a few Southern Pacific, Union Pacific freight trains that use that line, but it's not very many. Predominantly, it was the Sunset Limited was the train that still used it 3 days a week. In terms of, well, I could be wrong. Maybe they had more than 3 freight trains a week going each way, but it wasn't enough for Union Pacific to consider keeping it open based on freight at that time. So Maricopa, as I mentioned, is the closest stop since 64 miles went out of service in 1996 on the Welton branch. That is technically within the Phoenix Consolidated Statistical area, basically the metro area. And in 2019, it was 11,194 Amtrak passengers in the whole year went to use Maricopa Station, which is not much for a metro area of 5 million people. So there's great untapped potential between, I guess it's the 13th biggest metro area in the US to the 2nd largest metro area in the US. That kind of goes without saying. And this slide, I talked a little bit more last year about future high-speed rail prospects along the I-10 corridor. If we were to go 150 mile an hour average there, it'd be faster than flying, which is good. But the first priority is the Welton branch open. And in 1993, it took about 8.5 hours LA to Phoenix, according to the 1993 Sunset Limited schedule, 426 miles. These are capital projects along the corridor, which are supported by RailPAC and Board Arizona and others. There's a lot of stuff going on in Southern California in terms of capacity upgrades and so forth at various stages of development. I won't go into all those details here. The Colton-Coachella third main track is moving along the EIR. I'll talk about that in a second. But in eastern, I guess, Imperial County, southeastern California, there's still a little bit of like maybe 20 miles of single track that could be double track. Maybe that Union Pacific has put in a little more double track. The Nyland Calexico extension, us at RailPAC have reached out to Imperial County in the last year, and haven't heard back from Imperial County electeds yet, unfortunately, but the Chamber of Commerce is all excited about that. And just for a frame of reference, Calexico, I think it's the 4th or 5th busiest border crossing into the US. So Calexico to LA, it's not just about, the 100 or close to 200,000 people who live in the Imperial Valley itself, but Mexicali is 1 million people. And it's not even that 1.2 million person metro area that you'd be serving connecting to LA. It's really all of Mexico. And there's a lot of buses that go to, Mexicali, and then people walk across the border, then take other buses or vans to LA and other parts of California and so forth. So that's something in development that could be talked about in a corridor study. There's here in Arizona, there's some third main track that should happen. This is one of All Aboard Arizona's priority projects around between Yuma and Welton. Then of course, Pachacho Tucson is 47 miles. Third main track that was covered in the EIR studies, the studies done so far for the Sun Corridor. And of course, Phoenix Pachacho upgrades as part of that too. And Valley of the Sun Regional Rail, I think it was 2016 or so. That was studied by Maricopa Association of Governments. This ties into that as well with track upgrades along with the Phoenix subdivision / Welton branch. And that ties into the Sun Corridor, of course. And then Tucson Nogales, another border crossing service, which I think is quite worthy of investigation. So in California, the Coachella Valley to San Gorgonio Pass rail corridor, which would go from Coachella, the city of Coachella, in the easternmost part of the Coachella Valley, including Indio, Palm Springs through San Gorgonio Pass, dip a little bit into San Bernardino County, but Riverside, Fullerton, and LA. This has made some progress in the last year. The Tier 1 EIS is complete, and this summer it was certified by Riverside County Transportation Commission. And they're now going after CRISI grants and other funding for the Tiers 2 studies. And the thrust of this is the majority of the capital cost, other than buying new trains and so forth for the actual service, is a new third track between Colton and Coachella. So that's from here all the way up to Colton, the big Union Pacific rail yard. And then this is Union Pacific, this whole thing here. And Union Pacific is asking for a third track, that whole length, which I think is a good thing for freight and passenger, and keeping the two separate. So I'm not balking at that requirement. It'd be nice if Union Pacific paid a little of their own money for it, but that's another story. And then this is BNSF, the San Bernardino subdivision between Colton Crossing and LA it would use. And there's quite a number of upgrades in the works for the San Bernardino subdivision. There's completing the third track. Fullerton Riverside is in the works. There's Fullerton Junction, which would increase capacity both from LA to San Diego and the whole San Bernardino subdivision out to here. And just to keep in mind, this is actually one of the busiest. Not the Sunset Limited is the Sunset route of UP is very busy, but the San Bernardino subdivision of BNSF is definitely busier. It's one of the busiest railroad tracks in the United States. Through downtown Fullerton, where I live, we get like 50 to 80 BNSF freights a day. It's a Southern Transcon, the main line to Chicago, and then we get all the trains going down to San Diego. Well, prior to that, slippage of the land, because San Diego track is closed in Southern Orange County at the moment. That's a whole other big issue down there in South Orange County. But before the pandemic, we had 54 passenger trains a day stopping in Fullerton, plus, all the BNSF trains. Typical day, we have 100 trains a day. We were getting close to that. We're almost back up to that 120 trains a day. So that's in the works, but this is moving forward, and we've had some good meetings, us organization with the mayors of Palm Springs and Indio this past year, and we're trying to push them to push harder for more than 2 trains a day. And this 2025 figure is probably optimistic at this point. And this is just the initial service plan of 2 daily round trips, be 3.5 hours, which is like a 40-mile-an-hour average, which doesn't sound that great, and it could be a lot better. But compared to how bad traffic can be, even on a weekend, if there's like a big event out in like the Coachella Festival, you're probably average is like 15 mile an hour through here. I'm not kidding. And then you get into the LA basin and everything. So I still think that's worth going after. We just are trying to push them to be faster and more frequent, and we're trying to get our mayors out there in the Coachella Valley to push for that. But you know, it's moving along, and how this relates to the Welton branch is this is a really critical part of LA to Arizona services, like regional trains, not just the Sunset Limited, although the daily Sunset Limited would definitely be aided by this. The Sunset Limited, even if it's not daily, would have fewer delays like I experienced this morning, I think, with this third track, or even as they build the third track in stages, each bit of third track is a plus. You know, also it kind of provides a model in Arizona as well on the same corridor. So this is the Amtrak Connects Us from last year, which did include LA to Phoenix on 1 daily round trip, which will require reopening the Welton branch. And so the daily Sunset Limited, you know, we keep pushing that, us and all aboard there. It's really the first step for improved passenger rail service between Southern California and Arizona, because it'll build upon and enhance and aid development of the things we're talking about, the Coachella Valley and Imperial Valley, the Sun Corridor, and just Phoenix and Tucson Regional Rail, like I've mentioned, the Valley of the Sun Regional Rail. So the Welton branch, or Welton Cutoff, or Phoenix West Line, was built in 1926. It was primarily for the Golden State and Sunset Limited passenger trains of Southern Pacific, so they could pass directly through Phoenix. I think the situation prior to 1926 was probably similar to what we're dealing with today, where they had to go up from Eloy or somewhere. And the mainline trains to California didn't stop in Phoenix. And this is a speed limits table from Southern Pacific from 1965. I want to thank Tom White, who gave that to me. It shows that, you know, most of the time, most of the route of the Welton branch, I know you can't really see all this, it was a 79-mile-an-hour track. So pretty much like a, you know, like what we want it to be today, although it could be faster. That's another story I'll talk about in a second. And there's just some 50 to 60-mile-an-hour sections. It's very straight. More or less 20 trains a day was the capacity in the 60s, and this is mostly a single track route with some sidings. This shows the west end of the Welton branch. I'm not sure what date this photo was taken. This is the junction of Welton with the Sunset Main Line. And this could be a train since 1996 going there to store cars, because Union Pacific uses it to store cars on either end of it. So this map here was from a study done by the consultants URS for ADOT, Arizona Department of Transportation, back in 2014. It shows, you know, your out of service segment here. And this part was studied in that Valley of the Sun Regional Rail study. Then there's this is still in use by some agricultural industrial customers, as is, you know, this segment out here to the Palo Verde Nuclear Generating Station. There's a few other customers that use it, but it's pretty light. And then I think they store cars maybe a little bit into what's shown here as out of service. I could be wrong. But at least in 2014, the state took it seriously enough to get funding for a study. I'm not sure where the funding came from. And these are the capital cost estimates for the scenarios. And pretty much the one we want to go for to get us a 79-mile-per-hour track for passengers is the class 4. 420 million, they're saying, or 4.6 million a mile. And the probably can't read these little details, but we got, you know, redoing all the rails and ties. We got drainage improvements, new turnouts, 12 new bridges. I'm not sure quite the difference between bridge replacements of 23 of those and new bridges, you know, new talking detectors, warning devices, things like that. it costs money, but it's not rocket science. It's not like we have to blaze a new right of way through somewhere where there's not a track before. And oops, that was a duplicate slide there. But this is kind of my personal opinion, but there's no reason we need to limit it to class 4 track other than, well, it costs more, but it's all about the cost benefit ratio, right? It doesn't cost that much more if you're already going to upgrade it and refurbish it. There's a lot of straight sections. You can feasibly have trains going faster than 100 miles an hour. Passenger trains, there's no reason to run freight that fast. There should be a staged plan for double tracking, and that would be upgrading what's a lot of single track with sidings. We can add some more sidings, more double track to get more capacity. And if UP does insist on storing cars in the area, then you can just build more sidings for that purpose along the existing right of way. And future electrification, one of my favorite topics, is also possible if we're going to go above 100 miles an hour. That makes sense. So one thing I didn't really mention last year, but I think this is really important for pitching this within Arizona, not just to the state government, but with chambers of commerce and whatnot and business interests and so forth, is you're missing out on a lot of direct freight service opportunities by not having this open to Phoenix. And you can see the Port of LA Long Beach is the biggest container port in the United States. For all the problems you've heard about Port of LA Long Beach in the last year, it's still 40% of all containerized imports go in through LA Long Beach. Oakland is big too, but it's just probably 1/5, 1/6 the size of LA Long Beach together. And a big deal in the Inland Empire is, and in Stockton, is you got all these 40-foot international containers coming off of ships, and then they go to big warehouses and so forth and get resorted and everything. And then they get put into 53-foot containers and put on trucks or trains to the rest of the country. So a lot of the Transcon trains, like on the BNSF and Transcon to Chicago, or on the Sunset route here out to Texas and the Southeast, rest of the country that way, a lot of that port traffic is actually domestic containers that was resorted in Southern California, or in the case of up here, Stockton and so forth. And there's a lot of reasons for that they built a lot of capacity, like with the Alameda corridor north of the ports of LA Long Beach. Kind of in the 1990s and so forth, the assumption was you'd take these 40-foot international containers off of ships and they'd go all the way to Chicago. But that's an underutilized resource. The Alameda corridor, with everything else being of the freight system being jammed up and have too much, lacking capacity, the port rail network, between the ports of LA Long Beach and like downtown LA to connect to the big UP and BNSF yards east of downtown LA is underutilized. And they were assuming there'd be a lot more international container traffic, but a lot of what happens is they put it by truck on 40-foot containers to the Inland Empire, and then it gets sorted out. And so you can imagine a container with a bunch of sweaters from Vietnam or somewhere. It makes a lot more sense if you're a big retailer to send your 53-foot container to your distribution center in Texas or Illinois or Missouri or somewhere, not containing nothing but sweaters, but containing the goods that Missouri, distribution center needs. So that's where, 20% of those sweaters will go to the container going to St. Louis, and 20 going to Atlanta, and this and that. But Phoenix could tap into that. I know there is a fair amount of traffic that's trucked down I-10 of international containers to the west side of Phoenix. There's a lot of big distribution centers on the west side of Phoenix. And then within the state, truck traffic I-10 is a big deal that could be diverted to rail with this. And then within the state, also tapping into Mexico again, there could be, short haul freight between Yuma and Phoenix to get it off of I-8. There's a lot of possibilities here. There's a lot of agriculture, products are produced in the Central Valley that is consumed in Phoenix. Just on the freight alone, there's got to be a lot of benefit cost of opening the positive benefit to cost ratio from reopening the Welton branch. And this is a local freight. I'm not sure the date of this photo, but it's fairly recent. on the east end of the Welton branch, west side of Phoenix. You can see this is not a very impressive train of 3 cars. And this is the west side of Phoenix, shown on Google Earth. You can see Target is there. There's a lot of industry here. A lot of this industrial stuff is old. You can see there's these old sidings highlighted in yellow. But this is the Phoenix division, before it becomes the Welton branch out to the west. And some of these industries probably use rail, like you saw there, like not very much. If we had faster shuttle trains, doesn't have to be super fast, but like to the ports of LA Long Beach, these distribution centers could really tap into rail instead of trucking. Another example here, this is out in Goodyear. These are this is a giant Amazon warehouse. That thing is Macy's distribution center and other similar distribution centers. And there's existing siding right here. There's some kind of bulk industrial operation probably that uses it. But I can assure you that these warehouses and everything is all going by truck, even though they got this existing line here, which dead ends, I know out a little bit west of here. But if you got to go into LA and the rest of the West Coast, that could dramatically change things. And similar story out here in Buckeye, a massive Walmart distribution center. See all those containers and everything? And you got this rail line here, not having any of them. So what will it take to restore the Welton branch? This is, kind of an Arizona political question, and I'm Californian, so bear with me here. Take what I say with a grain of salt. But if the current scenario, even under the current scenario where you have Union Pacific, the state of Arizona, and Amtrak unwilling to contribute money for the refurbishment and repair of the Welton branch, there still are other possibilities. 2 possible candidates that's been done elsewhere in this country. You could have some kind of independent entity which could purchase or lease the whole Welton branch or part of it from UP. And you have a joint powers agency of Maricopa and Yuma counties, and perhaps including some key cities along the route. Or you could sell it like these class 1 railroads have sold to smaller class 2 or class 3, they're lesser used branch operations. And there's of course challenges with that because UP would still control either end of it under the current regulatory regime. And a lot of what Tom White's going to talk about, the open access rail this afternoon, I think would be good for something like the Welton branch. The Welton branch is a great case study if under a different set of incentives and regulations and policies, a track owner, in this case, Union Pacific, shouldn't have the incentive to let something like this lay vacant and fallow. It really should be the incentive to maximize the number of trains using the infrastructure, particularly to a metro area of 5 million people. And on a corridor that connects, it's not just about Phoenix, vast majority of stuff going in here. A big chunk of it is consumed in California locally of all the international traffic and also exports. I didn't even get into that, manufacturing, export, other things, exports. Not as much as it should be, but you need the capacity either way, whether you're exporting or importing. This is about the whole country and the whole continent, in Phoenix needs to be more of a part of that with the Welton branch of the international trade. And, realistically, the state of Arizona, the governor and legislature, have to support it in some significant way, even if that doesn't mean bags of cash. But as Todd mentioned, I think the bags of cash to refurb the Welton branch to get it up to really fast train speeds is not that much compared to various highway projects already going on in Arizona. They might have to just bless the creation of a joint powers agency. But there's a lot of examples in other states. So, and I think you're going to give one about Virginia and so forth. That's a very good example of that's doing a lot of good stuff. And I could talk all day about California, but I think Virginia is probably more appropriate. It's a similar size state as Arizona. Yes, thank you so much. Any questions?
There's one over there. The microphone's right there.
Current conditions of the tracks. What are the current conditions of the tracks going into Phoenix right now. And would we have to have a third track
Oh, yeah.
to submit an intelligence proposal?
Well, my understanding, I have not gone out there and inspected it. George Chilson here, you went out there around the year 2000 and looked at the whole thing, right? So, thank you. So what was it, the track condition like back then? I just know, before you mentioned, from what I was not there at the time, but the track was in such bad condition in the early to mid 90s that the Sunset Limited had to go very slow, like much slower than 79 miles per hour. And I heard it was very bumpy. That was just what I was told. I didn't actually write it at the time. But anyway, George.
When Jack and I walked the Welton branch, we had my Jeep and we drive about a mile on the right of the maintenance way road. And we get out and walk maybe 200 feet of the line and count the number of good and bad times. And we really didn't know what we were doing, but well, I mean, for example, we didn't. Okay. We didn't know that rail anchor should box the tie, not the crib, but that was a subsequent Gannett Fleming study that Mary Peters, when she was director of ADOT, had done. And at that time, the cost for line into shape for passenger train return was about $25 million if ADOT did it with its own contractors. It was quite a bit more if Union Pacific did it with its own crews. But we were surprised at the fact the track was actually in not that bad shape. But that's 22 years ago.
Thank you, George.
I can speak a little bit to the current condition of the section that's active on the Phoenix and I live right next to it. It is currently single track pretty much the entire way from Mesa into Phoenix, with the exception of a couple of small yards where they recently parked stuff. The big barrier recently has actually been the branch over the Rio Salado in Tempe, which collapsed as a result of derailment a couple summers ago. UP quickly replaced it, but Mesa didn't say anything to City Tempe about the process of that. And as a result of that outage, the single track bridge, basically all the cargo that was in Phoenix had to be shipped over BNSF to Dragon Bridge to all the Flagstaff before the point out. So if we want to get passenger rail service on any portion of the whole thing's going to have to be a double track study at some point. It's not satisfying, but there's a real vulnerability in terms of like some of those sections being not in great state of repair, that they can't survive the rail.
So follow up on this. That's what the corridor argument for. You don't need to have a double track or a good track. The process of the coordinating program that are committed and accepted. There's money to study what is going to be needed for. So you really shouldn't be presuming what is needed. You don't know. And then that's what the whole process is of any corridor. And that's what the FRS, the federal government, is investing the money into answering those questions, creating the corridor pipeline, and then assuming the project pipeline.
Oh, thank you. And yeah, like I showed from the 1965 thing, if we just bring it back to what it was in 1965, we had 20 trains a day, and that's a great start. So.
But anyway, here, as I understand it, with this new Connect program, they not only want eventually a daily sunset through Phoenix and down to the Welton branch to the West Coast, but there's also supposed to be a that goes from Tucson to Phoenix and then to the West Coast. So in a sense, even without the Sun Corridor, there's supposed to be two trains, one overnight, the sunset, and then the daylight. Is that true? Do you know that?
I think that's an Amtrak question. I know instead of 3 days a week, my personal preference is to have 3 sunsets a day, but that's just my opinion. But
I don't.
It showed that basically that not only would they eventually want the sunset to go to Phoenix, but there was supposed to also be a daylight between Tucson and the West Coast.
So that would be before augmenting.
Yeah, that's separate from Tucson. The frequent trains from Tucson to Phoenix, that was a separate train that went to Los Angeles.
One of those trains would go through service to Los Angeles.
So it'd be one of the three trains go to Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Anybody have any other questions for Brian? Brian, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Todd, may I make a suggestion? Do a quick bathroom break so I can load up.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can take your seats, we're going to move on with our next speaker. But of course, it's very hard to break up the energy when everyone's having such fascinating conversations. And George Chilson is our next speaker.
Hey, it's great to be back in Arizona. This is where I started my advocacy career 22 years ago. Actually, it was 23 years ago. And we were working on returning the sunset to Phoenix back then. And here it is 22 years later. And we're still working on getting the sunset back to Phoenix. But that's not the subject of my pitch today. I wanted to introduce you to the Aurora group and tell you a little bit about how we came to form this. First of all, we convened and began in 2021, and it was an informal collaborative, but it was a group of people who had experience in business and were both active and retired. And we had formed to campaign for leadership of RPA. It turned out that our campaign was not successful, but we had developed a collegial and creative working relationship, and we decided, why throw this away? We work well together. Let's see if we can form an advocacy group. And so we formally incorporated it in the fall of 2022. Why did we form? We were absolutely alarmed by what Amtrak wasn't doing as far as preserving and advancing the long system, which we believe is the core foundation of the national passenger train network. They had delayed repairing, rebuilding, or replacing the long distance fleet that was rapidly aging and failing. And we believe that their inaction in this area has placed the continued survival of the national passenger train network at significant risk. Now, we cannot read what people have in their minds or know what they really intend. And we are not really what we call hysterical conspiracy theorists. But we do have a suspicion that this neglect is absolutely intentional and that the outcome they seek is a significant reduction in the federally supported interstate routes that we know as long distance. But as I said, we can't get inside their minds and know what their real intent is. We can only infer it from the actions that we can observe. So, bringing to mind two pieces of advice, one from A.A. Milne, who wrote Winnie the Pooh. You will be better advised to watch what we do instead of what we say. Or John Mitchell's shorter rendition of that. Remember John Mitchell, Richard Nixon's Attorney General? Watch what we do, not what we say. So let's look at the timeline, and we'll give you the facts we're seeing and let you come to your own conclusion. There will be a test at the end of this presentation. November 2008, Joe Boardman became the president of Amtrak. February of 2009, Tom Carper became the chairman of Amtrak. July of 2010, Amtrak issued a really comprehensive fleet plan looking out at the next 30 to 40 years. It prioritized replacing the oldest cars, which were the heritage fleet, diners, sleepers, baggage cars. It also projected replacing all of the Superliner 1 cars by the end of 2022. By the way, we're a few days short of the end of 2022. And anticipated replacing all the Superliner 2 cars by 2030. That same month, Amtrak actually ordered 130 U-Liner 2 cars, sleepers, diners, and baggage. Then in March of 2013, Anthony Kosha became the chairman of the board. In August of 2016, and just like Jim, I have a typo there. It should be a slash, not a dot. Amtrak ordered 28 Acela 2 train sets for $2 billion. And in September of 2016, Whit Moorman was hired to replace Joe Boardman as president and CEO. And at the time, Anthony Kosha, the chairman of the board, said, "This is not about being profitable. It's about being well run. It's about using our resources wisely and looking for creative and intelligent ways to run the company." And Wick did all of those things at Norfolk Southern. He attacked the issues of safety, of customer service, and financial performance, because no one is comfortable putting money into something they don't believe is being run as well as it should be. Who can disagree with that? That's a beautiful statement, isn't it? Anybody disagree? Everybody agree? Is everybody awake? Okay, so next step. A year later, all of a sudden, Wick is gone, and the board has hired Richard Anderson to replace Wick. He's the former president of Delta Airlines. Interesting. And he also began hiring other airline executives to fill key positions at Amtrak. And then he made the statement that Amtrak's route system has been static since its inception, which is only partially true, because it is very difficult to build new railroads. And so Amtrak is somewhat limited by the infrastructure that existed, existed at the time. And in its first 71 to 79, Amtrak experimented with a number of new routes. Unfortunately, at the end of 2009, the lack of serviceable equipment, plus a commandment from Congress, Amtrak discontinued. It had 19 routes and it eliminated 4 of them entirely. So the problem was they just didn't have enough equipment to service all of those, and the equipment they had was falling apart and incredibly expensive to maintain. So the Amtrak system actually has changed significantly since its inception in 1971. And if anybody would like, I can send you an Excel sheet that shows the beginning and end of the various services that Amtrak has offered during its last 50 or so years. Richard was very, very insistent in calling the long distance service a relic of the past. And he claimed the fact that only 5 to 6% of the people rode end to end on the long distance system as evidence to prove his point. In fact, what he was criticizing as a weakness was in fact a strength, because the endpoints provide, if they're large cities, they provide enormous volumes. And the 8 to 10% of the people who travel end to end provide 2 to 3 times the revenue that's needed to sustain the service. And we have load charts. I don't have them in this presentation, but we have load charts that show how ridership end to end is the base volume. There are an enormous number of people who get on at each endpoint and get off before the other endpoint, and people who get on en route and get off at the other endpoint. And then there are people who get on and off between the endpoints. And the long distance train is very different from an airplane. An airplane takes off from Chicago, it lands in Los Angeles. And I'm not sure that people who are experienced in the airline economics and business understand the basic facts of railroading, and the fact that airlines have very little in the way of fixed overhead compared to a railroad. They don't own the airport, so they can boogie from the airport when it isn't profitable for them to do it. And the only really infrastructure they have is their equipment and their maintenance facilities. And I think even for something Southwest, they contract out most of their maintenance. So more of their costs are variable than they are fixed. More significantly, Mr. Anderson declared his intention to get rid of probably at least 10 of the long distance trains, saying that, you know, there might be 5 left. And he was echoed in this sentiment by then Secretary of Transportation Elaine Chao. And what followed was downgrading the experience on the long distance train from the killing of the Pacific parlor car on the Coast Starlight and not providing any alternative. Food service went down the drain. And at the end of fiscal year 2019, Mr. Anderson bragged that revenues almost covered all of the operating costs. Now, that sound to me like a direct contradiction of Mr. Koch's statement that profitability is not the goal. It raises a question in my mind. Okay, then in June 2018, Amtrak announces a plan for a bus bridge on the Southwest Chief. It was opposed vigorously by 10 senators, and it resulted in a confrontation with Mr. Anderson. And in March 2020, COVID erases Amtrak's ridership and revenue. But interestingly, the long distance segment is the least affected of than the short distance routes that were either state supported or operated in the Northeast. And actually the Northeast corridor was the one that was most seriously and adversely affected. In April 20, 1 month later, we have William Flynn replacing Mr. Anderson. He's a former president of Atlas Air, another airline person. A much lower profile person, much less confrontational, and much less controversial. But it is unknown whether he is committed to Anderson's plan or has a different one in mind. When COVID struck, Congress provided Amtrak nearly $5 billion in extra funding between March 2020 and March 2021. And you can see it was 327, the CARES Act, December 27th, the Relief Act, and then March of 21, the Rescue Plan, $4,788 million. Amtrak was supposed to use this funding to sustain service. And I'll read this to you because I don't think you can read it on the chart, but Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg said,
This new assistance for Amtrak will get employees back to work and restore service on routes across the country at a time this help is urgently needed. And Acting Administrator Amit Bose said, the timing of this funding is essential to helping ensure that Amtrak is able to quickly return to service, supporting the nation's transportation needs and recovery from the COVID pandemic. Sounds pretty positive, doesn't it? So, what did Amtrak actually do? Furloughed more than 1,200 workers. It encouraged others to leave with buyout offers. It paused hiring for 16 months. It suspended its program to refresh the long distance interiors, which was the last of the equipment to be, quote, refreshed, unquote. It stored 144 passenger rail cars that were due for early servicing and overhauls at the start of 2021, and still had 128 of those rail cars and locomotives stored at the end of 2021. But it spent $41 million on a project to consolidate their operation that proved not to be feasible. And they had to scramble to make that investment to recover any value from an otherwise investment that they precipitously approved. They had not completed their thinking. They had not thought the whole start over. They had not thought it through before they were through thinking. So what did Amtrak actually provide America's travelers? Late trains, seriously reduced frequencies, mechanical failures, and downgrades in service. Amtrak is in as much disarray as the national passenger rail system was in 1970 before Congress created Amtrak to fix the passenger rail service problem. And of course, coach passengers, which are the majority of people riding trains, don't have access to full meals in a dining car. And of course, if you look at late trains, and I don't know whether you can see it, but trains are running hours late. And I'll tell you an interesting thing about the customer satisfaction index, which I discovered by reading FRA's report, that short distance trains that are more, start over, George, that the CSI scores from passengers riding short distance trains that are 30 minutes or more late are eliminated from their analysis of the CSI scores. On long distance trains, the CSI scores of passengers on trains that arrived more than 2 hours late are eliminated. And when you consider the range of delays, 2 hours is almost considered to be on time for long distance trains, particularly out here in the West, where their trains have been 7, 8, 9, 10, sometimes as much as 19 hours late. So then all of a sudden, the top 10 executives get huge bonuses. And there is a thing, Mr. Flynn, his bonus took him from $475,000 to $759,000, and on down the line. So the question is, with passenger service in shambles and the customer getting terrible service, why would these executives earn bonuses? Did the board establish wrong performance objectives? Were they focused only on financial results? Is the goal still operating self-sufficiency? Were they prioritizing cost reduction over building volume and revenue and serving the traveling public? We don't know. We just know that performance went down and bonuses went up. Then November 15th, 2021, IIJA becomes law. Mr. Gardner testified to Congress. The funding will allow Amtrak to initiate a procurement process to replace long-distance passenger cars that have reached the end of their use. That was over a year ago. And then we had more leadership change in 2022. Stephen Gardner in January replaced William Flynn as president and CEO. And then in July of this year, the board separated the president and CEO positions. Stephen Gardner remained CEO and Roger Harris became the president. So here we are, December 3rd, 2022. 12 months after Mr. Gardner testified to Congress that the funding would allow them to begin replacing the long distance equipment, we can find no plan or specific timeline to order any new long distance equipment. There are only words about having to do research to find out what passengers of the future really want in the equipment. And they are concentrating on the millennial group and the preferences of the millennial group as they exist today, without considering the obvious, which is as people go through the decades of their life, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, their needs and their wants do change. So what people want today may necessarily be what those same people want in 20 years, number one. Number two, I don't know of anybody, young or old, who wants TV dinners microwaved and put before them in the dining car. That is not what I would call contemporary dining. But then again, we have words, we have deeds. It is our concern that the continued failure to invest in long distance equipment is really putting America's passenger train network at risk. The national network depends on a fleet of bi-level superliner cars. 60% of those have been in service for 42 years. They require rebuilding to extend their useful lives and replacement. And you can see up there the number of Superliner 1s, the number of Superliner 2s, and right now, as of the time this report was downloaded from Amtrak's website, I think it was at the end of fiscal 22, 62 of the 452 Superliner cars were sidelined in inactive status. And of course, the lack of equipment is reducing capacity. And I apologize for this, but in 2008, the number of coach seats per departure on the long distance train totaled a little bit more than 3,000. In 2018, it was a little bit more than 2,100. And what they have planned for 2023 is less than 1,700 coach seats. Does this sound like a company that is ready, willing, and able to serve the national traveling market? So what is Aurora doing? We are young, we are small, We don't yet have much of the infrastructure built that would give us power and clout. We hope to work collegially with other organizations that have been around longer where our agendas coincide. But we're willing to go out on a limb and take stabs at things that other people are not able to or do on their own. And our goal is to be very focused, very narrow. We want to raise the alarm with Congress, particularly key senators. And Jim, thank you so much for your report, because that will help us target people. And also the administration. We have attempted to, and we have communicated a little bit with Amit Bose, but he doesn't know who we are. So it's been difficult to establish a relationship with him. But our tools are really information, ideas, and what I call the ultimate in advocacy, inspiration to act. We really depend on grassroots support, particularly from people like All Aboard Arizona and RailPAC, to make mayors aware of the impending crisis that threatens the continuation of what little service you have now, which is a 3-day-a-week sunset. The sunset has always been a target of the budget cutters. There's a very big secret about the sunset. Sunset carries cars from the Texas Eagle between San Antonio and Los Angeles. And interestingly, when Amtrak calculates the financial performance of its various routes, all of the revenue of those cars goes to the Eagle and not the Sunset. So the Sunset gets all of the operating costs and none of the revenue. Mayors are an important grassroots target for us. We're trying our best through a series of MailChimp mailings to raise the issue with mayors, particularly targeting mayors of smaller towns where rail service is disproportionately important to them. And for the most part, we are not going to devote resources to trying to deal with Amtrak, because our friends at RPA do that in spades, and we don't feel that we have anything to offer in that regard. We hope that you will help us send the message to Congress. And it's the 3 R's of saving the national network: repair, rebuild, replace. Accelerate the return of the long distance cars that are stored to service. Repair wreck damaged superliners that can be restored to service. Rebuild the superliner fleet to extend its life, because new equipment will not be on the property for at least another 10 years. And probably longer, given the fact that the delays in delivering past equipment orders have far exceeded what Amtrak has estimated. Terminate equipment leased to states and bring those cars back into national service. And then, as a stopgap measure, since there is the ability to increase the single level fleet far sooner than the bi-level fleet, redeploy the superliners from east to west and convert things like the Capital Limited and the City of New Orleans to single level cars. That would simplify maintenance in Washington, and it would allow for superliner attrition not to interrupt service. And one of the first things that Amtrak could do is to exercise the option it now has with Siemens for additional venture cars to replace the Amfleet 2 cars, and certainly to accelerate its plans to order replacements. And that's the Aurora Group, our agenda, our strategy, and I am open to questions. I hope. Oh, Mr. Yanity, get your microphone.
Okay, hold on a second. Great presentation, George. So this is for you. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, and I will repeat your question.
Okay. So is Siemens the only manufacturer in town right now for this type of equipment? There's one thing that came up when I was meeting with the Association of Oregon Rail and Transit Advocates on Zoom and all over Washington last weekend. And Gunderson's factory in Portland, the big rail car factory, is shutting down. And I was bringing up, well, you guys should pitch to somebody, the Chamber of Commerce, maybe that could be like a passenger manufacturing hub. And I know it's not a passenger manufacturing factory would take hundreds of millions of dollars, but that's the kind of thing we should pitch to some of these communities and have rail manufacturing facilities to like push for the cars we made in their town. It's another way to benefit communities.
Okay, do you think everybody heard the question, Todd, because of the?
I'll just repeat it because the microphone for them is there.
Okay, the question was, could we advocate to local towns that have manufacturing facilities capable of producing rail cars to approach Amtrak and for what would you call it? A response to a request for proposals. Now that's supposed to go out, but we have no idea what the lead time is because Amtrak is saying they have to do so much research to find out what people really want in the new cars. Unfortunately, one of the things we're finding out, and this is not Amtrak's fault, it is California's fault, on the new venture cars that are being deployed in the Midwest. People who are experiencing say they're wonderful cars, except for one thing. Seats are hideously uncomfortable. So, Jim Mathews, did I answer your question? Right.
Here you go. Right.
So I'm sorry, I repeated the question, but I didn't answer it. So CAF produced the Viewliner equipment. As far as I know, the designs, the equipment to build Viewliners are currently still exist. And if CAF isn't interested in producing more, they might be available to other manufacturers who would. The second thing is that if Beach Grove is jammed and does not have the capacity to do the basic maintenance needed to restore cars to service that are stored, there may be possibilities that Amtrak could contract out that work too. But again, there are union agreements and things like that quite frankly, I'm not aware of, I'm not an expert in, and I'm not qualified to offer an opinion, only the idea and suggestion that it might be considered, and wait for an answer. Jim, you had a point to make.
Just stand up. Yeah, just stand up.
Okay. Wow. So I just want to bring up two things. One, the outsourcing some of that work. I've looked into that too. There is that the outsourced providers are just as hurting for qualified employees as Amtrak is. Welders are really hard to come by. People who know things are really hard to come by. People who work on stuff, on the cat areas and stuff, really hard to come by. So everyone is scrambling for that same group of people. And so that's sort of a structural problem. The new venture cars, they're having a lot of warranty issues. I mean, the seats
those were state selected seats, you're right, that's not the Amtrak problem.
Well, it's an Amtrak problem, but it's not, they didn't cause it.
It is a problem Amtrak. However, I personally have a lot of questions about some of the warranty issues around those cars in general. The problems with welds, the problems with the ceilings. There's problems with, there was a problem with water coming through some of the pipes. There's a problem with there's a kind of when you imagine, you know, you're coming to a low platform station and it's kind of come down out of the door. That's not a belt. It's not on a chain. It's on a belt, which is great in places like Arizona or Florida or something like that. But it ain't so great when there's cold and snow and ice and stuff like that. So there's a lot of stuff like that, which I think we as advocates, we ought to go hold Siemens accountable for not producing the product that they were really contracted to do. The other issue, I just want to address the timeline thing. Amtrak did a webinar with us last month where they left a timeline of request for information to industry being released this month. RFP to the manufacturer should be by next fall. And then decisions and approvals on all of that the following year. We can cross our fingers and hope that timeline sticks. The RFI was originally going to be out in November. So, you know, we'll see. One of the things that Laura Mason was brought in to do was to get a hold of all of these various sort of procurements that have to happen in Amtrak, and kind of get her arms around that stuff. I've got to agree that why are we having this conversation that should have taken place 10 years ago? I completely agree with that. I mean, this is long overdue. I mean, when I testified the last time before Congress in person, I testified since, but over Zoom. I talked about the rolling museum that Amtrak was operating. Richard Anderson was very offended when he said that. But I maintained that I was correct.
I remember your repair kit.
Yeah, that's right. I love the repair kit for people. This is ridiculous.
Duct tape, and what else was in it?
Duct tape, Velcro, shims, doors.
Hammer and chisel?
No. So, I mean, this is long overdue. And I guess my only point, though, is that we can talk about how bad it was and the decision that was made 10 years ago just to stop doing the things that should have been done. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I think where we are right now is let's hold people accountable. Let's hold feet to the fire, make sure the schedule gets kept. Money is finally there to spend on this equipment, so let's do it, and let's not let it slip. But I'm not sure the money is there right now to carry this out, and we have this little window in which to do it. And I think the biggest risk we have is having that money taken away by people who, perhaps in Congress, look at Amtrak and say, "This is a basket case, and I'm not going to give any money." That is a huge risk.
I absolutely agree, Jim. But again, the question comes down to, is the group that created this situation able to fix it? Number one. Number two, do they have the desire? And it is the lack of desire that I read from all of the facts that we have assembled that says, no, there is no desire. So I don't know how you create a desire, but from some of the contacts we've had with current and former Amtrak employees, there's a large segment within Amtrak who thinks that long distance trains are a relic of the past and have no place in a modern transportation system. And so I can believe that there are factions and fights going on within Amtrak that it may be important for Congress to settle and settle conclusively.
George, I'm gonna just
Give it a second.
jump in here, and we have one question from John here, but then I would not be remiss. We have Rob Eaton here from Amtrak, and I think we're gonna need to give Amtrak an opportunity to respond, because this is, first of all, a great presentation, very thought provoking, and we've all seen this. And this is the kind of thing, George, you and I have talked about this. This is something we all see. I mean, we all have seen the disintegration that took place under Richard Anderson, and beginning with Wick Moorman. He was not helpful, okay? I mean, I'm just gonna get out there and just say that. Wick Moorman was the problem, and then Anderson was also the problem. So, I agree with you 100%. So I'll give it to John, and then I want to give Rob an opportunity to respond.
I would just like to offer one thought, which is I'm always glad to see the advocacy groups starting up to get rail service, happening in a more equal way. But as a word of caution, we're not going to be successful if we fight the hands that feed us, and we fight the hands of our allies. So in particular, I'm troubled by the use of millennials as a stand-in for young people whose preferences are unknowable, ethereal, and mercurial. The millennial generation comprises people who right now are 27 to 42 years old. That is not young people, that is the traveling public of this nation who are raising families, building homes, commuting for business trips, and taking vacations. That is Amtrak's chief ridership segment at the present moment. If you ride any of our distance trains, you will see them full of people in that age range. So I think it's a bit counterproductive to be taking the stance that this group is a group that we should be dismissing instead of actively trying to work more with, especially considering in the most recent few cycles of elections, that 18 to 45 demographic is the single most important demographic for electing pro-rail politicians, not just on a national stage, but in this state in particular. And it's especially relevant when you consider that demographic preferences, as stated in multiple independent polls, is that they are the most opposed to austerity politics, the kind you just are very well articulated on any demographic in the state ever had. So I think that rather than treating this like a thing where we're going to preserve something in amber that is old and useful, we need to be thinking about what the future looks like and bringing on board the people who have the most to say.
I appreciate the correction. I was using millennials only because that is a term that Amtrak has used. And they have used it as a term to excuse the fact that they removed regular food service from train and substitute microwave meals or convection oven meals. I'm not sure how they prepare them. But because young people didn't want to sit with other young people. I'm not sure where all of this comes from, but a lot of what Amtrak did, they justified by saying it's what young people want. And it was the term millennials that they used. So I was only using Amtrak's term, and I agree with you completely, but I also think that as people in their 40s turn 50s and 60s, that life preferences will change.
So I'm going to let Rob have the mic, and he can respond to what George said.
And Rob, would you like to come up here?
Come up here, that you can be recorded in the world. We have evidence.
And let me say, I mean no harm and no foul here. I just am expressing our own opinions.
Sure, of course. Well, there's a lot to unpack there. And I think the most important part that we have to say is that we're not looking to the past. So we're looking to the future. No problem. Had a lot of challenges over the last couple of years in terms of dealing with the pandemic. We tried things that did work. We responded to a unique situation, but we're not looking to the past. And I know the past points in the past brought up where we failed, or we not done as well as we should have. We're moving forward. where we have bonded to, on an annual basis, changes in the support from Amtrak, prohibiting us doing multi-year planning. Our work is we would like to get a multi-year organization appropriation that let us plan better in the future and address of the nation's rail system. So we're working towards that. Yes, 66 billion was given to the rail industry, 22 to Amtrak a year ago, but the funding agreements through the FRA to Amtrak only were just recently financed. So we could handle that, put into action. Now that this grant agreements from the FRA are put in place, we forward with it. And it's going to go over 5 years. So in terms of what we have to do in our work, I think there's lots of opportunity. There. I think we're out like third, a quarter of the iceberg. Whole lot under the water that most people don't see on a daily basis. And fortunately or unfortunately, some of us at Amtrak have that visibility. And it's hard to describe, it's hard to work through. We're working, so not going to go, it's all from a corporation understanding the importance of the long distance service. We were responding to various things in Congress to make it go vastly back and understand the importance of a comprehensive network that includes the Northeast Corridor, State Corridor, and relationship state park, as we do under Congress, and the National Long Distance Train that we're very serious about as well. I'm not going to tip our hand. Stay tuned for in February when Amtrak on long distance. Leave it at that. Thank you for your time.
Look forward to January. Thank you.
All right, well, I've been speaking a little bit throughout, so I'm not going to have a very long presentation today, but I do have some very important things to say. First of all Aboard Arizona is your organization, and I'm gonna be perfectly honest about All Aboard Arizona. All Aboard Arizona, you know, it's membership, and it's your board, and there's about 5 people on the board who I got to give a shout out to. We've got John James over here who's doing the tech. Earl Van Swearingen is our treasurer and newsletter author, and he's done a fantastic job. Richard Dodge is on our board, and he does outreach, and he's brought some friends with him from Douglas who I'm hoping will join our organization. And who am I? Okay, I'm missing Roger. Roger over here, our vice president. I'm sorry, Roger. Roger really spearheaded this meeting. I mean, without Roger, this would not have come off, I can tell you. So absolutely. And then I'm on the board too, and I try to help out and do a little outreach and things like that. So but I want you to know, we need help. We need more board members. We need people on our board. If you're interested in being on our board, please fill out the survey. Let us know. Now, I'm going to caution you about one thing. We've got a lot of ideas on the board. We don't need really new ideas. We need people to roll up their sleeves and do the work. That's because everybody's got great ideas, and that's wonderful, and we love to hear them. But we need people who are really going to get active, and we're going to ask our members to do more, because I got to tell you right now, this is the time to move on rail in Arizona. I mean, you've heard the speakers, you've heard the presentations, you know where we're at. And as I go through my presentation, I'll talk a little bit more about that, but please consider serving on our board. Consider joining us if you're not a member, because we need help. We can't do it alone. I work full-time. Everybody's got their lives and stuff. We're all volunteers. None of us make a dime off of this. In fact, we spend money to help support All Aboard Arizona. So we really need your help. So this is an executive summary of our key issues, and you've heard them because this is what we've been talking about all day. So now is a once in a lifetime opportunity to get the Sun Corridor going. And I'm from the Midwest. I'm from Milwaukee originally, lived in Baraboo, Wisconsin for almost 24 years. And I can tell you that this is the Hiawatha Corridor West. I mean, this corridor here can be just as successful as the Hiawatha Corridor between Chicago and Milwaukee, which is just impressive. We have to translate our support into action. And we can help, by the way, if you want to get involved in outreach, we can help you. I've got PowerPoints. I'm glad to do a custom PowerPoint. I'm glad to update PowerPoints. I'm glad to make targeted PowerPoints. Elected officials, if you want to go to your town and present, and Richard's done a great job of that. Richard and I went to the city of Sierra Vista, an offline community of 45,000, fairly conservative community, you know, and they passed a resolution of support for Amtrak. So just even if you're an offline community, Green Valley or where, consider going to your common council and getting their support. Douglas as well. Yeah, absolutely. You went to Douglas. Yeah, and that's fantastic. And Douglas is an offline community as well. So Cochise County has really stepped up. We have to encourage Amtrak to support the national network. I had some very positive conversations with Rob, and I think and other Amtrak officials as well. And I think that Amtrak is coming around. I realize that you know, if I had a Richard Anderson voodoo doll, I'd stick some pins in it right now. But that's the past. So let's try to move forward, you know. I like to consider, and we talked about the 209, the section 209 and the 750 miles. We need to keep working on that. Texas Eagle needs a dining car and hopefully a sightseer car. So let's get those superliners fixed. That's got to be a priority. So these are some of our key issues. Again, all Amtrak trains need to be daily. The tri-weekly train. My son lives in Texas. I like to take the train out there to visit him. Unfortunately, I can usually only take it one way because I can't take 7 days off of work and flex around a 3-day-a-week schedule. That just doesn't work. We got to restore the Sunset Limited. We think. I've heard a lot of debates, and I don't want to chill anybody's parade. And I know Maricopa, they've got big plans for a station there and everything. I personally, this is not the position of our organization, but I think the Sunset Limited through Phoenix just makes sense. I don't know how we don't do that. Build on Amtrak's proposal for high performance rail between the Sun Corridor. You know, once we get the Welton line rehabbed, why not rope Yuma in there, you know? And then you're really with the Coachella Valley, you're just really miles from having the through service to LA. So this can happen. I mean, Coachella Valley is going to happen. You heard Brian talk about it. Coachella Valley is going to happen. If we can get the Welton line rehabbed and get service maybe to Yuma and throughway bus to San Diego from Yuma too. That's another opportunity, but there's so many opportunities. But Yuma is getting a new station. Their hotel downtown, they've got money to do it. They're working on it. I don't even know if it might be done by now. I don't know. But that's an incredible project. Beautiful historic building right in downtown Yuma. It's going to serve as a train station, transit center, as well as senior and disabled housing. Fantastic project. And that's the thing about rail. It's building these synergies. Because if we get the stations going and we get the revitalization, like the downtown Phoenix station, for example, Union Station, that ends up being a stop. Okay, they're going to rehab it to a brewery and distillery. You saw the Denver Union Station, which is a hotel. But having the stop there, that's going to be a catalyst for redeveloping that whole area down there, the warehouse district, which is adjacent to state government, you know? So this is a tremendous opportunity. And then the Sun Corridor, I just want to talk a little bit about the Sun Corridor because the amazing thing we have in Arizona is the tracks go to all the right places. You know, I mean, they serve downtown Tucson. The University of Arizona is a short streetcar ride from the downtown station. You know, the developing areas between, and let's not forget the underserved communities like the Native American reservations between here and Phoenix are all on the route of the Sun Corridor. Many of them are on the route of the Sun Corridor or will be served by the Sun Corridor. Gilbert, I went out with a buddy of mine in the downtown entertainment district. That's going to be right adjacent to theoretically a station on the Sun Corridor. Then you get up to Tempe, and Tempe is ASU, right? It's basically right on the ASU campus. Then you got Sky Harbor Airport. That's the major airport in Arizona. That there can be a stop right at the airport on the existing tracks. And then you go to downtown Phoenix and then out to Buckeye. And everybody knows, we've talked about it again and again, I-10 and getting through downtown Phoenix on I-10 and the traffic. I mean, having a service that goes through Phoenix to the west side is going to be fantastic. So again, this sort of stole my thunder here, but it goes to all the right places, Sky Harbor Airport. And, you know, if we extend a little bit further to South Tucson, Tucson International is really adjacent to the rail line to Nogales as well. So this is all doable with existing infrastructure that we have here that we just have to put to use. And I will say this, I know Front Range kind of edges this out. That's sort of the sexy new corridor that, you know, people are talking about. And we love Front Range, but we are in probably a better spot than Front Range because we actually have the alignment and the right of way, and we've got the phase 1 done, and we really know where the route would go. So we are in a really enviable position to move rail forward. And the new administration, I mean, we have a new administration and we got a potential to work with them and really get this going. I had a guy come up to me a couple weekends ago. I was doing outreach at the Gadsden Pacific, and they've been great supporters of ours, and we're really grateful to them. You know, thank you guys for coming. I appreciate it. But Gadsden Pacific's been great to us. But I was out there, I was talking to this guy, and he's like, well, the energy to run the train has to come from diesel. It has to come from somewhere. Even if you electrify, it's going to be polluting. What's missed in that is the physics. Okay, steel wheel on steel rail is the most efficient way to move anything, you know, and this is the most efficient way to move people, and it's scalable. I mean, let's forget about the Hyperloop or some silly pods or something like that. That can't transport anybody. It's not going to move the volume of people that we need to move in the fastest growing region in the United States. It's going to have to be rail, and rail exists. We don't have to come up with some pie in the sky moonshot kind of program. This technology is right off the shelf and ready to go. All it takes is will and some money, and not even that much money in the scheme of when you talk about what we spend on highways, which nobody ever talks about, the expense that we spend on highways. And of course we have to, but rail is an incredible value in that regard. Our priority, again, all trains need to be daily. That's our position, and we're going to keep pressing on that. And again, the daily sunset we believe is low hanging fruit. Once you get the daily sunset back through Phoenix, it's going to help develop the Sun Corridor. Now I don't know what comes first, the chicken or the egg, right? The Sun Corridor might come first, and then the sunset trails along behind it, or maybe the sunset comes first and the Sun Corridor comes in behind it. Who knows? Or maybe they're developed simultaneously. Whatever it takes to get the project going, whatever it takes to keep progress moving, that's what we need to do. Again, you've seen this map. Brian had it up. I stole it from Brian, so or Amtrak or whoever. But anyway, you've seen it before. This is the Sun Corridor, and this is how we're gonna knit this region together. This is how we're gonna sew this region together and support the growing population that we have in Arizona, and also support our disabled communities and our underserved communities, you know, right? Because we've got a lot of traditionally underserved communities, and this is going to create jobs and good paying, sustained jobs, both in the construction and also in the operation. This is just a value and in economic development and wise land use. It's going to be incredible. This is an example from my hometown of Milwaukee. This is a shared use corridor. This shows what's possible. You know, these rail corridors. You know, I was a county attorney back in Wisconsin. We did some rails to trails, and we had some incredible rail trails up there. I worked on a rails to trails conversion. But you know, one thing that's often talked about is rails and trails. The rail can go along with the trail. It doesn't, you know, as long as you've got the separation, you can have both. So this can be a multi-use corridor. It doesn't have to be one or the other. And there's been some studies that show that a rail and trail corridor is safer than just a rail corridor because people will use the rail as a default trail, and it's very dangerous. And it's compatible. That is all I have, but I'm going to make I'm going to make a pitch, and that is we need you on the board. We need members. We need people to join us. And if you're willing to roll up your sleeves and get involved, we would really like to have you. And subject to your questions, that's what I have.
Since I have the advantage of having the wireless mic, I'm going to ask the first question. You know that you've given me the assignment to do the outreach to Sky Harbor International Airport regarding their plans to expand the airport
north all the way to Washington Street. And they're planning on moving their freight operations from the south side to the north side. I am not a supporter of the current Union Station in Phoenix. If you get out and walk around there, it's the sheriff's office and prisons and jails. Not exactly the kind of place I want to walk to. What I am a big supporter of is building a platform between the ballpark and the Phoenix Suns facility as a augmented occasional stop, but instead build a much more full-fledged operation at Sky Harbor at 44th Street and Washington, because that would double as a contact for taking the SkyTrain and making any kind of airplane connections you want to do. And it would also allow you to connect to the light rail. You also have the opportunity of connecting to the light rail in Tempe. But the thing about rail that I noticed when I took my wife on a New Year's trip from Chicago to LA is it's very walking oriented for the first few minutes. And if you don't have interesting destinations to go to that are reasonably close, that destination becomes basically a cab stop or a bus stop. Denver's Union Station was a unique situation. The building itself was in a very vivacious part of town. Well, at the time it had a lot of issues, but they weren't surrounded by prisons and sheriff's offices and vacant warehouses. So my question to you is, I believe all this will work, but my problem has been trying to get the attention of the airport. I'm sure some of you have had problems with this. I reached out to the mayor's office and to the new management of Sky Harbor, and I have had no response back. So I made an appointment to go sit in their office, the new office at Sky Harbor. I spent all day there and read one book. Wow. So I believe the airlines think Amtrak is a competitor, which is ridiculous because Amtrak in scale of passengers moved, it's not the same deal. If anything, especially here, I have many friends who live in Tucson and drive to Phoenix to catch flights because it's less expensive. They would probably take that train in a heartbeat. So there's no question. I just wanted to talk.
No, I appreciate that. No, okay. I just want to add a couple things, and then we got John here. But I do want to add something. Okay. First of all, where the actual for say the Sunset will not make many stops in Phoenix. It will not make multiple stops like the Sun Corridor will make multiple stops, and the Sun Corridor probably would stop downtown and at Sky Harbor. There's almost undoubtedly. I mean, that just makes sense. The Sky Harbor stop is great. I'm not trying to pour cold water on Sky Harbor, but you know, I'm old enough to remember when I was a kid, young adult, getting off the San Francisco Zephyr in Denver and running across the street to Skid Row and getting a 12-pack of beer for the rest of the trip out to California. And Denver was not any better. That air part of Denver was really not any better than that part of Phoenix, honestly, at that time. And I can tell you, because I experienced downtown Denver back before it was downtown Denver. And so that area of Phoenix, there's no question that area of Phoenix is not going to stay the way it is. It is going to develop, it is going to change, it's going to evolve, and it is going to be like Lodo. It'll be like Lodo in 10 years. And the jails and things like that, things that can move will move. The jails will move. They'll move.
Huge investment in those jails.
Well,
I'd be surprised if they move. And by the way, you're hearing a discussion in all aboard Arizona. This sounds like fun. Join us.
I just want to say one additional thing about Washington. Flex Bus serves it. So it is an intercity bus terminal as well as up on the attic level, trains that go to the airport terminals. It also has local city bus routes that go in there, as well, of course, as light rail. So it's right in the middle of Sky Harbor Airport, which is right in the middle of the metropolitan area of Phoenix. Downtown Phoenix is not the middle of Sky Harbor, it's the middle of Arizona. It is basically a place for buses, city buses, city light rail, intercity buses, intercity trains, and airplanes to come into one place that serves all Arizona.
Sky Harbor is going to be a stop. There's no question about it. Nobody here is arguing that Sky Harbor is not going to be a stop. Okay, Sky Harbor will be a stop. I absolutely am convinced of it. We're not talking about downtown instead of Sky Harbor. We're talking about downtown in addition to Sky Harbor, and where the station goes downtown. I'm not dogmatic. All I was doing is saying, you know, we got a historic.
Well, we're not attacking you.
No,
We're
no,
just
no.
having a discussion.
No,
Thanks
no.
for supporting me, Earl.
I just want to say that I'm 100%. I agree. Sky Harbor is going to be a stop. I mean, it has to be.
John's got a question.
Actually, that's good news for you, John. So, this is a conversation I had with Meg, was the last time I campaigned for her when we were reelected. She confirmed to me in a one-on-one conversation that the city of Phoenix owns the land on the north side of the railroad tracks where the Sky Harbor station will be built, and did not include that land when you went to Sky Harbor Airport that Phoenix is giving them to expand your facility. So the station is secure. The Union Station is still the more challenging one because up until that recent sale, it was up in the air whether the city would be able to develop it to a station, but that's not happening as well. So we got momentum.
Thanks, John. You're welcome. Hi, I'm John, other John. Anyway, so.
Relax, we're all friends here.
Sure.
No, we're really there.
Professional friend. Anyway, hi, my name is John. So my actual role is I'm the transportation commissioner for the city of Tempe, Arizona. I've held that position for the last 3 years. This is my end of my third term. And the point of this is basically just that, like, the reason you get involved in a position like that is because you show up to a meeting and you make enough of a fuss that somebody says, hey, you should like have a formal outlet to, you know, talk about and provide feedback to the city council as opposed to just showing up to random meetings and making a fuss. So I've been doing all of this, you know, public service, doing advocacy at Tempe city level, Phoenix city level, while also working on a PhD. That's me with the spacecraft that my PhD advisor is going to send to an asteroid in the asteroid belt next year in the high bay at JPL. So it's been a lot of work. And I have not been able to do as much as I'd like to because of that time commitment. But I think that folks in Tempe and Phoenix can be proud of what we've accomplished with transportation over the last 6 years at the very minimum. What I actually want to talk about, though, is how do we win? Because I hear a lot of presentations at meetings like this where we lament that we haven't been more successful. And you hear a lot of phrases like, we've tried things for 50 years and nothing ever seems to get better. Amtrak is doing everything wrong. The management is, you know, placing the wrong priorities on the wrong parts of the network. And we shift things around. Just from the trains like they used to back in the good old days, back before Amtrak did 50 years ago. Nobody likes running railroads anymore. All these executives are coming in from business and management side. They don't care about the trains themselves. And politicians are a problem. We need to get the politicians to show some leadership so we can make all these changes happen. Do any of these phrases sound familiar to you?
Nope.
Okay. How about this one? This is a distillation of everything. We've failed. Have you gotten the sense that this is something that is a popular sentiment among rail advocates in your time doing rail advocacy? I see a few nods. I would like every one of you to excise these phrases from your vocabulary, starting right now, especially this one. This is not a productive framing if you want to be an advocate. If you are setting yourself up for failure by lamenting the previous failures, you are never going to achieve any form of tangible success. We're never going to get the trains we want to run and be stuck with the eternal decline of what exists now. The way we succeed is identifying and learning from prior success. And that is what I'd like to present for you for the first part of this talk. Amtrak in Virginia. And this is a story that I'm telling not as a person who did advocacy in Virginia. I'm not responsible for anything that happened in Virginia. I simply grew up there. I was born in Charlottesville in the early 90s, and I watched all of this happen as a regular train rider. Now, the other thesis that I'm going to argue here is that Virginia is probably the best example we can put forward for Arizona advocacy because the states are eerily similar. You can think that intuitively. They're on opposite sides of the country, completely different cultural norms and expectations of local government and how things are distributed both in the built and physical environment. But in the reality, when you get into the details, not so much. So just a brief introduction to Virginia's geography, starting with the urban geography. Virginia's got lots of little cities and a few big ones, mid-sized ones. The analog, though, is pretty close. Up in the north, you have Washington, D.C., which is not in Virginia, but has its commuter region extending well into Virginia on the northern end, with a population of about 6.4 million and slightly larger than Phoenix's metro area. Then you have Richmond, which is the state capital, at 1.3 million. It's a little bit bigger than Tucson. They're also about the same distance apart as Phoenix and Tucson. So it's an extremely good analog in terms of population distribution for where we might run trains in Arizona in the future. There's one other big metro area, which is the Hampton Roads metro area. There isn't a good analog for this metro area in Arizona, but the thing to understand is that it straddles both sides of the Hampton Roads estuary, where the James River and the Chesapeake Bay meet the Atlantic Ocean. And because of that geographic constraint, it's extremely difficult to serve the entire metro area with a single rail service. I would argue that presents a bigger challenge for Virginia implementing rail service than Arizona has to deal with. If you really want to, though, you can think of some analogs like Juarez and El Paso, maybe a little bit closer to Arizona than the current ones are. But beyond that, there's also lots of smaller municipalities, places like Charlottesville, where I was born, at 221K. It's a little bit more than 50% Flagstaff population. Sorry, a little bit 50% bigger than Flagstaff's population. University town, just like Flagstaff is. But the thing to know also is that you can show tourist images of all of these places, but there's a tangible built-in aspect of the built environment that makes Virginia's cities very amenable to rail. This is Fredericksburg, Virginia. It's a city of 27,000 people. This is probably the second most used station for me personally, because I used this when I was going to and from college. The station building itself is this building right here on the corner. That building is no longer used by Amtrak services. It's a very nice Bavarian restaurant now, but there's a new station facility at the tracks, which are right next door. And then literally at this intersection of Lafayette and Caroline Street, yeah, at these two streets, you can street view, this road right there is a downtown strip. You have literally steps between where you get off the train and all of the attractions of the city, including University of Mary Washington with a few thousand students and loads of little small businesses and cultural attractions. So it's a great place to illustrate the kind of, small town features that Arizona cities at one point were built on. Places like Yuma and Wickenburg, Glendale, all used to have stations laid out in a very similar manner to this. So that's the urban geography. How about the physical geography? And this is a case where you might say they're not even remotely comparable, John. This is Mountain West, and you have these puny little things called the Shenandoahs that are billions of years old and eroded to oblivion. I'm a geologist, I'm sorry. But the reality is that there's a few physiographic similarities. So moving from east to west, first had the Tidewater coastal plain, low-lying, relatively flat area intersected by large river estuaries. It's bordered on the west side by a feature called the Fall Line. West of the Fall Line, you have the central Piedmont, rolling hills interspersed with meandering rivers, and it's relatively easy to build trains in both these two places. Then you hit the Blue Ridge, which is a major mountain spine that rises to about 2,000 to 4,000 feet, right down the middle of the western half of the state. And beyond the Blue Ridge, you have the Appalachian Highlands, extraordinarily rugged and dense mountain topography. The thing to know is that these mountains are not as tall as Arizona's, but you do still have this neat segmentation between a relatively flat area in the south, or in Arizona's case, south here in the east, that is easy to build, and then a geographic barrier to building railroads to access the cities and towns in the western part of the state, much like we have within the local town in the northern part of the state. So that leads to the railroad geography. Where are Virginia's railroads? Here's a map of every single one. This is every class 1, class 2, and class 3 road in Virginia. Not very useful, I would argue. You can't really look at this map and see where people can move with passenger rail. So we're going to simplify from this point forward. And let's look at the passenger rail system specifically and ignore the freight lines. This is what Amtrak inherited in 1971. First of all, you have the Richmond, Fredericksburg, and Potomac, the RF&P, which was a jointly owned bridge line between the Northeast Corridor in the Baltimore and Ohio and DC, and the Seaboard, ACL, Western Maryland, Western Maryland top. Bunch of other railroads in the South, all used their trains over the RF&P to get from the Northeast to the Southeast. By the time Amtrak came around, the Seaboard airline was in the process of being abandoned, and so Amtrak now runs everything over the Atlantic coastline route. And you have Norfolk and Western Railroad, which ran a bunch of passenger famous big class northern steam locomotives, ran until the 1960s. The problem, though, is that this line doesn't serve any major metro areas except for Norfolk. And as previously mentioned, the Norfolk-Newport News metro area is really difficult to serve because it straddles two sides of the Hampton Roads estuary. So Amtrak opted not to retain this route because it did not believe that it could retain the ridership for it. Then you have the Southern, which did not join Amtrak in 1971, but still ran passenger trains. The one that survives today is the Crescent, but there's another one that you might have heard of, the Birmingham Special. You might notice the Chattanooga Choo Choo. Please don't use the song lyrics for accurate timetable information. The Birmingham Special used to go all the way to Birmingham. At one point, there was a train called the Tennessean that went even as far as Memphis and Dallas. But by 1971, those both been cut back to the small border state of town of Bristol, Virginia. The problem, though, is that the Birmingham Special south of Lynchburg runs on Norfolk and Western tracks. And although Amtrak inherited Norfolk and Western's passenger train, it didn't inherit the trackage rights agreement with the Southern Railroad to continue serving the Birmingham Special. So this service was also discontinued. The Southern continued to run a stub service to Lynchburg as a second daily train that far south, which will presage further developments. But by the time Amtrak inherited the Southern in 1979, that was discontinued. And then finally, we got the Chesapeake, Ohio, George Washington / James Whitcomb Riley. This one is complicated, so bear with me. Hold belts on your seat, hold your belts. This train runs on the New York Central from Chicago to Cincinnati, and then in Cincinnati, the CNO picks it up and runs it through Charlottesville. In Charlottesville, it splits in two, with one train going to North DC and the other train following the old CNO main line to Richmond and Newport News. So this is not an uncommon arrangement for passenger trains, but this is a problem for this route specifically because that stop in Charlottesville to switch cars out of one consist and have a second train form occurs at about 10 o'clock in the morning on the timetable. You'll notice that that is a really weird time to do this. The other routes the Amtrak still has with a car switching operation, like the Empire Builder, the Texas Eagle, do those in the middle of the night, or up in New York with the Lakeshore Limited, they do so with an other corridor service that don't disrupt it. This means if you're trying to get from Stanton to Culpeper, you have to add an extra hour of timetable to your trip so that you can have this change for the people on the train going to Newport News or DC to have them switch cars appropriately. This really depresses ridership, especially for folks in the middle of the morning commute, because these long distance trains are used by people commuting to DC. So Amtrak inherits all of this stuff and immediately starts to try and futz with it. Because it's the experimental era, we're trying to find better ways to do the same service. But it's also not entirely Amtrak's fault because a guy named Robert Byrd shows up. You remember Robert Byrd? Yeah, a few folks. You might remember he was the senator from West Virginia, famous for bringing money back from DC to his home state. He basically had DC in his armpit, I've shown here. So Byrd is really disappointed that the Norfolk and Western services are discontinued. And so he asks Amtrak, and by asks, I mean demands, that they reinstate service on the old NNW corridor. So there's this train called the Mountaineer that runs from 1975 to 1977. But the thing to know is it runs as a segment of the James Whitcomb Riley, and the train splits up at this station up here at the border between Kentucky, Ohio, and West Virginia. That adds a second switching operation to this route, and on-time performance plummets immediately, along with it ridership. By 1977, only 135 people were using the Mountaineer every day. That's not great for a train that should be able to carry something like 1,000 passengers. So, okay, now what are we going to do? Well, Amtrak doesn't like this arrangement, and so they switch it up a bit. The Mountaineer gets canceled, and in 1970, replaced with a service called the Hilltopper. The Hilltopper is basically the same idea. We're going to run the Norfolk and Western route to appease Robert Byrd, but then instead of going to Norfolk, it goes north to DC along the RFP, and there's a connecting bus service down there. And also, it doesn't run all the way to Chicago. It stops at the Tri-State station, and folks have to transfer to the JWR if they want to go further north. This sounds like it might be an improvement, but ridership actually falls even more. On the last day of service, the Mountaineer only carried 35 passengers. So that's also not great. And it hasn't solved the problem with the James Whitcomb Riley either, which still has that weird transfer in Charlottesville. So Amtrak decides 1979, they're going to completely change everything. The DC section of the James Whitcomb Riley becomes the Cardinal. The Newport News section gets canceled and is replaced with an extension of a Northeast regional service, which at the time was called the Colonial. It gets later renamed the Night Owl. The locals know it as Train 66, which serves Newport News. And the Mountaineer goes away. So this is the system that we have in the 1990s. And it's important to know before we get further, this is a good amount of trains that are running. There's 3 or 4 a day on the silver services going south to Florida, Georgia, South Carolina. You've got all of the places except for the southwestern portion of the state that used to have service still have some service. And with places like Charlottesville, you get 2 trains a day when the Cardinal runs that are able to get you to DC. So lots of commuters are using these services, even as it's a fraction of what used to exist. So into the 1990s, some stuff starts to happen. First of all, Virginia starts running a commuter service out of DC. This is not a continuation of services that previously had been run, like the MARC trains in Maryland as a continuation of B&O and PRR services. This is a new commuter rail service, and it's immediately successful enough that the state decides to keep funding it. Same time, about more or less, Virginians for High-Speed Rail forms up. This is a group started by 3 executives in Central Virginia, and they start talking to everybody. State legislators, local council people, mayors, boards of, chambers of commerce, Lions clubs, that sort of thing. And they're doing the same kind of work that we're doing at All Aboard Arizona. And they do it aggressively. If there is anybody who has a sympathetic ear, they send somebody to talk to them. And they make it clear what the ask is. And their ask is for something called the Trans-Dominion Express. This was a study that had started to be finalized in the early 90s, and by 2000, it was firmed up that we're going to restore service on the old portions of the Southern and the Norfolk and Western that no longer have service, but with a route that makes it easy to serve those communities themselves, rather than trying to run through service that maintains various states' access to Amtrak. And this gets some traction. Politicians in Richmond start to take this idea seriously, to the extent that successive governments under both Democrats and Republicans wind up following through on the proposal and dedicating funding to advance the project, eventually getting to shovel-ready status by the mid-2000s. So this is tremendous. This is exactly what we want to achieve here in Arizona, but it still doesn't get us quite the way there. There's one more event that has to happen before service can begin, and that is the signing of the American AAAz, American Recovery Investment. Thank you, my brain farted for a second. The ARRA in 2009 puts a bunch of money into transportation projects across the country that are shovel ready. And the Trans-Dominion Express proposal, though it has been modified slightly and no longer has the name, still is shovel ready. And so some of the ARRA money goes to it. Service begins on October 1st, 2009. I was not in this crowd, and I wish I was, because it was a big day. They had a whole marching band and everything. Folks came from all over the state to Lynchburg to see the first service run north DTC, and it immediately becomes successful. Part of the reason it becomes successful is because the administration of Governor Tim Kaine, a Democrat, but Tim Kaine has a House of Representatives and a Senate in the state legislature that are both dominated by Republicans. Even so, he's still able to build a bipartisan coalition that takes advantage of the federal opportunity and gets the service running. Unfortunately, Tim Kaine leaves office because Virginia governorships are limited to 1 term. He leaves office months after this first service opens and replaced by Governor Bob McDonnell, a Republican. Now, you might think that this would potentially threaten the program, but 2 reasons mean that it continues. First of all, this is a picture taken in early 2010, well before the tourist season. You can see there's still relatively new leaves on the trees on the hillsides. That is a service that's just left Lynchburg and is just about to cross the James River heading north to Charlottesville. You can see that's an 8-car train. In fact, it's not an 8-car train. There are more cars off screen to the left. This train is probably running pretty close to full capacity. Now, you might think that the 8 cars are there because it continues along the Northeast corridor and you need all of those coaches to serve the folks going from DC further north. But in point of fact, as many of you know, like, these trains don't carry riders mostly end to end. Folks get on and off intermediate stops. And there's the majority of passengers who board in Virginia stations tend to get off in Washington, DC, with only a very small number continuing further north. So this train is mostly running for the folks in Virginia, not for the folks on the Northeast corridor, though it does perform both functions. With service like that, the ridership target for the entirety of the next calendar year is exceeded in the first month of operation. And this train makes money. Its operating subsidy is only 75% of its fare revenue in the first calendar year, and it continues to make money year after year after year. So it's a good service that people use, and it's beneficial for the state. And then the second wrinkle is that a whole bunch of other governors elsewhere in the country decided to cancel their own rail projects that 2011 funding was dedicated to supporting. So say what you will about Bob McDonnell, but Bob McDonnell was really good at bringing in revenue. If somebody's offering Bob McDonnell money, he is going to take it. So when all these other governors start canceling their own rail projects, Virginia steps in and says, hey, we'd like to take some of that funding and build our own expansions with it. So over the next 3 years, a whole bunch of expansions start going up. First of all, the new daily service to Lynchburg is Northeast Regional Extension. Second of all, a new train runs to Richmond once per day, independently of all the others. And then finally, the Newport News service gets doubled. So there's a second daily train to Newport News. There had been a second daily train at some points in the 1990s, but this is the time when it finally becomes a permanent feature, thanks to state support. So this is pretty cool, and there's more expansions planned, but I want to illustrate for you just how cool it is with an example trip. I'm sorry, I forgot. In 2012, we got service to Norfolk. So now you have trains on both sides of the Hampton Roads estuary, and both ends of the metro area can get service. It took a second whole train route and a whole bunch of track improvements along the NNW route to make this happen, but they still made it happen because the funding was available. So what does this service accomplish? So this is a trip report. Welcome to the trip report. This is John Christoph trip report. In 2019, I had to do some work at Charlottesville and the University of Virginia. Now, I wasn't visiting family, even though I do still have family there. But this was to make that paper happen, which is chapter 1 of my PhD dissertation. The feature that's relevant here is that a lab at the university is set up to be the best spot in the world to simulate space weathering by solar wind ion irradiation. Don't worry about what that means. Just know that it means I have to spend 3 weeks, not consecutively, but 3 separate 1-week trips in Charlottesville over the course of 2019 to do some science experiments so that I can make my dissertation happen. The first trip I went in a car. I happened to be in DC for a conference, and some of my colleagues and I decided to drive out to Charlottesville and see the facility, talk to the folks who run it, and get some initial data. We didn't have plans to take any trips to Charlottesville when we had made the trip to DC in the first place. So this was a spur of the moment, getting a rental car at National Airport, driving the 2.5 hours. You'll notice that it does take the full 2.5 hours because Charlottesville and Washington are not very well linked by interstate highways. So you're traveling mostly on US and state highways the whole way. You can try to get there on 95, but this section up here is really windy and slow, so it's not as useful. So the second trip, I decided, okay, I'm going to fly direct there. Charlottesville has a small airport on the north side of Tempe. The problem, though, is there are no direct flights from Charlottesville to Sky Harbor. So you have to transfer either in Charlotte or Philadelphia. That adds another 2 hours to the trip. And then it's another half-hour drive in traffic to get from Charlottesville Airport to the university campus. So it doesn't wind up taking me any less time to fly direct. This trip is the same way either way. So my third trip, I thought, okay, I'm going to just see if I can make it work on Amtrak. And by that, I don't mean taking the Sunset Limited to New Orleans and the Crescent up. That would take 3 days and cost over $1,000. I can't justify that to my expense report people. But what I can do is say, what if I took the Northeast Regional Service from Alexandria Union Station, which is just a couple stops down the metro from National Airport, and I took that to Charlottesville. It's the same amount of time on the train as it is by either mode after you factor in the cross-country flight. And the best part is once you're in Charlottesville, so the station is right here at the intersection where the old Southern line and the old CNO lines meet. You walk up Main Street, less than half a mile, you got your choice of hotels. And then another half a mile, you've got the campus. The lab building is right here at the corner, just off screen. And then you've got all these lovely places to go eat while you're spending a week in a new city. I highly recommend Bodo's Bagels if any of you happen to be in Charlottesville. They are the best bagels in the world, including New York. I know that's going to attract some attention, but I'm going to make that claim. So it's a great trip, and the train is more comfortable than either driving or flying, and you don't have to worry about transportation when you get there. But that's not the best part. The best part is the expense. So driving from Washington, D.C., $250 for a rental car, on top of the roughly $400 plane ticket that I bought direct from Sky Harbor, $650 trip, not too bad. Flying direct to Charlottesville actually cost me more money because the transfer ticket, the plane ticket is more expensive. But then get this, the total cost of metro fare and Amtrak ticket from National Airport to Charlottesville Union Station is the same as the cab fare from Charlottesville Airport to downtown Charlottesville. That right there so thoroughly sold the expense report folks at ASU that they actually started recommending folks try Amtrak searches when they're doing cross-country trips. This is rail at its best. It's not just the same time. It's not just more comfortable. It is less expensive and more convenient. It doesn't have to be high-speed rail. It just needs to be competitive with the other modes that are out there. And we can easily accomplish that with legacy service on existing right-of-way without having to do huge improvements to the permanent way. So that's tremendous. Obviously, you can't have a good thing without there being some backlash. So, welcome to Ashland, Virginia. This is a little town of about a couple thousand people, 15 miles north of Richmond. It's dab in the middle of the RF&P corridor, or rather, the RF&P corridor sits smack in the middle of the town's main street. If you follow some of the rail fan videos on YouTube, for example, you'll know that there are crashes all the time at these intersections, usually at night or in bad weather, when a driver trying to make a left turn, looking to the right to make sure there's no oncoming traffic at a four-way stop, accidentally drives on tracks instead of a far lane of travel. And Virginian drivers are very good, so they all train themselves instinctively to go to the nearest lane, something I know a lot of Phoenix drivers are not very familiar with. But that instinct results in them driving onto the tracks and tying up the line for hours as 911 has to come out and respond. And that's if a train isn't imminently approaching and about to hit them, which unfortunately happens far too often. So if you want to expand service from DC to Richmond, this is untenable. You cannot run higher speed service through here, and you cannot run more frequencies through here, especially because CSX runs a huge number of freights along this corridor. So well, you can leave it as is and be forever throttled in the capacity between DC and Richmond. You could maybe try to shove a third track through town, but nobody in town is going to like that because you have to take land on both sides of the street, demolish a whole bunch of old historical buildings, which include many people's homes and businesses. So this was obviously not going to fly. So they started looking to bypass options, building railroad bypass track on the east side of town. The problem is that the east side of town is bordered by Interstate 95, which places a geographic constraint on how far east they can push the bypass. And this area right at the exit has already been thoroughly developed with strip malls and gas stations and routes and that sort of thing. So there's no way you can fit a bypass on the eastern side, but there's lots of land that you could purchase on the western side, which is thoroughly available. It's just farmland. There are no homes you have to take to put a double track line through here. It was extremely straightforward and frankly, really low cost per dollar spent on per mile. All right, enter Dave Bratt. If there is a villain of this story, it is this man. How many of you know the name Dave Bratt? I see a couple hands. How many of you know this man, Eric Cantor? A few more hands. Okay, so for those who don't remember, because maybe you weren't alive in this time, or maybe you weren't politically active, which, you know, me, Eric Cantor is one of the longest serving representatives in the United States House. He was the representative for Virginia's 7th district, which includes Ashland, for over 30 years. And he was one of the most consistently reelected every single time. He won consistently by like 20 or 30 point margins. There is no way he's going to be voted out of office by an opposition party. But the thing is, when you have that kind of national profile, when you've become the majority whip for the largest party in the House, and you're devoting your staff resources to national politics, it becomes very difficult to meet local constituent demands. So his office developed a reputation for being extremely unhelpful. Dave Bratt runs a challenge primary campaign in 2014 based on the idea that Eric Cantor is not being responsive to local needs and is too focused on national priorities. And then Steve Bannon jumps in. So, for the whole story, I highly recommend this particular episode of This American Life from 2017, which explains the whole story in detail. But basically, Bannon sees a primary challenger going after the most powerful Republican who isn't the Speaker of the House and decides to test his hypothesis that you can win national profile elections by being extremely right-wing on immigration policy. And it works. Dave Bratt winds up defeating Eric Cantor for the first time in Eric Cantor's political career. This is unprecedented. No sitting majority whip has ever been unseated by a primary challenge in the entire history of the United States. So this is tremendous. Steve Bannon takes the message and says, well, shoot, this strategy works great. I'm going to try with the presidency now, and he leaves. Bratt, meanwhile, is left holding the bag, and he's recognized that he can win an election by being demagogic, but he hasn't found another issue to motivate voters yet. So going into the 2016 election, he holds a town hall, and Hanover County residents show up to that town hall and basically start yelling about this proposal of the bypass track on the west side of Ashland, Virginia, so they can run high-speed trains through the city. And they basically start making all these complaints about how they're going to take bits of their farmland that they've had in their family for many years with their retirement plot. It's going to ruin their property values. A lot of the same things you typically hear from NIMBY. Bratt sees moment and he says, okay, how many will support the bypass option? No hands. How many people support the third track option? No hands. How many support the no build option? the entire crowd raises their hands. And it becomes pretty clear to Brett that this is an issue he can mobilize around. So he starts essentially saying by the end of the town hall, like, the job is communication. We need to get you guys' voices heard in the halls of not just US House, but the local house in Richmond. It later turns out that this group was not there organically. They had been formed as a AstroTurf group, essentially getting local landowners together who didn't want to have their money or their land taken for this project, not because they weren't going to be fairly compensated, because they don't like the idea of spending money on a public service. And it turns out that Dave Bratt was communicating with these folks the whole time. This was not an organic opposition campaign. This was a targeted effort to cancel Amtrak service in Virginia. And it almost worked. The state DOT goes back to the third track through option, this time putting it in a trench through the middle of downtown so that it's grade separated and there are fewer car crashes. But that still requires taking all of this land on both sides. The town erupts in opposition and it has to go through. It can't, there's no way that there's any way we can build anything at this point. So what happens to Dave Bratt? Well, 2 years later, he gets defeated by Abigail Spanberger, a Democrat. What? He's managed to take the most secure seat for his party, and in 4 years, he's hand position. And there's still no third track through Ashland because the opposition was so straightforward, because this is a bad idea, that is what we're left with. And into the foreseeable future, it is going to be this awful situation with 2 tracks through Ashland, Virginia, forever throttling capacity on the corridor. The moral of this story is that this kind of demagogic reactionary grievance politics does not build us trains. It does not win you elections in the long run, and is not a campaign force that we can work with. So this is the whole point. When we're excising this language of we've failed, or we need to have politicians take responsibility, or putting the onus on somebody else to do something, that is extremely easy to align with this mode of politics. And in the long run, it will not be successful for us. So how do we win? Question from the beginning, how do we get an expansion of service, not just blocking things or navigating around the latter day Dave Bratts? So in 2017, Ralph Northam becomes governor of Virginia. He's a Democrat, but he has a divided state legislature. Even so, there is still tremendous support for rail among Richmond politicians in the state legislature. And a lot of small projects get going pretty quickly. The first one is service extends on the Lynchburg line to Roanoke, Virginia, which hasn't had service since the Mountaineer finally shut down in 1979. And this service winds up being just as successful as the original Lynchburg line. But in addition to new trains, we also have service improvements on the intermediate portions of the corridor. The state builds a bypass track around CSX's main yard, Acca Yard, on the north side of Richmond, which allows the Amtrak trains that stop at Staples Mill Road, Richmond's northern station, to go around the shunting operations and classification operations happening in the yard, and then go directly either south along the main Silver Service route or to Main Street Station along the Newport News route. This shaves fully half an hour off the timetable by itself, and it costs only a few $1 million to achieve it, only a couple miles of track. There's also the Virginia Breeze bus service. So at some point, the Virginia Department of Rail and Public Transportation has been split off from the Virginia DOT that's responsible for highways. And the DRPT decides to start running an intercity bus service supported by the state in the same way that it supports the rail system. The reason to do this is that the bus service can be started up immediately. You don't need to do any track improvements or acquire new rolling stock. You can have the bus run on the existing highway network, serving places the train doesn't. And then you can use the ridership data from the state-supported bus as a key piece of data when starting new corridor services and service expansions later on. So this starts going forward, and they start using the data to plot further expansions. By 2021, there's rumblings of a big multi-billion-dollar deal where Virginia is going to purchase the RF&P corridor from CSX along with some other trackage for the sole purpose of expanding dedicated service without having freight interference on the entire DC Richmond corridor. And it gets better than that. This is the map they finally came up with of all the various passing tracks, third tracks, fourth tracks, sidings, et cetera, where you're adding capacity at strategic points along the corridor, including a triple track just north of Ashland, which partially mitigates the bottleneck in town. This could potentially enable hourly service from DC to Richmond. And the portion of the remaining $3.6 billion funding is the path to getting there, opening one new train a year for the next decade and initiating service that is unlike anything else in the United States, except maybe the Northeast Corridor. What's more, they also purchased 2 branch lines, the old abandoned S-line right-of-way that CSX had gotten rid of, and the Buckingham branch, which is the Class 3 railroad that had taken over the old C&O line from Doswell west through Charlottesville, the thing that James Whitcomb Riley had used to run on to get Newport News. What does that enable? Well, it's initially a little bit in doubt because in addition to the COVID ridership decline, Glenn Youngkin becomes governor. And it was initially unclear whether Glenn Youngkin would be supportive of passenger rail to the same extent the North administration had been. But it turns out that even as much as Glenn Youngkin might personally not like passenger rail, we don't know one way or the other, there's very little he can do to stop it because the deal's already been signed and the state executive agencies are already on board. This statement from the transportation secretary that year that he got elected is extremely illustrative. Widening I-95 by 1 lane in each direction for 50 miles would cost $12.5 billion. By the time construction finished 10 years later, that corridor would be just as congested. That finding led us to rail. This is the exact attitude we need to have for Phoenix to Tucson along I-10 because it's the exact same situation. And this attitude gets bipartisan support. So the deal finally gets signed earlier in 2021. And the first to get advanced is a new bridge across the Potomac between Alexandria, Arlington, and Washington, D.C., which will enable 4 tracks to cross into Union Station, which completely separates all of the Amtrak and commuter services from CSX freight traffic running across the river. You don't technically need this. There is enough capacity on the existing long bridge, but that requires CSX to share, and they don't like sharing. So this is going to enable that 10 trains per day, hourly service. And to top it off, Amtrak announced they're going to purchase new train sets from Siemens that operate as a dual mode consist. So you don't need to have a locomotive change in Union Station to put an electric locomotive consist or a diesel locomotive on the consist to switch out the services. You can have through running, which shaves another half hour at least off the schedule. So we've got timetable improvements, we've got frequency improvements, we've got all these different new routes. Here's what the future looks like in Virginia. The Roanoke extension in 2017, the initial Virginia Breeze bus service that extends to Christiansburg and Blacksburg. And then you have a second daily Norfolk service, a second daily Richmond service. Additional Virginia Breeze bus lines opened in 2019, which replicates some of the existing train routes, but serves cities the trains doesn't stop at, potentially enabling future stations to be added at infill points. And then service expands to twice daily just recently. There's a further bus line that goes all the way to Bristol, presaging eventually returning the full Birmingham Special Southern service. Richmond service is going to go to 5 trains a day over the next few years, and combined with all the other trains along that corridor, that will enable hourly service. Christiansburg is the next place that the line is going to be extended to, and you might think, why Christiansburg? The answer is it's right next door to Blacksburg, which is home to Virginia Tech University, one of the biggest in the country. If you follow college sports, you know this. And then finally, the Commonwealth Corridor. This doesn't have a timeline on it yet, but this is going to reinstate cross-state service for the first time since the Mountaineer was canceled. And this is going to be huge because the ridership projections that we have for all of the existing lines radiating from DC suggest that they will only go up if there is a transfer service potential between a cross-state service and a radial service from the NAC. And then finally, acquiring the S-line means that there's a possibility for 110 to 125 mile an hour service south of Richmond all the way to the Carolinas. That's huge. That's what the goal has supposedly been at the federal advocacy level for decades, and we're finally making it happen thanks to state action. So with all of that said, I want to ask you the question, does any of this sound familiar? Does this remind you of anything that's happened here in Arizona that we've accomplished in the last couple of decades? It might not initially, but it should, because in 2000, we also had a grand plan for transit expansion with the Phoenix light rail system. After a whole bunch of political action and advocacy by local folks in Phoenix and Maricopa County, the initial starter line gets built in 2009, the same year that the Lynchburg service opens. It's successful enough that it also exceeds revenue and ridership projections, and it expands multiple times on both directions of the line. Enter the backlash. Phoenix City Council member Sal DeCiccio hates the light rail, hates everyone who rides it, and explicitly wants to get it canceled. So when Phoenix mayor resigns to run for Congress, Sal the CCO takes advantage of the power vacuum and starts putting forth an AstroTurf campaign that eventually gets national media attention, but from the Koch brothers instead of from Steve Bannon. The Prop 105 campaign threatens to shut down the whole system because even though it's ostensibly targeted at stopping one expansion, the language of the bill specifically precludes Phoenix spending money on any light rail service in Phoenix, which includes the operations and maintenance facility. That would have shut down the whole system if this had gone through. Fortunately, we stopped it. Folks like myself working with the Urban Phoenix Project and other advocacy groups across Maricopa County banded together and organized an opposition campaign. Less money and less resources and less time to campaign, but we still won by a 70% margin. Rail is popular in Arizona. And it is in fact so popular that the victory from Prop 105 secured the finishing of the early network. Instead of being this wonky L-shaped thing, we're going to get a two-line system of north, south, and east, west with higher frequencies, and we're getting new trains, coincidentally also from Siemens, to get that service running. We've had this story here. The question is, how do we apply it for a statewide program? So, how did the Virginians for High-Speed Rail group succeed? How did Urban Phoenix Project succeed? How did all these advocates who made train services work across the country get the goals that we've been wanting? Thing one is you have to build relationships. Politics that is transactional and cynical is extremely easy to spot. Nobody who is an elected representative likes it if you go to them and say, hey, we want you to do this thing because that will, tit for tat some benefit they might reciprocate or something. There has to be a personal connection, especially with local level advocacy. If someone doesn't care about rail, then we don't get the option of saying we shouldn't care about them. We have to make their issues our issues so that they make our issue theirs. That is what it means to have a good, solid political advocacy. But it's not just about the relationships. You have to have a message. You have to have a tangible ask that says the specific things you want elected representatives and people in power to accomplish. And you have to sell this in a way that brings them in. This is union language. We use this in Arizona's Campus Workers Union. We should do X, not you should do X. Put the burden on us working together and not on somebody else. That signals your commitment and brings people in, makes them feel involved. And then finally, you can't just go around asking people. You have to build power. You can't just rely on this transactional relationship building. They might not give you what they want, even if they're your friends. You have to have some leverage that you can use to say meaningfully and tangibly, this is important to you because of your future career and your priorities as a legislator or a council member or what have you. So how do we do this in Arizona? Well, I'm going to addendum to Todd's presentation with some additional details from Maricopa County and particularly from my view in the Tempe and Phoenix area. The big obstacle to rail in the state has always been Governor Ducey. Governor Ducey had said verbally that he would not ever support a rail expansion in the state, and he followed through on that by vetoing Maricopa County's Proposition 400 extension last year. He's now no longer going to be in office, and he wasn't going to be either way, but Katie Hobbs potentially is another person we can talk to get some advocacy effort rolling. But even then, Ducey is not the only roadblock. There are two projects that we are currently have in the pipeline. First is Phoenix Tucson corridor under the Arizona Department of Transportation. They completed the Tier 1 environmental impact statement in 2015. You can read it on that website, and it details all of the lines and corridors and sidings that you need to build for completion of studies that Amtrak might be doing at the national level. Problem is, the legislature and the governor have not taken action on this. They have not directed AZDOT to follow through on this proposal, and it has sat idle for 7 years. That's a problem. The other is the Prop 400 Maricopa Association of Governments proposal to build a regional commuter rail system that would run from Buckeye to Kyrene and from Wickenburg to Florence, serving the entire Phoenix metro area, not just the core region that the light rail serves. This study was most recently updated in 2018, and all of the plans are available on the internet. Again, you can show people the maps of this project. You can show them the platform arrangements. You can show them the ridership figures. It's all there. But this did not make it into the Prop 400E project proposal that was released a few months ago. And the reason it didn't is not because of anything to do with the state legislature or the governor's veto. That decision was made by MAG. So we need to talk to MAG. Who is MAG? The Maricopa Association of Governments is composed of representatives from the regional municipalities within Maricopa County, county level executives, representatives from the AZ Department of Transportation, and industry executives. But they are subgrouped into committees. So there's the Transportation Review Committee and the Transit Committee. These two are meetings of advisors similar to the Tempe Transportation Commission that I've served on. These folks hold institutional power, they're not elected, they don't have any, actual ability to accomplish things. They just make recommendations and set priorities for implementing the goals that have already been established by MAG. The important committee is the Transportation Policy Committee. This one is made up of all the mayors and executives and officials who actually decide what the priorities are going to be in the first place, independently of the ones we've already set for the future. So who are these people? Well, they're all these nice people. Here are their names. You can find them on that website and go talk to them. You can go to the meeting. How many of you live in Maricopa County? Raise your hands if you live in Maricopa County. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Todd, take on everybody who just raised their hand name. Because we need you to show up to this meeting. Their next meeting is January 16th. We need to be there. And we need to tell them specifically that excluding the commuter rail system from Prop 400 extension was a mistake. And now that we have a chance to reintroduce that bill, now that we have a new governor, they should put it back in. And the reason why this is the key is because if we get the, I'm sorry, I skipped a slide. The message needs to be more granular than that. So you need higher transportation capacity than roads can ever carry. Prop 400E is going to have some transit expansion, but the main package is over 1,300 miles of new highway and arterial road lanes. That is not going to get us a transportation future that is sustainable or even capable of handling the capacity of induced demand. We need rail to meet that capacity, and we have a tangible plan in place for how to accomplish it. This isn't some pie in the sky future vision. This is a real thing. We have the study. You can show them this map. You can show them how many riders get on at each of these stations. And you can furthermore tell them the details of the proposal that say, this study goes hand in hand with a Phoenix-Tucson corridor. Every single one of the Phoenix-Tucson corridor stations is on this system. So if MAG goes ahead and says we're going to build this, that automatically takes the necessary effort for the Phoenix-Tucson corridor and limits it to the tiny amount of work you need to do between Maricopa and Tucson. That is tremendous. This is a catalyst to make the lower hanging fruit even lower hanging. So what do you need to get this happening? There need the authorization and funding. That can happen by putting the commuter rail plan back in a Prop 400 extension. And even if there is not enough funding in Prop 400 extension to make this whole system operational, you can still advance the project to shovel-ready status and be eligible for federal support, which already exists in this case. We have the advantage over Virginia that the Virginia work on their rail plan was limited by the uncertainty that federal funding would come in to match. We know for a fact that federal funding can come in to not only match, but exceed Maricopa County's contribution for this project, as long as we apply for it. And as long as we have the project shovel ready to say, we can do this. So after that, MAG commuter rail, if we can get it and we can get county to support it, opens up a whole bunch of other possibilities because the Phoenix-Tucson corridor, we need state legislatures on board, but those state legislatures will be more likely to get on board if MAG and the county says that we are going to take the first step. Similarly, if there's an inter-county compact, like Brian discussed in the Welton branch proposal, every other county in the state is going to look to Maricopa County, the largest county, which has a supermajority of the state's population, when they're looking to see how feasible this is. They want to see us commit to something before they commit to something themselves. And finally, if we need to talk to Katie Hobbs, then Katie Hobbs is going to be more amenable to all of this if we get a positive response from every single executive in the county and from MAG itself. All of this becomes easier by getting the county level action on board. And we're going to need to make the advocacy come from more than just one group because we're a relatively small group. We need to get members, not just into this organization, but build branches to groups like Urban Phoenix Project, build branches to groups like the Black Lives Matter groups that helped us win the Prop 105 fight, build branches to all the other advocacy organizations that have ever taken a position on public transportation at any point in the state and get them on board to get the MAG portion of this online. Beyond that, we get to make all the decisions about what the priorities are. Long-term plans to do stuff to Nogales or to Flagstaff or what have you, all of that depends on us, but we have to make the first steps happen. So my hope is that in a few years' time, we might have a future presentation that looks at Amtrak in Arizona in the same way that we've just back in Virginia and uses this state as an example for how to move forward for the rest of the country. I hope that presentation can happen soon. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do it because I'll be moving to the DC area for a new job after I defend my dissertation in January. So I'll still be on the call. I'll still be here to help support. But at this point, the ball is in our court, not just the specific folks working on individual commissions in individual cities in one particular county. Thank you.
A brilliant presentation. I really appreciated it. It was excellent. I think I would take maybe 2 questions because we're just right at time.
I'm good.
But if anybody has questions for John.
Todd, did you turn the mic?
Oh, it's yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
John, there's one word that I heard you say that this makes chill my spine when they're talking about the Sun Corridor. They use the word commute.
Yes.
You think of the word commuter, when it comes to rail, it means only one thing, nothing else.
Yep.
From a bedroom suburb to a city and back out to a bedroom suburb.
Yep.
So it gets confusing when Arizona refer to the commuter service between Tucson and Phoenix.
Yep.
What it says is the big city of Phoenix is where you work and you live in Tucson and you go into Phoenix to work and then come back to Tucson to sleep at night. That's not exactly what that service for. It is intercity.
Yep.
And I wish they could clarify that. Unfortunately, I couldn't see the details of that map, but
Go back to the map.
it's confusing when you use the word commuter.
So I totally agree with you on the commuter rail nomenclature. The question for those online, if you didn't hear, was the use of the word commuter rail obscures the purpose of the system. It's not just about getting folks from bedrooms, community, residential suburbs to downtown office jobs and back. You have to think about more varieties of trips. That's something that a lot of transit planning organizations are already beginning to internalize. The reason it's commuter rail is because that is the specific language that Maricopa County used when authoring this study. But this specific arrangement described is actually more reminiscent of what we might call a regional rail system. This would involve all-day service in both directions with hourly frequencies at peak time. And that is the only way you can get as high ridership figures as you're seeing at these stations.
Because we can't see sitting in our seats. This is Florence here.
Yep.
This is Buckeye. So this basically is kind of.
This is a Maricopa County system. The lines run from Buckeye and to Florence, and then from Wickenburg down to Kyrene. So that is a limited system compared to the Phoenix-Tucson corridor, but they overlap. And the planning documents for both explicitly say that the two should be built in tandem. So getting county support for this more limited system is going to expedite the development of the whole statewide corridor.
All right, great. Thank you very much. I think we're going to have to move on, but John, that was terrific. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's next? Tom White. So I did not know Tom until Brian over here introduced him to me by email. And then I heard about Tom working on it. And I was just like, oh my God, we have got to get this guy down here. And so we were lucky enough to snag him. But then, surprise, I picked Tom up at the airport and we're sitting there talking for about 15 minutes. And I'm like, this guy is a absolute wealth of information. And so it's really my privilege to introduce Tom White. He's a rail consultant and he's here to talk to us about some really critical issues and how this conference is about moving forward. And this is going to be a proposal for really moving forward with access to the rail. So go ahead, Tom.
And stand right here so everyone in Zoom can see it.
And then I got to turn this way so I can see what I'm talking about.
That's fine. Profile, you got a good profile.
Oh, well, that's good. Except I have to crouch down a little bit in order for the camera. Anyway, we're going to do paradigm shift here because I'm not going to talk about passenger trains, talk about trains. We're going to talk about the underlying problem that we have.
No offense.
Beeping. None taken. So I'm going to talk about the underlying problem. I'm going to talk about a paradigm shift. And it's going to be enough of a paradigm shift that you're going to think that Scotty beamed me down from the Enterprise. Bottom, the logo on the bottom is an organization that I co-founded. That's what we're about, is climate change. And it's an organization of people and organizations. So I might even be looking to recruit people and organizations there. I've been around the block once or twice, been in the railroad business for over 50 years, all of it in operations. When BN moved to Texas, I couldn't decide between Texas and Seattle for about 2 nanoseconds, and I figured Seattle was better. And so I stayed and became a kind of a freelance consultant. So in addition to working a lot of the US, I also worked for Transnet in South Africa, Metro Rail in Durban, designed a commuter rail system in Mexico City, and did work, a lot of work in Washington State for a program that used to look like Virginia's program. And then we went from leaders to nothing when we had political change. And in Washington, we have the problem of the legislators listen to the rich people who live in Washington, not to the constituents. So it's a little bit different problem than what you guys got. So I've been an advocate for about, I don't know, 30, 40 years, ever since our rail transportation started falling apart. And this was the first reason, was air pollution. Because even though climate change was known even in the 80s, it wasn't well promoted, so didn't hear about it. But air pollution is a pretty big deal, as you can see there. This is the cover of the book that I wrote last year on railroads and climate change. And that picture is San Francisco a couple of years ago, and the reason it's red is because of the wildfire smoke. We have also in Washington, climate change you can taste, you can see, you can smell. And just only before I came on this trip, we were out of electricity for a couple of days because climate change also changes weather patterns. And we wound up having airborne slush come out of the sky and collapse trees, including right in my front yard. So anyway, this is my thing. And just a little thing about climate change, because I hear China, they're building coal, they're doing this, they're doing that. We don't need to do anything because everybody else is doing the problem. Well, that's not really the case. We have 5% of the world's population. We use 24% of the world's energy. The only country that consumes more fossil fuel than us is China. They've got 18% of the world's population. So it's actually a big deal that we need to do something, and our highway orientation is a big problem. As we can see here, transportation is 28% of our climate emissions. And out of that 28%, 82% comes from highways. 2% comes from rail. And we're supposed to have cut emissions by 50% by 2030 to prevent catastrophe. When I started doing this type of activism, my slides would say that we had 12 years left to reduce emissions by 50%. Nothing has happened yet. In fact, we've had a law passed in Washington State in 2008 requiring emissions reduction, and the emissions have gone up since then. We're now down to 7 years. We're almost at the point where projects that you start now to mode shift to rail don't have time to be done in time. This is a really big deal. So probably everybody here knows, but why trains is right here. That's the contact area is the size of a dollar bill. On the track is the size of a dime. resilient against hard surface and hard surface. So automatically, a train uses 2/3 less energy and 2/3 fewer emissions, even if you continue using diesel engines. And I was asked what the breaking point was, and I did a little calculation. And you could put all of the highway traffic on rail and still not pass the tipping point. So this is a slide that I've used variations of for a long time. In September of 2001, we all know that 3,000 Americans were killed. What we don't know is they were on the highway. We do it every month of every year. We have a 9/11 every month of every year. The number of highway injuries every year are the same as the number of American soldiers wounded in combat since 1940. Every year. So the number of highway accident fatalities is about 732% of rail accident fatalities. And I don't include crossing accidents in that. Those are highway accidents. And the number of highway accident injuries is 396% of rail injuries. Now, we had a really unfortunate, widely known derailment in Washington State. And there's a lot of pushback for restoring the service from people who say, oh, but the wreck, oh, but the wreck, oh, but the wreck. The previous fatal derailment in Washington State occurred in 1910. Meanwhile, in the 3 miles of highway around that train derailment, there were 3 fatal traffic accidents in the ensuing 3 years. Well, we don't want to talk about that. This is America. Texas Transportation Institute, who I usually think of as highway guys, Texas A&M, but they're associated with the DOT, which is code for highway department, found out that all the trains in the world produce fewer emissions than the highways in Texas. So even if we don't electrify, my group has a lot of people in it who think that we should electrify trains right now. And I tell them, no. We need to get those cars off the highway onto tracks and then electrify. It's going to take 30 years of engineering to electrify all the nation's railroads anyway. Land use. The bottom left picture, we'll start there, is the Ogilvy Transportation Center in Chicago, which used to be Chicago Northwestern State. It covers 50 acres and it handles 1,000 passengers per acre per day. Hartsfield Atlanta Airport on the right is 3,700 acres and is 54 passengers per acre per day. And yet, example, I mentioned we have a huge amount of rich people in Washington State who operate the government. And they're looking to wipe out something in Western Washington to build another major airport in Seattle. Now, on the map on the top is an aerial of Chicago. And the top caption there says Metra, 3 tracks, 60,000 people per hour, 1,000 people per train. And you can see that horizontal line there next to it. The bottom one says Eisenhower Expressway, 8 lanes, 57,600 people per hour, 4 people per car, and you know that ain't even a happening thing. You can see it pretty plainly. Then there's a little diagonal line that comes off of the middle caption, Lake Street L, 2 tracks, 40,000 people per hour, 1,000 people per train. And I'd have to call it if you didn't know it was there. So the land use, and in my book, I've gone through even the parking lots and the yards we park the commuter trains at night for maintenance, take up less room than all of the cars that people would drive if they weren't on the train. So our politicians are going EVs. You have to have electric cars. It's the panacea. It's going to fix everything. they talk about we need charging stations. Well, I did a little calculation of converting highway fuel to electric power for all these EVs. So we need, in order to do this, just to power all the EVs, 83 dams the size of Grand Coulee in Washington, which is the largest hydropower dam in the United States. Of course, you can't do that. You could build 292,000 wind turbines. Now that doesn't take care of electrifying all the natural gas usage and heating and all that. You need more for that. Or 7,700 miles of solar panels. So I suppose you could just pave like Nevada and Utah with solar panels and operate everybody's electric car. Don't worry, the platoon trucks are going to come and take over. We won't need trains anyway. Well, all of these things are being promoted by the people who intend to get rich, promoting them. That goes for the EVs. That goes for the robo trucks and the platoon trucks. They're dangerous. Just, it's hard enough to drive around the human drivers of semis on the road. And you get a platoon of trucks, and let's say you're in the left lane and you need to get off at the next exit. It's either dangerous or you don't get off at the next exit. There's the traffic problem because you're going to not be able to pass these platoons of trucks in a lot of cases. There's the weather. Just picture robo trucks chaining up. Then there's the highway setup, and this is important. This is where the rich guys who are promoting this want us to pay to make them rich. Mercedes-Benz had a demo self-driving truck come to the Port of Los Angeles. I don't know, it's been a decade ago. And the self-driving truck went about 100 feet down the road and stopped. And the VIPs that were being demonstrated to wanted to know what the problem was. And the guy from Benz said, well, it's confused because your roadway is so bad, it doesn't know where to go. Now, we got a lot of places where the real intelligence of humans, you're driving and the roadway markings are so bad, you don't know where to go, but you can figure it out. And the AI is not going to figure it out. It's been demonstrated. There's also the setup, because these things are going to work on GPS mapping, which means every day somebody is going to have to update the GPS maps with all the roadway work, all the lane outages. There was a demo taxi service in, I think it was maybe in Phoenix, that it has self-driving taxi. And it encountered on a 4-lane road a lane outage and a blockage, and it didn't know what to do. And all the other cars were passing it and going in the left lane. And if an EV auto car could cry, it would be sitting there and crying because it was lost. One afternoon a couple of years ago, I was coming west on I-90 down Snoqualmie Pass, and there's a place where the westbound lane goes down one side of the canyon and the eastbound lane comes up the other side of the canyon, and they're probably half a mile apart. And the westbound set lines was out of service, and they put up Jersey barriers and they split the eastbound side. I went through the crossover and I'm coming down what the GPS thought was against the current of traffic. And there's red lights flashing on the GPS. Wrong way, go back, wrong way, go back. So what's automated vehicle gonna do? Sit there and cry? I don't know. And then the other little minor thing that they're gonna want us to pay for is the weight limits on trucks are supposed to be to preserve the pavement, which their truck guys don't like. So the batteries are going to subtract from the amount of payload they can take. So you can expect the trucking industry to want a higher weight limit on trucks to make up for the batteries that they're going to have to carry. Then we come to the American railroad industry, because that's what it's all about. And we are the best. And if you don't believe it, ask the Association of American Railroads and they will tell you. And what they'll tell you is we handle more ton miles than anybody else. This makes sense. You saw the map earlier. We have the largest rail network in the world. We're also the third largest land area in the world, the third greatest population, the largest route miles, as I just mentioned. So the railroads, being corporations that have a fiduciary responsibility to make the most possible money, only want shipments that make the most possible money, which means they have a kind of an artificial limit on not wanting shipments that go less than 700 miles, not wanting single carload shipments, and not wanting shipments that are not full tonnage, like 120 tons per car. If you want to ship flat screen TVs, if you're not doing it in international containers, in a whole train load, you're going to get opposition. So it only makes sense that if you pick out ton miles as the measurement to make us the best, yeah, that's easy. We got a lot of tons, we got a lot of miles. So if you limit your traffic to a lot of tons and a lot of miles, then that's all well and good. You can do it. But here is kind of a problem in our system. And that is that the railroads are common carriers. They're required to accept any shipment non-discriminatorily. They do. If you want to ship one car of barley from Eastern Washington to the port, first thing they do is, we'll find you an empty car, maybe a couple, 3 weeks. There aren't any around there now. And oh, by the way, it'll be $12,000 to take it to Portland. It'll take 4 weeks. They push the traffic to the trucks without ever saying, use a truck. And they're meeting their obligations as a common carrier because of the fact that they didn't refuse it. So even though the STBs, making some noise about common carrier obligations, and some of my activist colleagues are making the same kind of thing, it's the wrong avenue. So in the real world, if you measure by weight, which is stuff the railroad industry loves, trains carry 9.3% of the freight. Trucks got 71.5%, and it's a gift from the railroad industry. Measured by value, stuff that needs to be someplace at a particular time, which the railroad industry isn't good at, doesn't like, and lightweight, which the railroad doesn't like. Trains carry 1.4% of the shipments, and that would be the full container loads of stuff coming from overseas on transcontinental trains. Trucks carry 73%. And of course, we're the worst in the world. I mean, there's no other way about it in passenger service. I spent a lot of time researching punctuality, and our Amtrak's best system-wide punctuality is approximately the same as the worst I could find in Europe. See that empty railroad? That's America. America is set up with a really unutilized railroad network. And the reason, I've just gone through the reasons for it, the railroad industry doesn't like to run trains. So when you measure us according to how well we use our railroad infrastructure, when you measure train miles per mile of track, we're 40th. We're last in the developed world, we call it. We're 40th. Mozambique does better than us. Okay, fine, our trains are really long. So I adjusted for that. We're still 11th. The Czech Republic still uses their railroad more than we do. And here's the problem. And those are all illustrations that I got from back in the robber baron days, and it's going on now. So in 1950s, there were 127 class 1 railroads. And by the way, I started on a railroad, not a freight railroad, because before Amtrak, there were no freight railroads. A railroad did it all. And now we have these ridiculous conferences, passenger trains on a freight railroad, and all these excuses for why we can't do it. And yet 127 class 1 railroads did it. And a lot of them did a really smashingly successful job of it. So now we're down to 7 class 1 railroads, except there's a merger pending, so it could be 6. In the process of that consolidation, a lot of lines were ripped up, short lined, and all that. The class 1 railroads have had a habit of not selling a short line that is connected to another class 1 railroad. Union Pacific went as far during the early 90s, I believe it was, as destroying the grade for a railroad they abandoned to ensure that nobody would put a track bank on it again. So is it anti-competitive? Our government doesn't see it that way. A lot of my activism colleagues want nationalization. U.S. railroads were nationalized twice. Once during the Civil War, which was an interesting situation because the nationalization actually took place. The railroad industry at the time was doing pretty much what the railroad industry is doing now. Once they had your shipment and your money, they really didn't care when your shipment got there. And it was kind of making a difference to the Union Army. And so Lincoln threatened, and actually they formed a U.S. military railroad with congressional authority to take over the operation of any railroad. It didn't take too long for the railroad industry to start delivering military shipments on time. So most of what that did was to take over the operation of Confederacy railroads. Then in 1917, Wilson nationalized the U.S. railroad network with the U.S. Railroad Administration. The reason was they were worried that the railroads couldn't support the war effort. Part of the reason the railroads couldn't support the war effort was because they were crippled by the overregulation of the Interstate Commerce Commission. Just in the period before that, there had been a lot of bankruptcies. There had been a stock market collapse, all related to the ICC. But they weren't nationalized. We have a little thing in this paper up here, the Constitution, that the libertarians tell us that we don't follow, that says that the government can't just take property. If they did that, somebody would be screaming socialist and Stalin and all that. The government has to pay for the property. And the government could use eminent domain, not a problem. The only thing eminent domain does is forces you to sell your property. I could come to you and you could tell me, I don't want to sell this piece of land in front of your railroad track. And that's it, I can't buy it. Eminent domain says, I take your land, but I got to pay you for it, and it has to be fair market value. There was 2 other different approaches to nationalization. After the government killed all of the Northeast railroads almost in one swipe, they formed Conrail, which was a government-owned corporation. And they formed, of course, Amtrak, which is a government-owned corporation, except that the Class 1 railroads own a chunk of it. This isn't hard to do when you're starting at scrap value. The government didn't have to come up with a whole ton of money to do Conrail or Amtrak. It was a matter of taking it over and starting from scratch, but they didn't have to pay a lot for what they did. So that's a good approach if you're starting at scrap value. But if we go to the not starting at scrap value, the litigation for determining the fair market value of the entire U.S. rail network is, and I see the lawyer in the crowd is chuckling at that, there will be generations of lawyers their children, their grandchildren will still be litigating that same case, and we will get nothing. Norfolk Southern wants to buy the Cincinnati, New Orleans, and Texas Pacific done by the city of Cincinnati. So I just did a real quick calculation on the amount that they're offering for 336 miles of railroad. And the nominal figure for the US rail network comes out to about $1 trillion. Now, we don't have a problem in taking over little countries to get their oil with $1 trillion. But buying a railroad, that would, after the people on the left and their progeny get done litigating the value, then we'll have generations of people in Congress who will be debating over finding $1 trillion or more to buy the railroads. So looking across the Atlantic, where they run a lot of trains and the trains are on time and stuff like that, we get to the European Union, who had a problem. Most of the European railroads were nationalized a long time ago. The reason they were nationalized was governments figured out rail transportation was way too valuable to trust to capitalism. And so they nationalized railroads. Well, we get into the 90s and they discovered a problem. And that is that a government-owned monopoly is just as bad as a privately owned monopoly. So they said, we have to figure out how to get around the government-owned monopoly thing. So they did a reform program that turned into EC, European Commission law. This is the arrangement that we have now. And you have the railroad company. They have exclusive right to the track. You tell them you want to run a train, the answer is no, or bring a lot of money, or like BNSF did to the North Star commuter service. They said, no, you don't hire experts to help determine what infrastructure you need. You give us this unit train load of money, and we will determine if we need anything, and what we need, and when we need it. And we guarantee your trains will be on time 98% of the time. They did the same agreement to Sound Transit in Seattle too. What happened? All of a sudden, somebody decided that we were going to supply the world with oil, and BNSF was choking on oil trains. North Star commuter trains went down to just on a 20-ish mile trip, being an hour and a half late. North Star went to BNSF and said, you guaranteed that we would be on time. We gave you all this money. And BNSF said, well, yeah, but we have all this congestion and there's nothing we can do. Did they build anything with that train load of cash? Zip. Okay, so this is the situation that Europe had before 1990, and it's the situation we have. The slight difference is that their nationalized railroads had become government-owned corporations like Amtrak and Conrail. Here's what they came up with. If you separate infrastructure from operation, the European law says that no entity can own both. The ownership of the two aspects can be distinct, separate corporations, like subsidiaries of like a holding company. So, for example, in Germany, Deutsche Bahn, the federal corporation, owns DB Netze, the track company, and I think it's 5 train operating companies. Under this law, the track has to be given non-discriminatory access to anybody who wants to run a train. It has to be organized, and I'll get into that. But it's non-discriminatory access to any train operator. So in Germany, there are 350 active train operating companies sharing the German network. There are a total of, I think it's 500 that have a license, and some of them don't operate trains yet. Under EU law, long-distance passenger trains are not subsidized. They actually make money by confining their costs to above the rails. The track infrastructure company has to publish a schedule of fees, just like you go on the toll road, right? And there's a sign, trucks, 2 axles, 4 axles, all of this. And I've got copies of it. They're required to publish to the public every year their fee schedule for operating trains. So how do you do that with American businesses? Well, here we got on the left the edifice of the American Railroad Company. Here we got on the right the way to do it, the way that they did in Europe. The railroad holding company gets to keep their property. That's a big part of this. Nobody loses property. And as a benefit, we've got all this empty railroad they can be collecting money on. So you split off infrastructure company and one train operating companies. But it won't work without proper infrastructure management, and that includes the nationalization people think will fix it. An infrastructure manager in the Berlin Control Center told me his job was to maximize the number of trains he could squeeze into their railroad, because his railroad, working for the infrastructure company, made its money by selling space on the track. So they actively look for people to run trains. Any U.S. railroad manager will tell you, my job is to minimize the number of trains. They even have a metric called train starts. And that metric is examined if the number of train starts go up. They look for who's at fault. Now this is a little technical. It's a string line graph that is distance on the horizontal axis and time on axis and the time on the vertical. And this is the standard language of railroad operation. So each diagonal line represents a train. If it's vertical, the train is stopped. So U.S. railroads operate randomly because it's easy. They just decide, I'm going to run a train now, and they run the train. It doesn't make any difference if it has a place to go or a way to get there, they run the train. This is part of your trouble with Amtrak not being on time. So I just did this little example that's just 60 miles of track with the service plan, which is the kind of like the format for a schedule when you want to run trains. And then I did 5 variations, just randomly moving the trains in time. So you have a range of, depending upon when you move them, trains that can be as much as 145 minutes late in one scenario and 75 minutes early in another scenario. Put this on a nationwide scale. This is the debacle of American railroad transportation. And we have an empty railroad. So what we have is thousands of miles of empty railroad and places with congestion because all these trains pile up with nowhere to go. This is actual life. The graph on the top right is this class 1's railroad plan of trains for the day. So each line is a train they plan to run. The top left is what they actually ran. And you probably can see no resemblance between the two. So I superimposed the two on the bottom. The gray lines you can just barely see are the plan, and the ones on top are the actual. There's absolutely no resemblance between what happened and what was planned. And what's really sad is there are 2 Amtraks in that mess. So in Germany, it's even a law. All trains have to have a schedule. Now, a schedule anywhere else in the world except here means that it's a reservation for track resources. And it's like a reservation at a table when you go to the restaurant. You have a 7 p.m. reservation, there's a table waiting for you, it's yours. It's the same way with track allocation. So that no train, when you're timetabling and scheduling, can need the resources of another train's schedule. And that means that each one of those columns in the schedule has to be integrated into a timetable in which all trains can operate on time without needing track that's allocated to somebody else. This is not the case at all in what freight railroads call schedule, which, by the way, precision scheduled railroading has nothing to do with precision or schedule or railroading. But even Amtrak schedules are done kind of in the American way, so that, for example, the Empire Builder. If the Empire Builder trains were to run to the timetable, there's no allocation for the time it takes for the eastbound to meet the westbound in Montana, even though it's what dispatchers call a standoff meet. One of them always has to wait for the other, but it's not written into the timetable. You add some time and everything's good. Our whole system is that way. So if you're doing actual scheduling and timetabling, you have to allocate track for every predictable event. So in this one, distance is horizontal and time is vertical. I've got blue where each place where one train encounters another. At that point, there has to be two tracks. The red circles are where one train needs to pass another one. Of course, you need two tracks. The big circle, the green one, represents one place where there's meeting opposing trains and passing, overtaking, all occurring in the same place. You can't run an on-time railroad unless you know these things. One of the things that opponents say is, well, but we're tied to a timetable. We're tied. You can't predict months in advance. The system in Germany is that you get one rate for the national timetable. They do it twice a year. You get one rate for that. You can also ask for a train with as little as 3 hours advance notice. And depending upon the difficulty of threading your train through everybody else's paid slot, your rate can vary. But with 3 hours advance notice, you can run a train. Now, I realize that the U.S. railroads are down to where they can't figure it out 2 hours in advance, but they have to at least get used to 3 hours. Railroads are their own logistical system. They're not only the customer's logistical system, they're their own logistical system. Every crew, every engine, every car came from another train. The same with track maintenance. You get Amtrak trains, freight trains, they sit for track maintenance. That's because it's all random. You plan your track maintenance onto the timetable, that's the brown squares, and you figure out in advance where the track maintenance should occur. But here's the problem. American railroad industry wouldn't know how to run a train on time if you paid them to. Knowledge is gone. The Staggers Act fixed railroad corporations and destroyed rail transportation. So basically, they've jettisoned everything that they know about how to run a railroad. So in Germany, there's a 3-year trade school for conductors, engineers, and train dispatchers. A full-time 3-year trade school. In the US, it's done in 28 weeks of what I call instant expert school. I have a protege who graduated from one of those a couple of years ago. She read my books. We started corresponding. And what they were not taught is pathetic. Because an important part of when you're dealing with time and distance is to be able to figure out time. Another reason Amtrak trains get delayed is they were never taught. What does this how long does this process take? How long does it take to get from here to there under different conditions? None of that was taught. So throughout the country, It's guesswork. Meanwhile, just in Germany, there are 9 full university programs in how to build a railroad. And the curriculum is down there below the picture. It's extensive. We have 2 university programs, or maybe a third recently. One is at Michigan Tech, where I like it, it's good, but it's not extensive enough. Basically, you learn civil engineering and how to build railroad stuff. Not necessarily what to build, why to build it, or how to use it. University of Illinois is got a railroad program that's a graduate program. So you get your bachelor's degree in engineering, studying how to build a highway, and then you go into advanced railroad stuff, not knowing the fundamentals. And so it's the PhD program at Illinois does not resemble the PhD program in Dresden in the least. Now, all this stuff we can't do. We're Americans. We start every sentence with we can't. I worked for the BNOCT Railroad in Chicago. Chicago had a unique arrangement of the Chicago switching district, where any railroad that was fully contained within the Chicago switching district, a terminal railroad, was authorized to make some extra charges for their services. Like back when I worked there, it was $47 a car to handle another railroad's car between 2 points, things like that. We were an open access railroad. On the bottom is a list of 20 railroads that used our tracks and paid us by the mile. The top one is the B&O. We were owned, the top of the tree was the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. But we had a separate corporation headquartered in Chicago with separate executives. We charged the B&O the same thing that we charged all the other ones to use our tracks. We were an open access railroad. Less so was the Indiana Harbor Belt, but it was the same concept, and the Belt Railway of Chicago. It's been done. On the right, the holding company thing. Oh my God, you can't do that. You can't make these corporations do that. Well, when it's to their advantage, they do it. Because right after Staggers, the Burlington Northern Railroad turned into the Burlington Northern Incorporated, a holding company. They spun off the railroad, Plum Creek Timber, Burlington Resources, and the Glacier Park Company. Basically what they did was they left the hulk of the decaying railroad over on the side, stripped off all of the other assets, formed separate corporations that were not financially intertwined under the holding company. Well, if they can do that for their benefit, they can do it for our benefit. This is a whole bunch of fine print in making it work, but basically what it comes down to is it has to be organized, it has to be a holding company, it has to happen fast, because we can't afford to have this monopoly that is still running our railroads. And it's not just a monopoly for the customers. The railroad employees just got disadvantaged by the government. And it's all because of monopoly, because a locomotive engineer or a conductor needs to know a lot of stuff. It's not transferable anywhere else. So you're stuck. If you want a good paying job, and if you got years into it, you're stuck. So we need to change this. We need to change it now and fast. And it's going to take a effort with Congress to get this to happen. Theoretically, it's easy because of the regulatory authority that Congress has. This is merely regulation. It's no different than 1914 or 1917. No different. And all Congress has to do is say, make it so. All we have to do is tell Congress to say, make it so. That's all.
Thank you very much. That was very thoughtful, excellent presentation. Any questions for Tom?
It blew their minds.
Well, that is a little mind-blowing, actually, but it's it's a really interesting concept. Might solve a lot of problems, I think.
It would solve all the problems. Todd, can you step back a little bit, please? No, not you, him. Oh,
Richard has a question.
I'd like to see again this, I think it was the second slide that you showed about, it had something about 732.
Richard.
It was a comparison.
Oh, right, the comparison of fatalities and injuries. Yeah, it is. The percentage of, the percentage of railroad fatalities is, or highway fatalities is like 732% of rail. And it's 300 and something for injuries.
And that's for passenger mile.
No, it's, for passenger mile, right?
Get back to it.
That's okay.
Oh, no, I got it back up, so we're gonna look at it. It's in there somewhere. There it is.
This thing's low, and I could be 400, just 396% is like 4 times.
Right.
And I would think it'd be like 400, doing, you'll almost never have train accidents.
Well, when you do, people get injured, they don't get killed. So, like when the Empire Builder went in the ditch at Bulow,
It's only 4 times.
Yeah, I got this from the Bureau of Transportation Statistics. So, like when the builder went in the ditch in Bulow, Montana, what was it? 2 people got hit, more got injured, way more got injured. Usually when you do that on a highway, all of the occupants get killed.
Just as a point of information, air travel is about twice as safe as train travel.
It comes in those.
Huge agencies, any little deviation from the safety protocol and everything.
Well, part of it is that air and rail have the characteristic of putting a whole bunch of people in one vehicle. So all you do is you crash one and your statistic changes. So air and rail have gone like this over the years.
All right, great. Thanks, Tom.
Changing of the guard.
And again, Ryan Yanity, he's going to present on rail electrification, which is we've got a lot of talk about different fuel sources and power options, and so Ryan's going to fill us in on that.
Hello, everyone.
Perfect.
Yes, you already know who I am, so I'll just dive right into it. So I was helping Earl with writing a short article about rail electrification and comparing some of the options, including comparison to hydrogen and diesel and battery electrification versus the overhead wire. So Earl and everyone invited me to give a talk on it. I've given various presentations on this before because I'm a big advocate for rail electrification in where I live, Southern California, because I'm a firm believer that we're at the saturation point there in terms of traffic volumes. Like I was mentioning earlier, a block from where I live, I've got over 100 diesel trains a day going by. I'd rather not have diesel pollution in my neighborhood. I'm selfish that way. But Arizona, it relates to Arizona in the sense that if we get, Phoenix, Tucson services, frequent, it would be great to be electrified. You can go faster, and on the advantages I'll talk about here in a minute. But it's not the immediate priority. We got to get the train rolling first. But Arizona, I want to lead off with this slide here. It was actually a leader in heavy rail electrification with the Black Mesa and Lake Powell Road on the Navajo Nation. It was a very isolated railroad, as you guys probably are familiar with it. It went just between a coal mine and a Navajo generating station, which a consortium of utilities owned, and not too green in that sense because it was powered by coal, but the technology is very applicable to this day for heavy freight rail electrification because it was the first 50 kV, 50 kilovolt electric rail system in the world, and they had 6,000 horsepower locomotives. And not long after that, there were a handful of other. I think there was a 50 kV that was the Deseret Power Railroad that exists today between Utah and Colorado, and then around in the early 80s, they used similar technology, 50 kV for a coal railroad up in British Columbia. And in all these cases, the power of the 50 kV, 6,000 horsepower locomotives and the performance was so diesel, you could have a 2-to-1 exchange, like one of these electrics is worth 2 diesel locomotives. But this is a big reason why we electrify, and this is in Southern California, in San Bernardino. But it's not the only reason. We don't like pollution and smoke. So yes, there's 0 emissions at point of use, quieter than diesel locomotives, lower overall fuel or energy cost. It can be powered by any source of electricity you want, due to the greater energy efficiency. Even, I don't know about coal, but if you have like a natural gas fired grid, it still comes out ahead to diesel, or compared to trucks and so forth. Or well, I'll get into the energy efficiency thing in a minute. Basically, it's the same energy efficiency comparison that Tom had of comparing rubber tired vehicles to steel wheels in general. But the locomotives are simpler. There's a lot less moving parts, lower O&M costs. That's been proven consistently around the world for freight and passenger. It's very established, proven technology, overhead wire. And you go outside the United States, most of the world that has trains, their main lines are already electrified, and they're expanding that. And I'll talk about that here. So the overhead catenary wire, it is an upfront capital cost. We'll talk about that. You need proper overhead clearances, which isn't as big a deal as some people make out to be. But NIMBY opposition for aesthetic reasons is very much kind of the social reason why a lot of projects face opposition, not just in this country, but around the world. Like, for example, in Caltrain, which I'll talk about in a minute, they're really upset that some eucalyptus tree, this one very wealthy town, Atherton, launched a lawsuit against Caltrain for electrifying, saying how their lives will be destroyed by these big ugly wires. We'd rather breathe in diesel fumes because we don't want to look at wires. They kind of blend in with the background, and there's some eucalyptus trees that had to be cut, and they were saying that's a big environmental impact. But eucalyptus trees are an invasive species, and they're a horrible fire danger. So people just get irrational sometimes about aesthetics, but in my opinion, it kind of blends in with the background. I don't mind looking at wires, that's me. So electric passenger trains, aside from all the clean air benefits, it increases your train speed and frequency due to better acceleration than diesel trains. That's true also for freight, but it's more important for passenger. There's better passenger comfort, better passenger experience. It's quieter, smoother ride. There's no smoke. Increased reliability. There's fewer train breakdowns. That's been proven statistically all around the world in comparing diesel and electric operations. One thing I've heard brought up is what happens when the power goes out? Well, yeah, that is an issue if there's a power grid failure, but it's shown time and time again, so many different rail operations, that it's much more likely that your diesel engine is going to fail on your locomotive than the power going out. Lower equipment O&M costs for the passenger electric trains means that you can invest more in frequent service. And that's a really big deal when you come to a certain point, and it all depends on your particular situation, particular track, but there comes a certain point where you're really limited by the frequency and the capacity just by the diesel locomotives alone. To bring it to the next level, you got to go electric. So this is a picture of the ICE train in Germany. There's this thing called the Sparks effect around the world when a passenger line is electrified. And there's various reasons for this, but it's largely the reasons here on the slide up above. There's more frequent service, more comfortable service. But sometimes it goes along the lines with other improvements to the system, like better stations and so forth, and more comfortable seats, newer equipment. But it's once you electrify, the ridership will jump. And in the German-speaking world, there's some expression I've heard among rail planners and advocates where, well, it's called organization before electronics before concrete. And electronics, I don't know the German word, but basically they're saying the word for electronics they're using can cover the signal systems, like better communication signal, but also electrification is actually it boosts capacity sometimes more than adding a second track because of the increased frequency. So electric locomotives, they're very energy efficient. They're just a locomotive that doesn't have a diesel engine and goes with the overhead wire. As I mentioned before, the propulsion power could be more than double that of a locomotive of the same dimensions that's diesel. And regenerative braking can be fed back into the overhead wire. And that's actually true with the electrical multiple units and subway trains and other things. We'll talk about EMUs here next. So there's a lot, you know, I see here in, I'll talk about the California Air Resources Board. They're trying to regulate locomotives, but they really California, but they really don't know anything about trains. They tried to claim a few years ago in a report that no electric locomotive can be as powerful as our big macho American diesel locomotives. And the most powerful locomotives in the world are all electric. This is the most powerful. I think there might be one in Russia that might be a set that's bigger now, but this is a few years ago. It's 13,000 horsepower. Like one of these, you know, dual sets here in China will carry 20,000 ton coal trains. Electric multiple units. They distribute motor power throughout the entire length of the train. And well, a lot of the high-speed trains you see have power cars on either end. It's usually just not one power car, not one locomotive. It's still distributed somewhat. It provides superior acceleration compared to electric locomotives hauling unpowered cars, similar to all-wheel drive car in a slick roadway. And EMUs, they consistently perform other passenger train types of passenger trains, whether it be electric locomotive or diesel multiple unit. That's another thing that is out there. In speed, acceleration, passenger comfort, energy consumption, you know, procurement costs of the equipment. There's a lot of reasons why they're very good. So this is not a comprehensive list. And these numbers are a few years old. This is 2016. It's a bit outdated, but close to 30% of all the world's all the world's railroad tracks around the world in terms of route miles are electrified already. And, you know, US and Canada is less than 1%, but so some of the stuff here that's outdated, India, this figure is over 50% now. They've had a huge program in the last 5-10 years. Yes, please?
I think even one article said that 80% of India was electrified as of now.
Their main lines, yeah. They have a goal to get all their main lines electrified in the next 2 years or something. In China, it's jumped quite a bit. They've had, I think India's been doing an average of 2,000 miles a year. That's like from here to Chicago or more. And Ethiopia, Djibouti, those two countries, they have they're using Chinese built systems. Their whole system's electrified. They actually beat out Switzerland. And they're actually double. They don't have a large system. It was 470 miles back in 2016. It's actually double now, and it's all electric. Okay. Thank you. But yeah, this is a thing that everyone does around the world, and it's very common. 3 years ago, one of our colleagues from Sweden was at a presentation I gave in Long Beach at a freight conference. And I talked about why electric trains would be good for freight movement in Southern California and places. And in the audience, a bunch of American industry experts were saying, why do we have to electrify? It's way too expensive. There's basically the standard excuses about why would we even consider that. And she was just baffled, like, why are people here so anti-electrification? Everyone just knows it's better. It just didn't make any sense. But we have some electrification here in this country, the Northeast US. Some of this goes back over 100 years. In Chicago, there's some. Denver has actually been quite a model to follow in recent years, starting in the first line opened in 2016. And I'm differentiating this from light rail, which is a lot of light rail and streetcar systems, including right in this neighborhood, right next to the hotel. But this is a 25 kV system. This is more along the lines of how regional electrified systems work around the world, following the world standard 25 kV, because most of your light rails are like 800 volts DC tops. This is 25 kV AC. It's been a very successful system, very good performance. These are much longer than your typical light rail lines. I think, forget how many miles, over 54 miles so far have been opened in Denver. And this is the Caltrain electrification. It's a little bit different than the Denver system because this is an existing main line. Used to be owned by Union Pacific until fairly recently. And a long established, I think the Southern Pacific built this in the 1800s originally. So this is the first mainline electrification project done since they finished the Northeast Corridor electrification between New Haven and Boston in the late 1990s. And the plan is to replace, 75% of Caltrain's diesel locomotive fleet, because they do go a little bit further south from San Jose. This is the 51 route miles from San Francisco to San Jose, which are very traveled. I mean, less so after the pandemic, unfortunately. This project's had a few project management issues. It's delayed somewhat. They still have a funding shortfall to get it done. And it's unfortunate as an electrification advocate, particularly in California, is that it's probably the most expensive rail electrification project that's ever been done in the history of the world. And excuses that get brought up for that is, oh, we have such stringent environmental regulations here in California, or this or that. But it really comes down to just knowing how to do it, kind of like what Tom was showing earlier, and just good planning, good project management. There are a lot of kind of project management mistakes in the construction of this that didn't have much to do with actual electrification technology itself, like not identifying utilities before you started digging, things like that. Toronto is about to start this coming year, a very ambitious program of 163 route miles. It's about 3 times bigger than what Caltrain is doing. And it's a bit cheaper than Caltrain, but it's still more expensive than the kind of the global standards I'll show you here in a second. But the purpose of this is not just to be green. You can see the trains are going to run up to 30% faster and 60% cheaper per train mile to operate than their existing diesel fleet. And then that'll allow them to, the electrification is probably the biggest single factor. There's other things they're doing, like increasing double track and whatnot. From 1,500 trains a week to 6,000 trains a week. So they're going to quadruple in the next 10 years their service. And this shows, there's hybrid technologies where you can run diesel where you don't have an overhead wire, then you can run under the wire. This is a Bombardier locomotive done for New Jersey Transit. They are quite a bit more expensive than your diesel only or electric only unit, but there's applications for them for sure. And these particular Bombardier units, they had a lot of reliability problems. I'm sure that could be worked out in the future as, now Alstom, I think Bombardier or whatever. I'm sure they'll improve with quality in time, but they're nothing too new. I'll show you an old example here in a second. So electric freight rail, it's definitely a thing around the world. This picture is from Germany. So heavy freight rail, that's another excuse brought up that our trains here are way too heavy to electrify. And in South Africa, doing 40,000 ton iron ore trains. They've been doing this since 1976. And this is a 50 kV system that was modeled kind of after the Arizona, Black Mesa, and Lake Powell, even though this is actually a narrow gauge railway. How long this train is, it goes off the chart, 375 cars. And the biggest long haul freight train you see in the US here is around 20,000 tons. So it's about double the weight. And I mentioned that that two-piece locomotive set in China does about 20,000 ton trains. This is just the heaviest trains in Western Europe, or between Norway and Sweden. This line's been electric since 1914. Now they're just heavier and bigger. I know we're not big fans of Russia right now, but the Trans-Siberian Railway has been fully electrified since 2002. About 75% of all freight ton miles in Russia, of all modes except pipeline, that inclusive of trucking, not just talking about rail freight miles, is carried by electric train and about 10% by truck. And you can go 6,500 miles from Kaliningrad to Vladivostok entirely on electric trains. So a couple weeks ago, there was a public hearing held by the California Air Resources Board about regulating locomotives in California. And I testified on it, and a bunch of my friends did, and people I work with is on Zoom. And of course, there are people testifying in person at wherever they held it. I think actually at the California Air Resources Board headquarters in Sacramento. And their heart's in the right place, but the California Air Resources Board staff who are coming up with these regulations they really didn't know anything about trains and or how locomotive technology works. They're totally based everything on, you know, everything's going to be battery or hydrogen. They pretended like overhead wires don't even exist. Or when they did mention it a few years ago, they claimed it was $50 million a mile, which is more than 3 times of what Caltrain costs. And Caltrain is the most expensive project in the world ever done for electrification. Just to kind of sideline it, let's just talk about hydrogen. And I'll show you why hydrogen is not going to work for this in a second. But so it was actually, I felt sorry for them because they were just getting pillared by those of us saying, why are you guys, ignoring technology that worked a long time ago? So in their staff report before this public hearing, plus I should say the Class 1 Railroad Association of American Railroads, their public testimony at this hearing was basically, see you in court, we're about to sue you for this because you don't have jurisdiction. And so they're getting hit, but they don't have really good technical facts to stand on. And all the passenger agencies in California were pretty upset with them because they're saying this is going to harm our ability to provide service. This isn't realistic, in terms of mode shift and everything. Even Caltrain, which electrifying, was very upset with their very simplistic, naive rules they were coming up with. And in their staff report, they said that mainline, freight electrification may be feasible by the year 2035. And I brought up in my comment, well, have you ever heard of the Milwaukee Road? They're doing long distance, heavy freight and passenger rail electrification in this country back in 1914. You're off by about 120 years. And this is in LA, South LA, the Pacific Electric Railway, particularly after they got rid of the red cars, which people remember more from like Who Framed Roger Rabbit and stuff. But they ran a lot of electric freight trains around Southern California. And I actually brought up this when there was someone, I think a board member of the California Air Resources Board, who's like a local elected official in Southern California, basically said the same thing. Electric freight technology is in its infancy. We might see it here in California in the year 2040. I said, hey, look at this picture from 2030 or 1953. And another excuse that's brought up is the Class 1 railroads will never allow it. You can never run a U.S. double stack freight train under wire. Here they're doing it in the Philadelphia area on the Northeast Corridor. And the signal issues and various things that brought up, you can work those out. It's not a big deal. And yes, you can run double container trains. And this is in India, a system that this dedicated long distance freight corridor opened up in the last couple of years. And I forgot the reason, but we have double well cars here for containers here in the US where, but in India they don't. And so they stack them basically on the back of the flatbed. So they're actually taller than our double stacks here. And it works out fine. So, okay, so international cost comparison. This is Denmark's program that started 8 years ago or so, and will go on for a few more years to do it's just a large nationwide program of electrification of what isn't electrified right now. And the overall cost per single track mile, including power infrastructure, so roughly you might have to double that for a double track system, for a double track, is like $2.1 million per single track mile. So $4 million a mile, it's like a third of Caltrain cost. In Germany, this is just not the supporting infrastructure, the traction power stations and substation and everything, just the overhead catenary. This project 2017 came to $800,000 per single track mile. And a small fraction of what we can do it, or what we have been doing it up in Northern California, or even a fraction of what it costs to do in Toronto. And again, the labor costs, what people get paid and construction workers are paid in Germany is very comparable to California and Toronto. Same with material costs. It's all about good project management, just knowing what you're doing, to have a whole, array of vendors and contractors who already have these skills and can do it on a mass scale. In both places, Germany and Denmark, it was like continuous work for 10 years. These slides came from the UK's Railway Industry Association. And their kind of takeaway from these reports in this particular study that this presentation was is to have a rolling program where you're building a certain number of miles every year. So it's routine, and all the contractors, manufacturers, and everyone involved in the supply chain, it becomes like a regular thing. And you're not just reinventing the wheel each time because you have no idea how to do it. And that's what happened with Caltrain, among other things. And yes, you can go under bridges. There's various ways of tightening the clearance. This has been an excuse brought up by some state agencies in California, is that we'll have to move all the bridges and raise up. But there's conductor bar things, can bring it down to a few inches. I don't have a picture of one of those. This is like some kind of insulating shielding here, and then you can put the power wire, I forget what it's called, and go underneath as opposed to above. And with electrified rail systems, what a lot of people don't realize, they assume the whole thing is energized, the whole line. You actually have to have neutral sections, which is a little short section where it's not hot, where it's not 50,000 volts, 25,000 volts, whatever your voltage is, because that's where you're switching. That's where the power supply switches between two different substations, like the one 20 miles that way and the one 50 miles that way, the opposite direction. So in England, where they have really, really low bridges that were built in the 1840s or 1830s over these old rail lines, they're historic, little archway stone bridges, and they don't want to mess them up too bad or move them. They get really creative with doing the neutral sections right at the old bridge, and it's like an inch from the stone, and it's fine. This locomotive here is originally built is a battery electric switcher locomotive, and it was built by Norfolk Southern as a demonstration project with, I think, Penn State University around 2008. Then they redid it in 2014. And then about 3 years ago, they were sending it to the scrap yard. And the guys I was working with at the time, Rail Propulsion Systems in Anaheim, California, we're based in Fullerton, but this rail yard's in Anaheim. They got it for peanuts on the way to the scrap yard, and we fixed it up. And we're using it as a test switcher locomotive in this rail yard in Anaheim, mostly moving around hopper cars to do, just doing test runs and everything. It has some limitations. It's an older generation of battery technology. It would poop out sometimes, and but it did work, pretty good for just switching work, not for a mainline rail train. If you were to put a train on this and have it go down the track, last like 10 miles before dying, and you get down to like 20-30% of the battery charge, it's pretty much as good as zero. It's not like a tank of diesel fuel where you can go all the way to the last drop pretty much. There's challenges, but this is not going to work. I know this from experience. We did another battery electric locomotive there from scratch, where it was an old GP9 unit built in the 50s originally, and then it got converted in the 90s, run on natural gas. Then they took that out and scrapped it. And the third incarnation, we put in a bunch of repurposed electric car batteries from some old BMW, like old meaning like 8 or 10 years old electric cars, reusing them as like a second life on those batteries. And it also did some useful work. It could pull it's a smaller locomotive, only 1,200 horsepower, 7 cars, 4 cars at a time. But again, it definitely had some limitations. You couldn't all day for sure, depending on how heavy your load was that day or how many cars you were moving around. And the particular rail yard we're working at, they just went back to using the old, really dirty GP9s that put out a lot of smoke that are not even tier 0. There's tier 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like tier -3 probably, with all this huge black cloud coming out of these engines that haven't been worked on since the 50s probably, because they weren't quite up to snuff. I mean, they'd be a lot better with newer batteries, but I share my personal experience with battery locomotives because I really know what they can and can't do. Even if we double the battery capacity, we're not pulling trains 100 miles with them probably, heavy trains anyway. So this is in Austria. This is a hybrid where it has batteries and the overhead catenary, and in this case supercapacitors. And the battery catenary hybrids, where you can run on battery where you don't have an overhead wire, they're already being used in Europe. Alstom is making some for things like the Port of Hamburg's freight, port yards and everything. But that's not new either. This is the GE's 3-power box cab from 1928. It has, you could do the overhead trolley wire. It could do the third rail. It has its own battery packs and a diesel engine. It can go anywhere in New York you want. And so hydrogen. So there's been a bit of hype, as I mentioned, in California, pushing hydrogen trains, even to the point where our chair of the state assembly's transportation committee was trying to pull funding for the electrification part of the high-speed rail authority, or the high-speed rail project in the Central Valley. And unfortunately, fortunately, we were able to defeat them. Like our group and others were really leveling hard for that funding to be released so we can start building the overhead wire in the Central Valley. But she brought up this. I heard there's hydrogen trains in Germany. Why do we need to spend money on electrification? Let's just do hydrogen. And unfortunately, Caltrans staff, our state agency, has really fallen for the hydrogen and are recommending hydrogen instead of electrification. And I mentioned California Resources Board, and they bring up these, projects in Europe. But these are really glorified streetcars. These are basically light rail trains. The max propulsive power on these is like 628 kilowatts. Compared to 25 megawatts for a full-length US freight train equivalent. They report the range to be 500 miles. That sounds like a lot, but really for a regional rail operation going all day, there's a lot of them that go a lot more than 500 miles a day, even if your route is, 50 miles end to end, you're going back and forth. And the really intended target market for these are lightly used, non-electrified lines, because in Europe, as I was saying before, all the main lines are pretty much electrified. So there will be niche applications for this, but it's not going to replace, mainline electrification for heavily used routes. This is a similar system, I guess, multiple unit hydrogen train set. This is actually coming to California, or one of them is. This is Stadler, a Swiss manufacturer. San Bernardino County just opened a new line. I was at the opening ceremony a month or so ago between San Bernardino and the city of Redlands. It's a very exciting project. They refurbed an old, long abandoned line, and they're running diesel multiple units that look pretty much just like this. And then do the hydrogen one, and there's a lot of excitement about it and everything. But let's go look at the rolling stock cost, like the cost of what these train, like in this case, a multiple unit. You're comparing electrical multiple unit passenger train. And one thing I should note, I don't know what the differential is, but for a diesel multiple unit, like the ones that they're going to be using in San Bernardino County that aren't the hydrogen ones, look just like this, the cost is a little bit higher in the electrical multiple unit because there's more moving parts and everything. But the battery trains, and this is again based on recent actual battery multiple unit trains ordered in Germany, is about 2 times what a standard EMU is, and then hydrogen trains are about 4 times more expensive. So this thing they're using in San Bernardino County, it costs a fortune. It's very expensive, and yeah, they'll come down a little bit in price if you're mass producing them, but just the inherent complexity of a hydrogen-powered vehicle, you have these compressed tanks that have to be at pressure, and they take energy and motors to keep them, whatever the pressure is, they're keeping the hydrogen. Then it has to run through a fuel cell, and the fuel cell really can't put out the power like in a variable way that you need for rail traction. So it has to go to a battery bank. So it's basically a battery electric train with a hydrogen fuel cell and tanks. Then it goes to the motors. And there's a lot of potential points of failure along there. There's these hydrogen trains that have gone into service in Germany have had a lot of reliability problems. And just inherently, they will have more reliability problems than a straight electrical multiple unit, because electrical multiple unit or electric locomotive, it just has the overhead pantograph. It's got a transformer, very minimal power electronics to help control things. Then it goes right to the motors. There's not a lot in the chain. So, the main argument brought up against overhead wire electrification, other than the aesthetics, is the cost. And that's what I see in my state, public agencies saying, oh, we can't afford these extremely costly, overhead wires. We don't have to pay for any of that with battery or hydrogen. But it turns out they also require costly infrastructure. battery electric charging stations, they require multi megawatts of power for for trains. And that, because the overall energy efficiency, which I'll talk about in the next slide, is less for battery trains than it is for just a straight overhead wire or third rail electrification. They require more substation capacity. It's more demand on the grid. So you're not saving any money that way. And hydrogen, what really irks me about my state agencies in California pushing hydrogen is they assume that all the infrastructure cost of hydrogen is zero, that someone else is going to pay for it. But it requires, production plants, pipelines, massive storage tanks, fueling stations. Oh, they might include the fueling station. And so a recent report in the state of Baden-Württemberg in Germany, because they are looking at the actual operational cost of actual hydrogen trains in Germany versus some actual battery trains and electric multiple units with real operating experience, not theoretical. They concluded that it's going to be like 80% more expensive to do hydrogen trains than using battery or hardwire electrification for these lighter used branch lines that are allegedly where hydrogen is going to be better than electric. So the positive, this is quoting from the press release or the report summary. It's the positives for hydrogen were minor impacts upon introduction and during operation, and no changes required to the rail infrastructure. That's a big reason why class 1 railroads like the idea of hydrogen versus electrification. But the negatives were costly filling stations, low efficiency, high energy consumption, high cost, the possible need to increase the number of trains because the range would not be sufficient for a whole day of travel, limited availability of green hydrogen, and the need to continually resupply the hydrogen filling stations. So when it comes to energy efficiency, electric wires or third rail are by far the most energy efficient way to power a train. The wire to wheel, electrical and propulsive total energy efficiency of the whole system is usually 95%. It's 3 times greater overall if you look at the amount of energy in diesel fuel than diesel trains. But as I mentioned before, battery trains only use about, they're definitely more energy efficient than diesels overall, but they're 80% as energy efficient as all electric trains using the overhead wire, because there's inherently going to be more losses when you're charging a battery than discharging it versus taking the power straight from a wire or contact of a third rail like a subway. But hydrogen trains have the worst energy efficiency overall, but green hydrogen made with electrolysis from renewable energy is brought up as this is how hydrogen is going to be green. But about 1% of the hydrogen in the world is made that way. The rest comes from natural gas, coal, or oil. It's just really expensive. And I know there's some research projects to bring down the cost of green hydrogen, but that's not going to improve the energy efficiency very much at all. So this is from the UK's, Railway Electrification Association. This is their graphic again. So electricity from the grid, you get 2.9 kilowatts of power right off the grid or solar panels, wherever your electricity is coming from. Electrolysis, about 70% energy efficient, lose like 30%. That might increase a little bit, but not by too much. You got to compress it, which takes some energy. Then you got to go through a fuel cell, which is not terribly efficient. Go through all the converter and drive, and then finally get to the wheel, you get 1 kilowatt left over. So if you go straight electric, you cut out all of this and you go right to the converter and drive. Like converter, probably transformer, about 89% efficient, although they can get higher than that. So if you've got a limited supply of renewable energy, you'll get 3 times more rail propulsive energy out of straight electric versus hydrogen, or any type of electrical energy, really. This might be hard to kind of read this chart. This is also from the UK Railway Industry Association. It's about the storage volume of hydrogen at 2 different pressures, 350 bar and 700 bar, and battery packs, like the current technology and what they could be in 2035. And this is like the multiple of diesel, like the actual joules of energy equivalent in like this, a cubic meter, let's say, of diesel versus that is like 7.5 times the volume of hydrogen at 700 bar. were to have the same amount of energy. So that just shows you that it takes a lot more room to store the same amount of energy, which is more important than weight, I think, for trains, or it is more important than weight, because you only have so much space on your rail vehicle, whether it's a locomotive or a multiple unit or anything, or just a single light rail car or something. So the hydrogen trains, I showed you the pictures of before, they're stored at 350 bar, 700 bar pressure, which is double the pressure. Yeah, you'd get not double the space savings, but it's a lot more energy to do that. So your energy efficiency gets even worse if you're doing higher pressures, and your safety issues go up. I don't even want to start talking about hydrogen safety issues. There's a lot of unknowns, but does leak worse than natural gas. That's been proven because of the smaller molecules. And battery packs have less density than hydrogen. So hydrogen is more dense energy-wise in terms of storage. But it's over 20 times the same volume of that you need to make for the equivalent of diesel. So what that effectively means, I know that from experience from working with battery electric locomotives, and in the future that'll improve somewhat, but it's still an order of magnitude more room you need on the train for the same amount of fuel energy. What did I want to show? It's today. Yeah, I think these are out of order here. So yeah, so if you had a train or locomotive powered by a hydrogen tank, taking up the same amount of space as a typical onboard diesel tank, you go about 1/12 the distance as a typical diesel powered train. And battery is about 1/20th the distance. And one thing to note about hydrogen passenger trains using compressed gas, I think they usually put the tanks, or usually there's only like a couple different commercial models of it, up on the roof, but they still have to have a space for the battery pack, which takes up more room. Long story short, they have less seats than equivalent electric multiple unit or a diesel multiple unit, because there's a lot of space taken up by the hydrogen infrastructure. But this is basically saying the same thing. This is just a quote from one of the slides from the Railway Industry Association. But the important thing here is no amount of research, and this also includes technological development, can change any of this. The energy densities are still just going to be dramatically worse for battery and hydrogen compared to diesel. And this is from a study from the UK from 2020, just kind of evaluating the use cases of the different technologies, straight electric, hydrogen, and battery. And they pretty much recommend battery could work for, slower passenger trains, but it's just a no-go for fast passenger trains or freight. Hydrogen might be marginal for faster passenger trains, but pretty much recommending slower passenger trains there, and definitely no-go for freight. But straight electric can do all of them. So the conclusion, which I just copied right here from the UK Railway Industry Association, I can tell I really like their reports on this stuff. Evidence does not support the view that electrification is unnecessary thanks to hydrogen and battery storage systems improving rapidly. Hydrogen tanks are inherently less efficient than electric trains due to the physical properties of the gas. Expert opinion predicts that battery capability might double by 2035. Yet, whilst this might affect the hydrogen battery traction mix required for decarbonization, it is unlikely to change significantly the requirement for electrification. The laws of nature make electrification a future-proof technology that is a good investment, offering large passenger freight and operational benefits. Furthermore, railways cannot achieve net zero carbon emissions without a large-scale electrification program. And going back to the future, even though we wish we could resurrect this somehow and not have it powered by coal, but Arizona did lead the way with heavy freight rail electrification. So that's it. Any questions?
Great. I think what we're going to do, and I don't want to chill the questions.
No worries.
But I think we're going to do a panel now.
Thank you.
There we go.
Brian, 3 quick questions. Number 1, Milwaukee Road, electrification, freight operation. Did they discontinue freight operation and dieselize before they abandoned the Pacific Coast extension?
Yes, and they timed it just in time for the OPEC oil crisis in 1973-74. So their timing was couldn't have been worse.
Okay, so that leads to my second question. You talked about the electric locomotives being simpler to maintain.
Mm-hmm.
What about the O&M of the overhead catenary? Is that the reason that Milwaukee abandoned electrification in favor of diesel?
I think the reason was, well, first of all, diesel was still pretty cheap up until 1972, and their equipment, I think, was limited. It was pretty old by that point. I think their newest electric locomotives were in the 1950s at that point, and they didn't have it continuous. It went from somewhere in Montana to somewhere in Idaho. Then there was a diesel section in between, and then in Washington, it went over the Cascades. And they really should have electrified that whole section. So there were some operational inefficiencies. You know, they would have to change out locomotives a few times along the way.
Okay, so how about the maintenance of the overhead wires? Does that offset most of the O&M savings?
Oh, no, O&M figures, that includes everything, the overhead wires, the substations, and the locomotives, you know. So overall, okay, so the reason why so many countries you saw there electrified, like in the Soviet Union in the 50s, they didn't care about carbon emissions or pollution. The reason, or I'll think of a more example, all these Western European countries, Japan, the reason they electrified, it was more economical. It saved them money overall for the long term.
Last question.
Yeah.
You mentioned that they were having technical difficulties with these hybrid electric and diesel things on New Jersey Transit. Is this a proven technology, or is it a new technology that Amtrak is likely to experience with its new dual mode order of train sets for the DC, Virginia, and other services?
Now, those ones, the Amtrak's ordered, those battery diesel hybrids, or the overhead catenary, maybe they've learned they learned a bit of lessons learned from those RDA units.
It's outside of your knowledge.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Okay.
The city systems are usually fairly low voltage, so let's say 600 to 1500 DC. And the longer distance ones are up in the 12 range. What are they going most of now?
25 kV is the global standard now, but for the real heavy freight stuff, like you saw those coal railroads, so like Black Mesa, like 1,000, like 50 kV is, I think, what we need for example, in Southern California, taking a 20,000 ton train up Allen Pass, you're going to need the higher voltage. But 50 kV and 20 kV are like standard.
The system here is, I think, 600 volts.
For a streetcar, yeah.
I don't know what it is in Phoenix, but I don't think it's 25 kV.
All the streetcar and light rail pretty much around that 800 volts DC is the best.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe your DC has the high kV system.
Those are all AC.
All right, great. We've got a panel discussion, so anybody?
Yeah, I was just wondering about the conversion to electricity. I mean, comparing diesel and coal and wind and solar and so on and so forth. How do you compare those efficiencies? Not taking into account everything.
You answer that? You might as well. Well, I mean, the overall efficiency, I mean, it's like on the grid, it's not going to be any different than any other use of electricity, whether you're, let's say you're in a state that's predominantly coal fired. Anyone using that grid is going to be, the ultimate energy efficiency is determined by the prime movers feeding it. And in California, natural gas is the largest single component where we have some nuclear, we got a lot of solar and wind, and it's getting greener each year. So I'm optimistic about the grid getting greener and greener each year, less coal, less, fossil fuels. But I mean, that increase efficiency. You can answer that. Okay, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So I'm not technically a rocket scientist, but this is something that geologists on TV though. Yeah, sure. It's something that geologists actually trained to understand because the mining industry is what supplies the power to the fuel for all these power plants. If you look at the energy return on investment, i.e. how many kilowatts, whatever power you get, for the number of kilowatts takes to build the plant in the first place, the tier list goes hydroelectric, then nuclear, then renewables, solar and wind, followed by natural gas and coal. And the reason natural gas and coal are involved is because even the most thermodynamically efficient turbine generators are extremely expensive waste heat generators. So you're using a lot of the energy of the fuel itself to generate waste heat, not generate electricity. That's not the case for renewable energy. Even the most waste heat you get from solar energy, the infrared radiation from the temperature of the day. And that's enough that it will cap you at about 30% thermodynamic efficiency. That's still better than 22% you get from most gas turbine systems. So even if you don't care about carbon emissions, which, okay, thanks, fine. The voting conference for our generation. But even if you don't care about carbon emissions, you will still get better energy return on investment from investing in renewables, and especially if we can get some new forms of nuclear power and some renewed interest in hydroelectric dams that are sustainable, for the whole power grid, not just the backup power.
Can I just add one little additional fact to that exposition? I had to, for another purpose entirely, I had to do some study work on the cost of solar installation and wind and so forth. And if compared to the costs of climate change itself, if we do absolutely nothing, the cost of climate change between now and 2050 is going to be about $3 trillion. And if you instead put the same money into solar and wind, the cost of building enough gigawatt capacity to supply not just present needs, but the growth, the anticipated growth, is $3.2 trillion. So in the scheme of things, you're basically going to pay the same money. The trick is, are you going to pay nothing and have everything get worse? Or are you going to invest that money to produce solar and wind and actually install the gigawatt year base need?
Well, of course. We had rooftops all over America that really could use. I'm going to open a can of worms here, and this is open to any of our experts. Mr. Spreckles built a beautiful train line. Yes, I know it goes in and out of Mexico, from San Diego to El Centro, or a little bit to the west of it. Has anybody looked at that for possible, now that we have good tunnel digging technologies and we can probably put the line in on this side of the border, and I realize I'm talking about way down the road. Has anyone paid attention to that fine railroad?
Yes, I've actually just I've been writing an op-ed to say why that's a bad idea in the past week, because one thing in Southern California that's been a big priority for us, it's like an emergency right now for us rail advocates, is the LA to San Diego line, the low sand line. Right now it's shut down, not because the ocean.
Right?
Yeah, well, it's in San Clemente. It's actually a few doors down from Richard Nixon's old house, the Western White House, right there. And it's interestingly enough, that house right there next to where the trash is, the tracks are washed out, is where Nixon signed into law the Amtrak bill in 1970. Orange County, we have some history of the creation of Amtrak. Anyway, so it's being repaired. It's supposed to be open the next month or so, but really we got to move the line inland along that beach stretch, which is my favorite part of the ride, I must admit, to ride along the beach, but it's going to erode. I mean, climate change, rising sea, that makes it just a little bit worse, but it just is naturally eroding for thousands of years, that whole area. And so anyway, so there was some particular person, I think he was a mayor, a council person from city of San Clemente, the city where this is happening. And he brought up we should build a new eastern rail line, to abandon the coastal route. And it would probably cost 5 to 10 times more to build a new rail line to the suburbs of eastern San Diego. You'd probably have to move 10,000 people from their homes and go through all this tunneling and all that. It's just a fairly ridiculous prospect because then you have to dip down. It's a pretty big elevation drop. You go up these mountains and down.
Yeah, 4,000 feet in there.
Yep. And then the main traffic is LA to San Diego anyway. So
I just
that's
wanted,
really
an easy way to get to my boat.
Oh, okay. Well, there's still, I think the current owner, I think it's Baja California Railroad based in Tijuana. They operate the Mexican portion of that, and there's been some talk of restoring that because that was running freights until like 2010 or something.
And then quite a bit of it is still owned by a San Diego authority that's doing the light rail and so forth.
Yeah,
for next to the stops.
They bought the whole U.S. portion of that in 1970 something because they just wanted the part from downtown San Diego to the border, and they bought the whole thing at once. And I guess the railroad, with several different railroads that have operated it since the 70s, it just leased from them. So it's all publicly owned, but just that Chorizo Gorge is just a very, it's got some very beautiful trestle that people make model train sets of all the time. But it's just a really expensive and very difficult place to work with erosion and everything.
Okay.
Very slow too.
Good answer. Just thinking outside the box.
Great. What other questions do we have for our panel? We got Rob still here, Jim's here, I'm here, George is here. We got.
I guess this is for Mr. Mathews. So I rode up to Michigan and I rode on one of those new Siemens cars. And I was very disappointed. It was, somebody said it was extremely uncomfortable. And the reason was, among other things, is it was a very narrow seat. It was more like the grip of a seat on a bus or a coach air, the kind of seats that people hate. And the reason that people like to take trains, because most trains have space with the length. And this was a cramped, narrow seat where it was squished up against the wall. And the reason was they had a 3 feet wide aisle, so somebody could ride up and down the aisles in a wheelchair. And I asked the conductor, how many times, because the conductor had worked that train with the Siemens cars quite a few months, and I said, how many times have you seen somebody go up and down the aisle in a wheelchair? He's never seen anybody on this train go up and down the aisle in a wheelchair. So let's say maybe one passenger in 20,000 decides he's going to run a wheelchair up and down the middle of the train. All the rest of the people had to sit squished up against the wall. And I thought, is this some kind of, my question is this some kind of regulation, ADA compliant regulation? And what happens when you start replacing the long distance cars? Are you going to have to put cramped seats like on a plane, coach plane or bus, so that people on a long distance train can ride a wheelchair from one end of the car to the other? What would that do to Amtrak's business?
Boy, this is going to be fun. For a couple of reasons. One, there are some answers here which I know Amtrak would be able to provide, but can't. One of my roles sometimes is to provide answers that Amtrak cannot provide. So Amtrak is never going to dump on Illinois in public, nor should they, but I can. Those seats were specified by the state. And Amtrak is the supplier to the state. Illinois is the customer. And when those seats were specified, that is the way they were specified. I had an occasion 2 weeks ago to speak to the person at the Illinois State DOT who was responsible for that. And he says, I think the seats are very comfortable. Oh, good, I'm glad you do. A lot of people don't. I have had the great fortune of being involved in the design reviews for the intercity train set procurement. So venture cars, sort of kind of, but these are not the Illinois/California cars. These are the ones you're going to see on like the Vermont, or you're going to see on the a lot of the regionals and so forth. Same car shell. I mean, physics is kind of what it is, right? I mean, it can only be just so wide. And yes, there are ADA requirements. You can't simply say that, well, sorry, wheelchair people lose. And And it is more than 1 in 20,000, I can tell you that. Amtrak is actually a preferred mode in the disability community because they can't fly and they can't drive. So it's actually, the disability community is an outsized user of Amtrak services. So
Is it a federal requirement that they?
yes, it is a federal requirement that you have to have ADA access for these trains. Now, what I'm saying is, there are ways to meet that requirement, okay? And the way Illinois and sort of kind of California, I think California sort of dragged along by Illinois in this part of the spec. You can do it a couple ways, but they insisted on end-to-end wheelchair access. We don't need to do that. Regulation doesn't say that. It says you have to have equal access to the facilities of the train. What does that actually mean in practice? Well, it means I have to be able to accommodate wheelchair passengers. I can't say, no, sorry, I can't take you because I don't have room for you, which sometimes Amtrak has to do right now because they have more riders than they have slots on the train for available wheelchairs. So you can't do that, and they need to be able to use the food service car, and they need to be able to use the restrooms. That's what that means.
Okay,
But no, let me finish. I will give you the answer, I promise. So, does the aisle have to be wide enough to get all the way from one end of the train to the other? No. So when you walk through the ICT design train set review mock-ups, the seats are wider. Because the way you meet that requirement is you don't go from one end of the train to the other. You cluster that access near the food service car. So I can carry more wheelchair passengers in an ICT than I can in a present Amtrak system, but I don't have to have the aisles as wide as what you experience, and therefore the seats can be wider, because that's why those seats are narrow, because they're making the aisle so wide. If I can make the seat a little wider, and I can lose some of that aisle, then the seats are more comfortable, and I've still met my ADA requirement, because I can get more people with wheelchairs onto that train in a comfortable way, and I can get them into the bathroom, and I can get them into the food service car. So that's the answer.
As I understand, you can have 2 handicapped people per car. That's the limit. But if you have one car on one side of the cafe car, with the toilet end facing the cafe car and the 2 handicapped people, then the other end, a car facing the reverse way with a toilet facing the handicapped toilet facing the cafe car and 2 people. That's 4 people on that train that are ADA. Let's say you have ADA for 75, every 75 person, 1 person ADA. That's still 300 people. You have 4 people per 300. The ADA person can use the handicapped restroom, go into the cafe car, order stuff, sit down in the place that's specially set aside in the cafe car, and they have every facility they want. I mean,
That's what Jim is saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
That's exactly what Jim is saying.
See though is, what about the executive car? The guy there is 2 cars up, and he's in the executive car in an ADA seat, and he's got the toilet there. He says, "I want to go to the cafe car."
So again, the way the map of the train is laid out, everything is pointed towards that cafe car. All those wheelchair spaces are pointed towards that cafe car. So if you have the wheelchair spaces, you can adjust the width so that they can get through. It is more than 4, by the way. Depends on which configuration, because they're going to run a couple different configurations, but it is more than 4. There's also wheelchair, I'll call it ADA seating in the cafe car. And so one of the cool things that they've done, which is a first, is they have figured out a way to have it so that 2 wheelchair passengers traveling together can sit together in the cafe car at a table looking at each other, which is fantastic. You can't, there's no way to do that right now. So, I mean, overall, the level of ADA access on these trains is going to be way, way, way up. At the same time, they're not doing some of the things that they're doing in I'm going to call them the Illinois cars, because
They don't have to.
When you said 1 in 4, you mean what, 1 car in 4 would have ADA or?
No. You had said that there are 4 wheelchair available spots on the train.
Yeah, that's if you had 2 cars facing the cafe car, 1 on each side with 2.
No, yeah, but that's not how this is not how these are gonna be laid out. And I can tell you the seats are wider, the seats are more comfortable, the seats have individual lighting, the seats, they are better than the Illinois seats. I promise you they're better than the Illinois seats. Precisely, this is, and you actually said it out loud.
No, I'm just saying, they were the customer, I think.
Right.
They were the customer, they were buying it.
Yep, Illinois specified those seats.
And that's how they came up with their solution for ADA accessibility.
Right.
There are many, as you laid out, there are many ways to address the ADA accessibility concerns, which we find very important. In fact, it's very important to have increased accessibility.
Very important, he has the mic, so that everyone, sorry, but that's okay. You're gonna be MC, you gotta follow the rules.
There we go.
All right.
So I could add something that might elucidate. I've done a lot of ADA access games, and there is a small allowed contingent of the ADA community that says, if I have to be in a car or 2 cars, and I choose to be in the other car, you can find me to an ADA ghetto. And there's a lot of public officials who are afraid of them, and I thought the Illinois people were part of them.
Actually, it's important,
Yep, I will do this and I'm gonna get to you. Well aware of those folks. I met some of them on my second of my 3rd walkthroughs. Most of the community has actually gone through these cars, gone through the iterations, and they're pretty pleased with them. The only holdout was the FRA's own disability person. The actual representatives of the disability community went through the 3rd iteration. I'm like, okay, you know what, this is fine. This works for us. It was the FRA person that was kind of unsure. And her position was just, well, I don't know how the rest of the community is going to feel. The rest of the community said, we're fine. It's okay.
Same thing we do with the Talbot trains in Washington, and everybody's thrilled.
I'd like to remind you what I said earlier. We don't bite the hand that feeds us, and we don't bite the hands of our allies, because that is how we lose. The disability community are our allies in this fight. And if we attempt to stigmatize them by putting them into a confined position in terms of advocacy, not in terms of train seats, but in terms of advocacy, we will lose. What happened with Prop 105 in Phoenix was that a contingent of the AstroTurf group started making claims on behalf of disability advocates to the effect of that the light rail system is inaccessible and we should have them use buses and paratransit instead. The actual disability community of the Phoenix area then immediately got on our side on the no campaign because that is ludicrous. So when you are doing advocacy around ADA requirements, whether in public transportation or passenger rail or anything else, you have to listen to the disability community first and foremost, not speak for them, but their voices. If you do that, then we get to count them as the people on our side, and they are powerful. They have the ear of so many politicians and so many regulators. If we don't put them on side, we will lose.
But on the other hand, you cannot give them I'm not against having facilities for ADA, but you can't do it in such a way as you make all the other passengers uncomfortable that don't want to ride trains because they're uncomfortable. What's that going to do? What advantages are you going to have that?
If making the disability community supportive of building more trains comes at the cost of marginally more uncomfortable seats, I am all in favor of marginally more uncomfortable seats.
Uncomfortable
it doesn't matter what gets the train running. If the train is convenient and reliable, it might be uncomfortable. If the train is comfortable and convenient, it can be unreliable. If the train is convenient and reliable, it doesn't mean it's comfortable. You can have all of these permutations as long as we get more trains running. Do we want more trains, or do we want a very specific, narrow kind of train that nobody will be able to vote for? That is the choice we have to make here. It requires pragmatism and it requires being good advocates, not just taking into account whatever ornery preferences we as individual writers might have.
Well, I would say Earl's question has been answered.
Well, yeah, I mean.
It has. Can we have someone else ask a question? We'd like to have someone else ask a question, and we have limited time.
Somebody else have a question for our panel. We gotta.
There we go.
John, I want to know, has your replacement been hired yet?
On the Transportation Commission?
Yes.
Or John?
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's two Johns you're pointing at. The good-looking one, okay.
PhD, Dr. John.
Dr.
So
John.
the official replacement on the Transportation Commission is appointed by City of Tempe Council, and that person will take office in January. My last meeting will be December 13th, but I might not be able to make it because I'll be in Chicago for a conference.
So you won't meet this person?
I do not meet this person as far as I know, but I have some suspicions of who it might be. And if they're good folks, I'll put them in contact with us. I've been trying to get a meeting where somebody from AAZ can present to the Transportation Commission of Tempe, because Tempe city government is really, really not interested in having confrontation, like, ever. So sometimes you need to give them a kick in the rear and say, hey, we need some passenger train service, but it's been tricky to make those connections happen. I do think there's a potential future to make it happen, and I'm happy to put folks in this organization in contact with folks who are going to be on the commission next year, who I do know. But also there's things like open meeting laws, which make it hard for us to meet outside of meeting time, so it's a mess.
Does Mayor Corey appoint those people?
Mayor Corey Woods does not solely appoint those people. The whole council gets input, but Mayor Corey Woods does get some input.
Other questions?
Any other questions for anybody?
Here we go.
Question for you, Todd.
Yes.
So this, have you proposed to the incoming governor's team or whatever about the corridor identification program? You might have talked about this before I got here, so, for the Sun Corridor.
Well, we have had a lot of discussions about this. First of all, I want to say that we did reach out to the governor-elect's office to invite somebody, a representative, to this conference, and unfortunately, they've been extremely busy and weren't able to come. So, but I don't consider that any lack of interest. I just think this is, I mean, anybody who watches the news knows what's been going on in Arizona, and it's been pretty crazy. And so I just, you know, I think it's wise to let them have a little bit of space to, you know, sort of settle in here. As far as the statement of interest goes, Rob and I were talking about that, so maybe Rob, you want to elaborate on that a little bit? And I was talking to Manisha. Manisha seemed to say that this is not an issue, that HAG was going to put in the statement of interest or something, but did you get that, or did you?
Yeah. Hi, it's Rob from Amtrak. First of all, Amtrak, Governor President Amtrak is the mayor along the corridor, in the West Corridor as well, including Tempe. And we've got resounding support for the corridor. The expression of interest is in. Next will be the response will be the RFP, request for proposal, sometime in December. We'll be working with all over Arizona. Amtrak will be helping craft message, where we've actually had we've had meetings with the governor-elect already a couple months ago, and my team is working on meeting with the governor as well as the mayors, key mayors, after the first of the year, giving some time to settle in. So there's a plan to engage the Amtrak aspect of providing information and knowledge to do it. In terms of the agency that submits the RFI or the RFP to be determined, but I think some of your council of governments are willing to take the lead on that. I'd engage with that in the state.
I just add one more sentence to that. FRI's preference is that
this is Jim.
Someone take the lead. So they don't like the idea of sort of conglomerate. It's fine to apply, it's fine to sort of sign on as a conglomerate, but they want a lead agency when they actually do these boards and actually have someone to deal with.
Who would you suggest that? Who would you suggest?
Meg?
I think you have that. Yeah, probably.
Do you want to take that, Rob, or?
I think at the state level, discussion amongst the agencies who are going to be the true champion for this corridor, whether it's MAG or PAG or through the governor's office directing the DOT to do it, that's yet to be determined. So I think amongst, this is self-determination as a state. And that's what the program is there for. The money went to the FRA. The FRA is engaging with the states. And then we are partnering with the FRA, the states as subject matter experts of how to do it. So we're not going to tell you what to do. We're going to give you some advice, but really it's self-determination.
And Manisha and I have had quite a number of emails about this, so it's something we're definitely engaged with. So, any other questions for the panel or anybody?
Thanks, Todd. Just to build on the comment that Rob just made. When we were working with Arizona back in the return to Phoenix days,
George Chilton.
Mary Peters was the director of ADOT. She was very, very much in favor of multimodalism and very much in favor of bringing the Sunset back to Houston. The trouble was that George W. Bush recruited her to be the head of the Federal Highway Administration. Victor Mendez replaced her, and Victor turned out to be an asphalt and concrete guy who had no real interest, and the whole project fell apart. But I would think that if we had a really positive director of ADOT, that would probably be a very positive, because it is a statewide agency, and if ADOT had the support of the governor, which Mary Peters did. I think it was Jane Hull at the time. Is that right, Roger? Okay, that's right. You were in Nebraska, weren't you? But I think, you know, if the people fall into place in the right way, that would probably be a very powerful combination.
Any other questions, comments, anybody before we close out?
Round two.
Quick comment on electrics. I just recently rode a electric train from the station in downtown St. Louis up to the airport. And it had a catenary, light rail, but it had a catenary very much like a European catenary. You get on that train, hang on. They accelerate, they could beat a Lamborghini. Could beat a Lamborghini. And then he slams on the brakes and it stops, and they open the door, let people on and off. He's off again, and you have to hang on to the pipe you grab, or you'll be falling the aisle. The electrics have tremendous acceleration, and he probably could beat a cab going nonstop to the airport. I mean, he carried 300 people getting on and off at about 10 intermediate stops. I mean, you realize the tremendous efficiency of that electric train.
I just want to take off on that because I've ridden the whole St. Louis light rail system, and it's absolutely correct. I can tell you from firsthand experience that you will beat the cab by taking the light rail from the airport. And the line out to Scott Air Force Base is kind of cool because it's actually like an old interurban. It's like you know, if you're going through the countryside, you're stopping in the small towns, it's kind of neat. So if you get to St. Louis, ride it. It's really something else.
And in closing, I want to put a plug in here for anyone who's staying overnight and has a little time tomorrow for this Southern Arizona Transportation Museum over at the Amtrak station. One of our board members, Ken Carroll, is there all the time. They also happen to have one of the famous rail cams that is on YouTube. If you dance or do something strange, they might shoot you and put you on the system. They did for me. And then I discovered that Ken was there, dressed in his regalia, and gave me one of the finest tours of the station and of the museum and of things around the station I didn't know. So, Ken, are you going to be there tomorrow? Okay, so absolutely, if you're here and you got the time, it's a no-miss deal. Go and enjoy it. It's a beautiful little museum.
11 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Well, I'm not planning on getting up before 10. So.
We're all volunteers.
All right. Yeah, Roger wants to say a few words. I'm just going to say thank you all for coming before I turn it over to Roger, and so then I'll let Roger close it out. But
please join our, if you're not a member of our organization, please join. If you want to serve on the board, submissions of interest are due, I think, it isn't tomorrow, I forget what it is.
January 6th.
January 6th. Yeah. January 6th, and that information should be on our website. We'll make sure that it's on there if it's not. So please, if you're interested in being on board, let us know. We'd love to have you. And I want to thank you all for coming. Before I give it to Roger, who organized this meeting, and I'll let him close it out.
Finally, just housekeeping one. Make sure you turn your name tags in. So I don't have to work till 11 o'clock the next meeting. So thank you for coming. And for those that do answer their telephones, I appreciate it. I've talked to a lot of voicemails that say, I will get back to you immediately, 90%. So, thanks.